Chapter 201, The national fortune dissipates, the new emperor dies, the wolf cavalry hunts in the south, the phoenix ascends in the north. 2. The carriage swayed gently, with the imperial guards clearing the way. It quickly entered the imperial palace. Yu Yunping, in a daze, did not know how he had gotten into the carriage. When he opened his eyes, all he could see were the swaying bead curtains of the carriage window. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage finally stopped. "Your Majesty, we have arrived." The voice of the imperial guards came from outside. Yu Yunping lifted the curtain and, with the help of the eunuchs on both sides, unsteadily entered the palace. "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?" As soon as he entered the palace, a beautiful woman in a phoenix-decorated robe with dazzling jewelry approached him. Seeing Yu Yunping's disoriented appearance, the beautiful woman did not say anything, instead directing her questioning gaze at the two imperial guards. The imperial guards knew her identity, so they did not dare to offend her and replied, "Your Majesty, the emperor is exhausted and needs rest." After saying that, they left. The empress looked at Yu Yunping with great distress in her eyes. "Your Majesty, let's lie down." Then she called a few palace maids to help Yu Yunping to bed. Slap! Unexpectedly, halfway through lifting him, Yu Yunping seemed to be triggered by something and slapped the palace maid beside him. "Get out of here!" Yu Yunping shouted angrily. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" The empress looked at a loss, her lips pursed, grasping Yu Yunping's hand, and hurriedly said, "Don't touch me." Yu Yunping immediately shook off the empress's jade hand and shouted, looking vigilantly at the palace maids in the hall. "I know, you all want to harm me. Stay away from me." The maid who had been slapped looked wronged, kneeling down with her head bowed, her eyes welling with unshed tears. The empress, too, was forced to retreat, looking worried. She was aware of the emperor's paranoid nature. The symptom often became more apparent after being exposed to immense pressure. He even kept a sword by his pillow when he slept. Now it seemed that the symptom had grown more severe. Even she was not trusted by him anymore. No one dared to respond to Yu Yunping's words, and the scene immediately quieted down. "Do you also look down on me?" Seeing that the palace maids had retreated, Yu Yunping, with unknown strength, rushed forward, grabbed the empress's wrist, and questioned her harshly. "I didn't. I didn't." Feeling the pain in her wrist, the empress was on the verge of tears. She was not sad because of the pain but because of seeing Yu Yunping's state, which made her heart broken. Seeing the empress's tears, Yu Yunping regained his clarity for a moment. But that was only for a moment. He then vented all his anger onto the palace maids. Pulling out the treasured sword beside his bed, he slashed the priceless wooden table and stabbed one of the maids in the abdomen. Blood gushed out. "Get out!" The next second, the sword was planted right in front of the maids. Overwhelmed with fear, the maids scattered and fled, dragging their stabbed companion and leaving the imperial palace. Yu Yunping glared coldly at the empress. "You get out too." "Yes, Your Majesty, please watch your health, the dragon body is important." The empress wiped her tears with her handkerchief, then said worriedly and closed the door. Clang! The moment the door closed, the treasured sword fell to the ground, and Yu Yunping collapsed onto the floor, clenching his teeth and fists with his eyes closed. He couldn't accept his loss. Back then, it had cost him so much time, effort, and lives to obtain his current position. He had lost his father, elder brother, and little sister. And today, he felt like he was going to lose everything. This feeling suffocated him. For some reason, Yu Yunping thought of the late emperor of the Yan. Back then, when he had stormed into the palace, he had seen with his own eyes Emperor Yan hanging on the crooked neck tree in the backyard. If the Xia country were to be destroyed in 2 generations, would he end up like the former Yan emperor? The concubines in the inner palace were all sold to the Department of Education and Music, the royal family members were executed, and the wealthy young masters with connections were all tattooed and exiled. In his heart, a sense of panic suddenly arose. Processing this thought, he pushed open the doors of the rear palace and headed for the backyard garden. Here, there was a low hill, at the bottom of which stood a crooked tree that resembled a human neck. Yu Yunping glanced at the crooked neck tree. He untied the jade belt of his imperial robe. The robe fell away, revealing the white shirt underneath. He threw the jade belt over the tree trunk and tied a knot. Looking at the jade loop in front of him, he hesitated. He simply didn't have the guts to commit suicide. He had come here only to experience the fate experienced by the ruined Yan Dynasty. He couldn't help but sigh. Now, the same situation had come to him. Yu Yunping picked up the imperial robe, untied the jade belt, and returned to the Yangzhen palace. His mood was unprecedentedly calm. After venting, his state of mind had improved significantly. Knock, Imok. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. What is it? Yu Yunping frowned. Your Majesty, the Empress says it's time for dinner. The voice belonged to a soft, sweet voice, obviously a young palace maid. Yu Yunping touched his stomach and indeed felt hungry. Having been overly worried about the news from Shanghai Pass, spending all his time on the city wall, he had not eaten breakfast or lunch. So he said, "Come in." A maid in a blue long skirt entered with a decoration plate. She didn't forget to close the door. What's for dinner? Your Majesty, today we have auspicious rolls, soup with red date and snow clam, stir-fried artemisia, and secret sauce duck in 4 varieties. The maid replied unhurriedly. Chapter 202, National Fortune Dissipates, the new emperor dies, the wolf cavalry hunts in the south, the phoenix heads north _3. She seems to be around 16 years old. Yu Yunping picked up his imperial chopsticks while continuing to ask. Where are you from? The young palace maid kneeling before Yu Yunping replied, Your Majesty, this maid is from Qinghe County. Where is Qinghe County? Yu Yunping asked curiously. As the ruler of a country, there were still many places he had never visited and small places whose names he did not know. It's just an insignificant small place in the south. Seeing that there was no response, the young palace maid cautiously asked. Your Majesty, it's normal if you don't know about it. In our hometown, we have a dance that can bring good luck. Would Your Majesty like to see? Oh? Good luck. Yu Yunping looked interested. At the same time, he quietly reached for the sword lying near his bed, and said calmly, Dance for me. All right. The young palace maid agreed. Then, she took out a purple ribbon, gently flicked it, and started to dance. Her body moved gracefully, dancing elegantly. Her dress fluttered along with her movements, the ribbon twirling around her body. Undeniably, it was beautiful. Having touched the treasured sword, Yu Yunping felt secure and began to watch the dance attentively. Suddenly, the purple ribbon rose and started swirling around the center of the main hall like a giant hand, blurring vision. The young palace maid disappeared in an instant. Yu Yunping was suddenly shocked. He was just about to draw his sharp sword. But the next second, the purple ribbon tightly bound his body, making him immobile. You want to kill me? Yu Yunping's voice trembled. Even if I don't kill you, you're not far from death. Look at your current state. The young palace maid replied impassively. Yu Yunping looked towards a bronze mirror nearby. To his surprise, his face was pale. His eyes were sunken and encircled by dark rings, making him look extremely exhausted. I still have an unfinished mission, L can't die. Yu Yunping murmured. The young palace maid calmly said, Be contented. Either common people or cultivators, many live their whole lives without achieving anything. You've tried your best. At least amongst the people I've seen. Why are you killing me? As I said, you're going to die sooner or later, either tomorrow or the day after, and drop dead at your desk. I'm just giving a push. Hearing her foreboding words, Yu Yunping opened his mouth, but was unable to scream. Who exactly are you? Are you an immortal? The young palace maid shook her head. You wouldn't want to know. Tell me, will the Xia country be ruined? There was a glimmer of hope left in Yu Yunping's eyes. No, it will continue in another way, the young palace maid said, her gaze deep. That's good. After uttering his words, Yu Yunping closed his eyes, clutching his chest. Before him floated countless nights of reviewing the memorials. Polile Mikolu, DLSWVV1YE Juiyu. The constantly worried Emperor Wen, who worked day and night, ultimately failed to bring prosperity to the Xia country. The young palace maid looked at the lean young emperor, who now looked like a sleeping man on the desk, with almost not a ripple in her eyes. Her figure slowly disappeared into the main hall. The next day, the news of the death of the new emperor in the Yangzhen palace quickly spread throughout the capital city. The court and the commonalty were shocked. Did the newly ascended emperor of Xia country just die within a year? However, everyone had to accept this outcome. The following day, all officials mourned and held a state funeral. However, due to the special period, the news was not released publicly. Given the posthumous title Emperor Ai, with the temple title Wenzong. The short-lived and unfortunate referred as Ai. Emperor Wenzong, who had been in power for barely a year, had mostly experienced bad incidents and was ravaged by them. The disaster of the once-in-a-decade Great Drought, the continually soaring prices, the resurgence of the remnants of Yan country, and the unyielding northern alien races. No matter who it would have been, it would be an unfortunate ordeal. After the emperor was enshrined, officials wept and the royal family watched. But the Xia country still existed, with tens of thousands of li territories behind, and a vast expanse of land and river. A country cannot go a day without a master. Therefore, officials could only support the new emperor's 5-year-old son to ascend the throne. However, this time, the sky did not have the embodiment of national fortune, causing the already unstable political situation to become more turbulent. Shanghai Pass. Under the dense city, there were densely packed wolf cavalry. After the Northern Wolf Empire successfully occupied the 10 states of the north, they set up their main camp here. The continuous army was sent over from the Northern Wolf Empires to the north of the Gobi. Sitting on the tiger skin imperial seat was a middle-aged man in a black wolf emperor's robe with eagle eyes. He paused with the wine glass in hand, as if sensing something. He looked up. The moment when the emaciated red-eyed golden dragon's national fortune, which was guarding in the sky above the capital city thousands of li away, disappeared. Ha ha ha! Even the Xia country has this day. The wolf emperor laughed wildly. Truly heaven is helping me. The wolf emperor scanned the savage warriors and soldiers in the big camp with his sharp eagle eyes, and shouted. Pass my command. Follow me to hunt south. Yes sir. Chongning County. The line of silver-armored white horses was neatly arranged. Yu Qinghan was in a silver and white shining armor, highlighting her slim and straight back. Her black long hair was tied up in a high ponytail. A walking sword hung around her waist. She held a long halberd in her hand. Her eyes were bright like a phoenix, and she looked heroic. With such momentum, she really deserved to be a female warrior of a country. Sister, what happened? Pei Xianjian asked from the side. They had been in Chongning County for several days now, and they were about to set off. But she saw her sister standing still. Yu Qinghan looked towards the north, her phoenix eyes full of heroic spirit, and said seriously. There's been a mishap. Chapter 203, the Xia country princess enters the capital, the country's fortune transforms. Under the command of General Yu Qinghan, the stationed army in Chongning County immediately set off, rushing towards the north. On the road, Pei Xianjian noticed the solemn expression on Yu Qinghan's face and couldn't help but ask. Qinghan, have you discovered something new? Since the break of dawn, Qinghan's expression had been quite uneasy. Yu Qinghan frowned, I have a bad feeling, something might have happened in the capital. A message arrived earlier indicating that the 10 states of the north have all been occupied by the northern wolf. I just hope that the situation isn't too severe. Her greatest worry was that Shanghai Pass might have fallen before they can reach the capital city, which would put enormous pressure on the capital. The entire northern region was on the brink of chaos. This was the scenario she did not want to see. The purpose of her journey north this time was to enter the palace and crown herself. An urgency sprung up when she received the news of the fall of the 10 states. If the northern alien races besiege the capital before she does, the situation would become even more severe. Even for her, rescuing the situation would be challenging. And that is why she was in such a hurry to head north. At this moment, the army was passing through a village. In the cracked and dry fields, a group of starving refugees wandered aimlessly on the road, their faces filled with desolation, looking like walking corpses. The grains were all dead, even the wild grass couldn't survive, the bark of the surrounding trees had been peeled clean, and even the soil was full of pits, presumably people had started eating dirt. Many brought with them their families, moving forward with exhaustion amidst the fleeing crowd. Upon seeing this desolate scene, Yu Qinghan was profoundly shocked. Since the chaos 3 years ago, she had never seen such a scene under the rule of Xia country. This was the first time. When she raised an army against Yan, wasn't it to restore peace to the world? She annihilated the rebels, punished the powerful, and revolted against Yan country, simply because she couldn't stand to see the mortal world turned into a hell where people eat people. She saw once again this tragic scene. Yu Qinghan couldn't help but question herself. When did Xia country become just like Yan country? With these thoughts, she quickly dismounted, handed her long halberd to the guard beside her, and quickly approached to ask about the situation. What on earth has happened up ahead? Yu Qinghan walked over to an old man who was leaning on a cane, dressed in ragged clothes, and asked in as gentle a voice as possible. "Old man, where are you all from?" "Ha!" The old man with a cane had a thin and sallow appearance. Upon hearing her question, he showed no reaction, as if he were hard of hearing. He appeared dazed, his mouth slightly agape, his old eyes cloudy. He seemed to be in a state of hunger-induced delirium, too weak to comprehend what Yu Qinghan was saying. Seeing this, Yu Qinghan called out to the side. "Xiang Yun, bring some biscuits." Upon receiving the order, Pei Xianjian took out a burnt biscuit from the horse's saddlebag. They couldn't eat well on the journey, and their food mainly consisted of such dried biscuits. After eating these with some water, they could quickly satiate their hunger. "Qinghan, here." Yu Qinghan took the biscuit and handed it to the old man. "Eat, old man." The old man received the biscuit but did not rush to eat it. Instead, he glanced at his family who had backed away several steps with fear in their eyes. They appeared instinctively scared of the military. This was especially true for a little girl being held by a woman. Clearly, he was worried about his granddaughter. Seeing this, Yu Qinghan sighed quietly, assured him, "Go ahead and eat, we have more, they won't go hungry." She then tore the biscuit and stuffed it in the old man's mouth. The old man swallowed, ate the biscuit bit by bit, chewing with visible delight, his face filled with emotion. As if it were a delicious feast. The more Yu Qinghan watched, the more desolate she became, unable to even fathom what the north had turned into now. After quickly finishing a biscuit and drinking some water, the old man's complexion seemed a little better. "Thank you, General." Finally, he could speak. His voice was dry and hoarse, but his tone was very touched. Looking at Yu Qinghan's attire, the old man had no idea of her rank and simply addressed her with respect as a general. "Old man, where are you all from? And where are you headed to?" Yu Qinghan did not forget to ask, pointing to the refugees on the road. Exhaling deeply, the old man replied helplessly, "There's war up north, all of us are fleeing. Too many black wolves, too many people have died." Those people have some sort of black magic that can destroy the city walls. These days, ordinary people had a hard life as it was. And with the war happening, it was adding fuel to flames. Apparently, the armies of the Northern Wolf Empire had already invaded. Shanghai Pass might have already been compromised. And it seemed that there were expert fighters in the Northern Wolf Empire. The old man continued, when I passed through the capital city, people there were saying that the emperor seems to have died. It happened just these few days. Many nobles and officials have also been fleeing to the south, no fewer in number than us. Upon hearing this news, Yu Qinghan was stunned, overcome with shock. RioBL.cm. The emperor is dead? Could it be that her second brother had died? Qinghan, did our cousin? Pei Xianjian's face was also full of shock. After all, Yu Yunping was, nominally, her cousin. And besides, he was the new emperor of Xia. It had been so short a time, and he was already dead? Old man, is this true? The emperor is dead. Yu Qinghan questioned again. If her second brother truly had died, then in the entire Xia country, she would be the only one left. Yes. Chapter 204, the Xia country princess enters the capital, the country's fortune transforms _2. So we plan to go to the south, where we've heard of a good person called the Crown Prince of Yan country. There, not only is there no war, but they also take in refugees, so we can at least get a meal. This is bad. The words of the elder caught Yu Qinghan's full attention, and she murmured involuntarily. At first, she thought the remnants of Yan country were insignificant, but now they have revived and taken over the south. She's not sure if this so-called Crown Prince of Yan is genuine. But it's undeniable that he possesses the ability to win people's hearts. In just a few days, a large number of southern states and counties have joined Yan country. Now, Yan country is reviving at a rapid pace, and it's only a matter of time before they formally restore the nation. With her brother's death, the imperial court is undoubtedly in chaos. How could they resist the oncoming army of the Northern Wolf Empire? If she doesn't hurry to the capital city, Xia country might be really gone. Realizing this, Yu Qinghan knew she couldn't stay here any longer. She ordered a commander of the Chongning army. Send a squad of 100 soldiers to escort them to the nearest city, and tell the local officials to drove it some Dorodzi as militarv orders. Yes. After giving the order, Yu Qinghan continued her journey. She couldn't give all her military rations to these refugees, she had more important matters to face. At least she could do her best to help them. Pei Xianjian, on horseback, glanced at her sister, and worriedly said, "The Crown Prince of Yan. Forget about him. Now the safety of the capital is more important. For now, let him cause some trouble in the south, as it seems to be stabilizing the situation there. At least, no one will starve to death." Yu Qinghan spoke indifferently. Understood. Capital city of the Xia. After the new emperor's funeral, the young lord ascended the throne. On the first day of the court session, the ministers and the young lord stared at each other, not knowing what to do. Although they had a new emperor, it was as if they were all leaderless. A sniffling 5 or 6-year-old child sat on the dragon chair, cluelessly picking his nose, seemingly unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He asked in a shrill, childish voice, "My dear ministers, how should I do this emperor thing?" The Queen Dowager was listening to the politics behind the curtain. But she was also a woman and couldn't make decisions. Yu Yunping had been a suspicious man and wouldn't have chosen an ambitious and capable woman to be the empress. The Queen Dowager also had no better ideas and could only hope that the ministers would come up with something. The young lord was too young and his father, Yu Yunping, had been too busy to educate him. This led to the young lord not understanding anything and being extremely afraid of his father. The ministers exchanged glances, obviously embarrassed. Many wanted to flee, and only a few remained to guard the capital city. They wanted to suggest running away, but they dared not say it in front of so many people. Your Majesty, we should reinforce the city's defenses and recruit the army from Guangzhou to resist the barbarians in the north. At this moment, a young official stepped forward and spoke slowly. He had the appearance of a scholar, slightly handsome, serious, and upright, with a tall and straight figure. Though he was a handsome man, his official position was not high. "All right, I agree." The young lord, who knew nothing, agreed as soon as someone offered a suggestion. He had just learned to say those words today. His mother had said that if he agreed with something, he could just say okay, and if he disagreed, he could say let's discuss it further. Although reinforcing the city defenses is necessary, the capital is defenseless for miles around. How can we resist the northern wolf's 100,000 wolf cavalry? In the entire capital region, the alien tribes can move freely, which is too dangerous for your Majesty. Finally, someone brought up the issue of whether to stay or leave. I suggest moving the capital to Jinling Mansion. With the defense of the pass and the protection of the Guangzhou army, your Majesty's safety will be guaranteed. Many of the ministers were attracted to this suggestion, as it was certainly the safest approach. Ridiculous! As soon as the suggestion was put forward, it was dismissed by the young scholar. Abandoning this vast land, forsaking millions of people, and retreating to Jinling, what's the difference between that and betraying the country for personal gain? Humph! Are you saying you want to see His Majesty trampled by alien iron cavalry? An elderly minister looked at the young scholar disdainfully. It was clear that the scholar had been promoted by Emperor Wenzong and came from humble families, steadfast in his insistence on defending the capital. Seeing the two arguing, the young lord was also in a difficult position and panicked. "Ah, what should I do?" The young scholar continued to admonish. "Now that the northern people are in turmoil and the overall situation is unstable, your Majesty should summon the venerable old ministers to govern the capital city." An elderly minister interrupted, "Absolutely not. These venerable old ministers are old and weary. We cannot trouble them." These so-called old ministers were those who served under the first emperor and included a large number of founding ministers. But after Emperor Wenzong came to power, they were all dismissed and retired early. One emperor, one set of ministers, such things were indeed common. Of course, there was no need to mention their abilities. But if they were to return to power, what would become of the current ministers? These venerable ministers have already retired. It was the previous emperor's decree. How could they return to the imperial court? The young scholar refused to back down and argued, "Upon the previous emperor's death, you fled the battlefield in fear, only concerned about your southern interests. What motivates you?" This. The young lord watched the two argue, unsure of whom to listen to. He could only turn his gaze to his mother in the back, pleading in tone. "Mother, who should I listen to?" Chapter 205, The Xia Country Princess Enters the Capital, the country's fortune transforms _3. After seeing the ministers, they felt ashamed and let out a sigh, feeling disgraced. With such an emperor sitting on the dragon throne of the Xia country, he could neither pacify the ministers nearby nor deter foreign tribes from afar. He was just a timid and useless little child. However, they didn't think their own escaped thoughts were disgraceful. The young lord was too young and couldn't make decisions. His only advantage was that he was obedient. If it weren't for him being the only direct heir of the Xia royal family, the throne would never have been his turn. The first emperor took the throne quite late and did not have any more children. The crown prince had 2 daughters. After he died, they were both condemned and demoted to commoners. Second prince was busy with state affairs and had only 1 son. And the princess had passed away early. There really were no suitable candidates left. Just as the imperial court was arguing endlessly, powerful footsteps were heard. Report. The head of the imperial guards hurriedly entered the Golden Dragon Palace and loudly reported. Outside the capital city, a grand army has arrived. Did the northern ethnic groups come to kill us? A minister in a scarlet robe exclaimed in panic. It's the King Qin's army coming to the capital city. The head of the imperial guards continued to report with an inexplicably excited expression, cupped his hands, and raised his voice. Princess has come back. Hearing the word princess, the expressions of all the ministers present were somewhat frozen. The imperial court suddenly quieted down. Which princess? The Queen Dowager broke the silence and asked. She looked at them in surprise, somewhat incredulous, and asked another question. Princess Zhao Yang. Everyone looked at each other with wide eyes. They knew what this name meant. The daughter of the first emperor, Princess Zhao Yang, was expelled from the capital city 3 years ago. Wasn't she dead? Yes, Your Majesty personally examined the corpse. Is it true or false? Some ministers discussed in confusion. As early as 6 months ago, Emperor Wenzong announced the news of the princess's death. How could she possibly come back to life now? Young scholars learned of this news, and after the surprise, their faces showed joy, obviously having heard of the princess's achievements, and they immediately bowed down. Your Majesty, please meet the princess. Several young officials also knelt down and said. Your Majesty, please meet the princess. Your Majesty, please meet the princess. The young lord looked at his mother again. The Queen Dowager glanced at these useless ministers and sighed. Let her enter the court. The Xia's imperial city. A team of silver-armored cavalry arrived under the city wall. Greetings to the princess. The imperial guards on both sides saluted Yu Qinghan. Without stopping, they traveled day and night to finally return to the capital city. Yu Qinghan looked at the capital city, her eyes slightly narrowed, and her memories went back to half a year ago. At that time, she was dusty from the hurried journey, just to see her father one last time. Regrettably, that wish was not fulfilled. Now she has come back. This time, there is no one to compete with her. Your Majesty wishes to see you. One of the imperial guards came forward and bowed. Lead the way. Yu Qinghan spoke indifferently. The imperial guard rode ahead to lead the way. Behind them, the entire Chongning imperial army followed. This elite iron cavalry made the imperial guards of the imperial city feel awe. When Yu Qinghan entered the imperial city, a phantom of the red-eyed golden dragon appeared in the sky, longer and larger than before but still shapeless, a mere outline. The red-eyed golden dragon roared and immediately shattered. A faint cry of a heavenly phoenix rang out, and then it fell asleep again. They quickly arrived at the entrance to the imperial palace. Your Highness, please remove your armor and remove your sword. Yu Qinghan complied, dismounted with her long legs and powerful movements. After removing her armor and sword, she was left in a blue martial robe that fit her body perfectly, showcasing her figure. Paired with the high ponytail and a pair of enchanting slanted eyes, she looked very heroic. Golden Dragon Palace. A blue-robed woman appeared in the view of the ministers. Her slender and straight figure captured the attention of the ministers on both sides. Chapter 206, Admiral becomes king. Undertakes mission amid danger, heir to the throne. Receives prayers and incense from thousands of people. Upon the imperial court. Every civil and martial minister, including the Queen Dowager and the young lord, looked with astonishment on Yu Qinghan's face. An elderly minister exclaimed in surprise, "It is absolutely Princess Zhao Yang. I saw her in the imperial court 3 years ago. There is no mistake. It is her. There is no mistake. I saw the princess in the crowd at the Grand Military Review when the kingdom was founded," a young military official recalled. 3 years passed, yet she maintains her heroic spirit and her vigor is even stronger. The princess has returned, then the young lord, this is not a matter we should concern ourselves with. The moment they set eyes on the princess. Many ministers have already guessed the princess's return signals trouble. Far from being a loyal army to the king, they've come prepared for battle. The mother and son on the dragon chair are likely. Of course, these thoughts belong only in their minds. They are family matters of the royal family, in which they have no right to interfere. While everyone was scrutinizing Yu Qinghan was also observing them. Especially the little brat on the dragon chair. Yu Qinghan looked at the young lord, deep in thought. This little boy must be her own nephew. It seems her second brother really passed away. The whole of Xia country is now ruled by a child of a few years old. It's admittedly absurd. The attitude of the courtiers towards Yu Qinghan remains unclear to her. The only thing that she's certain about is that she returned for the throne. Compared with her brother's ambition, her motivation is purer. By now, she has been forced into this position where Xia country is on the verge of extinction and she had to step forward. Even for the common people, she has to fight for the throne. She has the power to do so. The Chongning Imperial Army is in the city, combined with her prestige in the army, she can take the throne with ease. The Queen Mother behind the bead curtain saw the vigor in Yu Qinghan and guessed the real reason for her return. Although she did not concern herself with state affairs and was not deeply informed, she was not foolish. Princess Zhao Yang, who has retreated into obscurity, has been missing for so long, and now leading a great army into the capital unveiling her true intentions, even a fool could see it. The Queen Dowager spoke slowly, her gaze filled with laughter. Zhao Yang, I'm glad you're all right. The master of this palace thought you were gone. The previous emperor was truly worried. The tone of her voice suggested that past affairs were no longer of concern. However, she indirectly mentioned Emperor Wenzong, hoping that it would give the other party some apprehension. The Queen Dowager's concern is truly appreciated. Right now, with Xia country facing the misfortune, I inevitably had to step in. If my father were still alive, I am certain that he wouldn't want to see Xia country like this. Yu Qinghan responded without haste, invoked the first emperor, and declared her legitimacy. Watching the two speaking from a distance, many ministers sensed a sense of confrontation. However, they could not reveal what was happening from the surface. Although the Queen Dowager was once the ruler of the inner palace and knew something about the power of politics, she had anticipated the implied meaning behind Yu Qinghan's words. Princess Zhao Yang not only came for the throne, but she also intended to purge the country of alien tribes. She, undoubtedly, would be the best candidate to save Xia kingdom from ruin. As a former general and the god of army of Xia country, there was nothing that she could not accomplish when she led the army. Once she could withstand this crisis, Princess Zhao Yang would amass a large amount of prestige in the court and the commonalty, which would allow her to ascend the throne effortlessly. But how will she treat me? The Queen Dowager's thoughts were straightforward. She had lost all desire and ambition for the throne. Her husband had died on the throne and naturally, she wouldn't want her son to follow in his footsteps. All she wished for was to raise her son, then live a life full of wealth and honor. She was never an ambitious woman. She knew her self-worth. She couldn't contend with Yu Qinghan. Before that, she had to secure enough protection to ensure her situation. After pausing for a while, the Queen Dowager couldn't help but ask. What plans does the princess have now? Do you have the confidence to deal with the alien tribe in the north? Is our safety assured? Not only was it an inquiry about the safety of the capital, but it also indirectly inquired about Yu Qinghan's attitude towards herself. ROL.C. She needed to know the other party's position. Yu Qinghan also understood this, and answered lightly, constructing fortifications, leading a large army, and resisting the offensive enemy. With me here, don't worry. I will surely protect the capital, and the safety of the Queen Dowager is no problem. What she meant was if you hand over the throne and the control of the military, I will guarantee the safety of the mother and son. After hearing this, the Queen Dowager remained silent for a moment, then asked again. What about the wolf cavalry of the alien tribe, princess? Is there confidence in dealing with them? I've heard that many states and counties in the north have been brutally devastated, with the wolf cavalry coming and going freely. They are as unpredictable as lightning strikes, feared to be difficult to deal with. She was also curious about Yu Qinghan's opinion and confidence in this war. Apart from the Queen Dowager, all ministers and the innocent young lord also looked towards Yu Qinghan, evidently placing their hopes on her. Facing the eyes of everyone, Yu Qinghan was not in the least bit nervous. Standing tall, her face was calm and composed. "If the enemy advances, I also advance," she said. "This battle, if fought, will surely be won." The two phrases, revealing her heroic spirit, showcased her confidence and determination. The confidence that emanated from her touched even the surrounding ministers. The young officials were moved by her gaze, their hearts full of admiration. Chapter 207, The General Becomes King, takes command in times of crisis, and the Crown Prince receives the support of the people and their incense offerings. 2. How impressive! Although the young lord on the dragon chair couldn't understand, he was also moved by this momentum. He felt that the sister in the center, just standing there, had a particularly strong sense of security. The Queen Dowager got this answer, nodded, and was very satisfied. Now she could only trust Yu Qinghan. Without her, whether she could still stay in the imperial palace might be an unknown. Depending on these ministers, the capital city might be trampled by the foreign army. All right, since that's the case, let's restore her original position. The defense of the capital city will rely on the general. The Queen Dowager looked at Yu Qinghan and spoke earnestly. "Jinner, issue a decree." Princess Zhao Yang restored her original position. She whispered to her son at the same time. When the young lord got the word from his mother, he came to his senses, nodded obediently, and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Princess Zhao Yang restored her original position." Princess Zhao Yang restored her original position. The eunuch who served the decree nearby repeated it loudly with his quacking voice. The Queen Dowager glanced at Yu Qinghan, hesitated for a while, and added another sentence. "Let's confer her the title of King Chu." The young lord followed suit, "Confer her the title of King Chu. Restore her original position and confer her the title of King Chu." The echoing voice of the eunuch resounded through the main hall. All the ministers in the hall realized that the once awe-inspiring senior general had regained her power. The position of Marshal of the Xia, which had not been filled for 3 years since it was no longer set, was now in her hands again, signifying the opening of a new phase. In theory, the Queen Dowager did not have the qualifications to confer the title of king. The young lord was too young, and the decision had to be made after consultation with the ministers. But under the current situation, who among the ministers dared to stand up and oppose it? "Congratulations, King Chu! Congratulations, King Chu!" They had no choice but to congratulate her one after another. "Your Majesty, I will accept your order and will not fail your expectations." Yu Qinghan ignored their flattery, half knelt down with a fist in her hand, and spoke with a solemn gaze. "Assigned when the army was defeated and ordered when faced with hardships." Her burden is very heavy. She understood the intention of the Queen Dowager's conferring the title of king. This was to show favor to her. It was equivalent to accelerating her own ascendancy to the throne and doing her a favor. It was nothing more than hoping for a better life in the future. To be fair, after ascending the throne, as long as the Queen Dowager and the young lord didn't interfere in the affairs of state, she would not do anything to them. What is most important now is to deal with the Northern Wolf Army marching south. Nanya Prefecture. Outside the city walls, there was a constant stream of refugees and fleeing teams coming here. The city moat and the walls were looking at each other from a distance, and the official road in between was choked with people. There were porridge sheds set up by the government office at the city gate, specially for aiding the victims of calamities. There were soldiers and clerks maintaining order nearby. Most of the refugees, seeing the fully armed dragon riders of Yan at the gate of the city, behaved honestly, queuing up for porridge and not daring to jump the line. On the city wall, Zhao Huai stared at the scene below and asked, "Is there still enough grain?" Song Zishu, wearing a black long shirt, replied with a gentle smile, "Your Highness, don't worry, we have already taken the grain hoarded by those grain merchants. There's enough grain for everyone." "Young master, a large number of refugees are now moving southward due to the war in the north. Although there is enough grain in Nanya Prefecture, the area is limited after all. It is necessary to move the population to nearby states and counties." Yin Nanyu also calmly stood and spoke lightly, looking like a beautiful landscape in the distance. Zhao Huai nodded, "Yes, this is necessary. Leave the specific matters to you." He behaved like a hands-off shopkeeper. "Yes." Yin Nanyu agreed without much complaint. Zhao Huai stood on the city wall, looked at the common people below, and saw that their faces were filled with thick grey. He vaguely saw the scene of the war. As the frequency of using the divination master's destiny increased, he became more adept, gaining more ways to use it. As long as he stared at their eyes, he could see the scene where Qi gathered and learn about the recent events they had encountered. After seeing many people's faces, the only strange thing was it was Yin Nanyu's face. The faces of his many people, including soldiers, officers, scholars, and literati, were all thick golden, symbolizing that they will be very wealthy and noble in the future. But why was Yin Nanyu's face always white? Indicating nothing had happened. It was just too strange. Could it be that the destiny of cultivators was separate from the mortal world? The establishment of the Yan country, for powerful cultivators, wasn't considered significant in terms of worldly qi? "Make way, make way! Don't block the road!" Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the city gate. It turned out that a beautifully decorated carriage was driving in from the road, accompanied by tall servants, obviously a very well-off family. "Everyone is waiting in line for porridge, how can you cut in line?" A refugee nearby was very dissatisfied. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a well-dressed, pot-bellied middle-aged man came out, sneered and said, "Waiting in line? What's your status, and what's mine? You expect me to wait in line? You wish." Seeing the man's arrogance and the servants beside him, the surrounding refugees dared not say a word. Chapter 208, The General Becomes King, takes command in times of crisis, and the Crown Prince receives the support of the people and their incense offerings. 3. The soldier guarding the gate, taken aback by his assertive manner, hesitated for a moment before calling for Song Zishu. Song Zishu, being the grandson of Song Heking, was young, energetic, and incredibly capable. He had been appointed to work alongside Zhao Huai, effectively serving in a role equivalent to that of a registrar. In modern terms, he was similar to a secretary. However, being the secretary for the Crown Prince carried a lot of weight. Many desired for this position but few were granted the opportunity. Song Zishu arrived at the city gate, facing the middle-aged man. He expressed in an emotionless voice, "I serve the Crown Prince. What news do you carry?" The Crown Prince had always maintained that order came first. For someone like this, it would be a surprise if Song Zishu showed any sign of goodwill. The middle-aged man's demeanor grew slightly more restrained upon seeing Song Zishu, but he still exuded an air of arrogance. "I am an official from the 6 departments of the Xia country. I am here to offer my services to the Crown Prince. I bring news from the capital and can contribute to the strength of Yan country." Really? When Song Zishu learned that the other party had inside information about the Xia country, he couldn't help but take it seriously. "Be specific about what news you have. It will be the same as if you tell me." Song Zishu responded indifferently. "No, I must meet the Crown Prince personally." The middle-aged man insisted stubbornly, resolved to meet the Crown Prince of Yan country. "Also, get these scum out of my way. I've been on the road for several days, I'm starving." He glanced with disdain at the unwashed common people near him. Faced with such a situation, Song Zishu could not afford to lose his temper considering the gravity of the matter and had to wait for the Crown Prince's verdict. "Wait a moment." Zhao Huai, while in the backyard garden, was listening to a briefing from his subordinates. With his divine insight, he was aware of the situation unfolding at the city gate. Not long after, Song Zisha returned. "Your Highness, outside. I saw it all." Zhao Huai squinted his eyes, displaying a clear look of displeasure. With a large stride, he headed towards the city gate. Upon seeing the crown prince's demeanor, all of his subordinates observing carefully shut their mouths. Song Zisha stopped talking and just followed behind Zhao Huai. "Alas, I thought we'd have food once we entered Yan country's territory, but who knew we'd encounter something like this right at the gate. Indeed, I hope the crown prince can deliver justice. This can't be allowed to happen again in the future." "That's right, if things like this are happening now, it's likely that we won't have an easy time moving forward." The commoners near the middle-aged man were murmuring among themselves. Apparently, they were all dissatisfied with his queue-jumping behavior. He, along with his family and servants, more than a dozen people in total, had barged in without a care. This kind of behavior was utterly shameless. All of them had traveled long distances, braving the cold winds of December to get here. They were already extremely hungry. Anyone in this situation would have to grumble and complain a bit. Soon enough, a man in white appeared in the sight of everyone, surrounded by a large group of people. His position was obviously something important. "Is he the crown prince of Yan country? He looks so young. Indeed, I thought he would be at least 30 years old. Turns out he's about the same age as my son. According to the rumors, the crown prince of Yan country is a great person. He shouldn't favor this man, right?" The refugees around, upon seeing Zhao Huai's figure, started discussing animatedly. The middle-aged man, initially seated on the carriage, stood up upon noticing the approaching party. Zhao Huai arrived before the middle-aged man, looked at him, and asked coldly, "So you are the official from Xia country?" "Yes, yes. Greetings, Your Highness." The middle-aged man exchanged his face with a flattering one, trying to curry favor with Zhao Huai. As long as he earned the crown prince's favor and paired it with the news he brought, high-ranking positions and rich rewards would undoubtedly be within his reach. "Speak. What exactly is the matter?" Zhao Huai asked with a frown, after examining the man's face. His facial features carried a purple hue, indicating his high status was genuine. The middle-aged man leaned in, whispering, "The emperor of Xia has died. The new emperor is dead." Upon hearing this news, Zhao Huai's eyebrows rose in surprise. His surprise was shared not only by him but also among his surrounding subordinates. Song Zisha was the first to react, frowning. How could the new emperor suddenly die? Yin Nanya contemplated, "It's very likely to be true, as there's no need to forge this type of news which would only demoralize the troops. Probably, it is kept secret by the Xia court, presumably to resist an attack from the northern wolf." Since the Raven Sec's base in the capital had been uprooted, her updates about the capital were limited. "You can ask those who came from the capital. What I said is absolutely true. Besides, with the young lord assuming power and the Queen Dowager calling the shots, Xia country is in a leaderless situation. This is undoubtedly a great chance for Van country to counterattack in the north." The middle-aged man declared spiritedly. "Your Highness, if this is true, it could indeed be a good opportunity." Song Zisha found it hard to disagree with the middle-aged man's view. The emperor of the Xia imperial court has died, leaving the country headless. Under the attack from the northern wolf, its situation looks gravely perilous, with no power to resist. At this moment, if Yan country heads north, lending their side an extra strength, they should be able to take back a large amount of land. After hearing this, Zhao Huai fell into silent contemplation for a while before addressing the middle-aged man. "Is there anything else? I'm an official from the military department, so I know the distribution of Xia's military forces. As long as I act, Yan country can take Xia's territories as swiftly as possible." The middle-aged man proclaimed with a smug expression. His tone was fierce, as if he harbored a deep grudge against Xia. Zhao Huai nodded, saying, "I see, then I thank you. Guards, seize him." Those surrounding them were perplexed. The prince was having a peaceful conversation and then unexpectedly issued an order, leaving even the soldiers in a state of confusion. "What are you waiting for? This man is a spy sent by Xia. Why haven't you seized him?" Zhao Huai instructed again. It was then that the soldiers reacted, coming forward to arrest the middle-aged man. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" The middle-aged man was stupefied, completely failing to understand Zhao Huai's action. On seeing Zhao Huai's order, Song Zishu expressed his concern in a low voice, "Your Highness, this man might still be useful. He is an official of Xia. If we kill him now, when we invade Xia in the future, the other officials might hesitate to surrender, which could affect our subsequent war strategy." Zhao Huai had naturally considered this point. But he felt that the will of the people is more important than anything else. If they allowed this life-fearing, country-selling, glory-seeking creature into Yan country, there was no telling how much trouble he might stir up. Rather than waiting for that moment to come, it's better to nip the problem in the bud right now. At this moment, a communication from Yin Nanyu enters Zhao Huai's ear. "Don't worry, leave him to me. I can make him confess the troop distribution. The problem concerning your Highness will be no issue." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Huai felt more at ease. It still felt more comfortable depending on the military council. "Take him away." Zhao Huai waved his hand, effectively declaring the verdict. Song Zishu had to give up. His job was to advise, but the final decision still lay with the crown prince. "I came to join Yan country, you can't do this to me." The middle-aged man and his carriage, along with servants, were all detained. He could only howl in helplessness. "Ugh!" The man, bound up like a dead dog by the soldiers and his mouth gagged with cloth, awaited his incarceration in the dungeon. The people at the city gate, watching this, all wore broad smiles on their faces. "Haha, serves him right. He got what he deserved for cutting the line. I thought the crown prince was going to let him pass after such a long conversation. Yan country truly is different from Xia, the crown prince is such a good person." The refugees inside and out of the city gate each held a bowl of porridge, drinking it with satisfaction. Though not much, they were extremely content. A feeling of belonging to Yan country was beginning to form in their hearts. Seeing Zhao Huai's fair and just actions, their impression of Yan country was improving. This sense of belonging turned into an ocean of power, birthed from countless tiny particles. Zhao Huai, standing at the city gate, as if sensing something. In his destiny mind, the dragon-shaking heavenly mandate destiny illuminated subtly. A faint stream of power gathered from these refugees was being absorbed by him. This power was unique and indescribable. It was very warm, very pleasant. Could this be the power of perpetuation? Zhao Huai couldn't help but speculate. The dragon-shaking heavenly mandate destiny can convert the power of perpetuation into his own strength. Since it was taking effect, then it must be the power of perpetuation. Chapter 209, Zhao Huai breaks through, can. Fight Golden Core, troops at the city wall, the fame of Yu King Han. The cultivation continued to increase rapidly, soon hitting a bottleneck. Boom! A roar sounded in the Qi Sea, the magic power turned into a whirlwind, and the realm once again broke through. He had reached the 8th level of the initiation stage, and it was still rising. The subsequent increase brought by the power of the perpetuation was still ongoing. If the cultivation was considered a fire, the power of the perpetuation was the kindling, the wick that fuels the fire, allowing it to burn even fiercer. The increased cultivation refined the magic power which diffused throughout the body, turning the original meridians, which were merely twinkling golden, into a vibrant gold. Previously, only the primary meridians had been refined. Now all meridians in the body had undergone the same process, incomparable to the past. In just half a stick of incense time, Zhao Huai's power had undergone a drastic change. He had crossed the 5th stage of the forming core realm, 2 stages away from the 7th stage, the realm of top-level geniuses, and 4 stages away from the legendary 9th stage of the golden core realm. It might seem close, but each stage was a world apart. Take Zhao Huai as of now, for instance. At present, even without the aid of his destiny, he was capable of being a match for an early stage, low-tier golden core realm cultivator. Cultivators in the golden core realm below the 3rd stage might not be his match. Before, he could only have the upper hand, now he had truly become much stronger. With his golden yang, heavenly dragon, and sword saint anomalies, he may even trample over his opponents. However, compared with Chu Yuking, Gu Tianji, and other top-level geniuses of the immortal sects, there was still a gap. They were, undoubtedly, at the pinnacle of the golden core realm, where 90% of golden core cultivators are not their match. Simultaneously, Zhao Huai noticeably felt that this round of refinement was notably more difficult than the previous ones. The previous rounds of refinement were as simple as eating and drinking. The 5th round, on the other hand, had felt like walking into a wooden wall, and one could only continue by breaking the wall. The rapid increase in cultivation only halted at the bottleneck of the 8th level of the initiation stage. He will soon face a major hurdle: progressing from the initiation stage to the golden core stage. As per his knowledge, many cultivators at the perfect initiation stage, wanting to remain calm and form a higher-ranked golden core during the core formation stage, ended up failing. Unable to suppress the power within their bodies, they broke through directly, which resulted in a lower limit on their realm. Zhao Huai believed that his advantage lied in the fact that with the help of the national fortune, he stepped into the core forming stage at a much earlier phase. But soon, he will have to face the issue of the upper limit of his realm as well. Finally reaching the 6th stage of the forming core realm, about to impact the 7th stage, suddenly breaking through. Who should he go crying to then? Zhao Huai felt the golden blood brought about by the innate dominating body flowing rampantly within, filling him with power. It gave the surrounding people a feeling of oppression. Yin Nanyu, with the highest cultivation, was the first to sense this change. Her gem-like eyes looked over, somewhat confused by Zhao Huai's transformation. She clearly felt that Zhao Huai's aura had become much more imposing. After her cultivation had improved due to the power of the Crow Immortal, reaching the late initiation stage, she should have been able to sense Zhao Huai's cultivation level. But now when she looked over, all she saw was fog. She couldn't see anything. This indicated that Zhao Huai's cultivation was much more advanced than hers. It seems that your highness has achieved a new gain. Yin Nanyu slowly opened her mouth to speak. Her words drew everyone's attention. Zhao Huai offered a slight smile and said, "Just a little revelation. It seems that your highness's talent is something we cannot compare to. At such a young age, Ne is nearing a Dri-Nai-Tun run to Tnego Iden Kor Reem." Yin Nanyu sighed. Although her words seemed to praise Zhao Huai, she was really relaying this information to the ears of the people surrounding them. Everyone must be made aware of Zhao Huai's deep roots in Yan country. That way, the hearts of the people could be further stabilized. Those surrounding them, including Song Zishu, all revealed shocked expressions upon hearing this. What? Royal Crown Prince is about to break through to the Golden Core realm. My God! Is it true? How old is the prince? The immortal sect disciples likely don't even have this qualification. Heaven is blessing our Yan country. No wonder they were shocked. Golden Core cultivators were rare on a normal day, not to mention the initiation stage cultivators. Golden Core cultivators were mainly the talent from great immortal cultivation sects. Now that they knew that Zhao Huai was about to break through to the Golden Core realm, it was only surprising if they weren't shocked. Crown Prince's cultivation should now be above the 7th level of the initiation stage, right? Song Zishu carefully asked. More or less. It's at the late stage. Zhao Huai nodded, not denying but humbly adding. The levels are terms commonly used in the mortal world. The terms early, medium, and late stages are used in the immortal cultivation world. There's a reason for this difference. It's because 99% of cultivators in the mortal world are at the chi-refining realm. Therefore, they divide the chi-refining realm very precisely into 9 levels, extending this habit up until the initiation realm. But as the realms advance, they don't use this system anymore and simply categorize them into early, middle, and late stages. It's different for the great sects of the immortal cultivation world. The chi-refining realm is merely the threshold of cultivation. So, why bother dividing it into levels? Chi-refining is just chi-refining. There's no division into multiple levels or distinctions between strong and weak. Only after reaching the initiation stage, do they divide into early, middle, and late stages. When the surrounding people came to know about Zhao Huai's high realm, their originally respectful eyes were now filled with awe. Since ancient times, the strong have always been revered. The fact that the prince's cultivation was even better than General Hu shocked them. Chapter 210, Zhao Huai breaks through, Qin. Fight Golden Core, troops at the city wall, the fame of Yu Qinghan _2. The only thing that puzzled Song Zishu was that he had heard from his grandfather that the crown prince's aptitude had not been very good before, and he wasn't even cut out for immortal cultivation. He didn't know why he had such extraordinary talent now. He felt that he must have had some kind of opportunity. A great lucky person gets opportunities, and once they enter the path, they can make rapid progress in their cultivation in a short period of time. There are many similar examples in the immortal cultivation world, and you can hear about them every year. After leaving the city gate and returning to the manor, Zhao Huai thought about the surprised expressions of the people and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Indeed, his cultivation had improved now, and if Yan country were to unify in the future, the amount of perpetuation power he would receive would be even greater. However, in comparison, the cultivations of these subordinates of Yan country were obviously not enough. Should he consider improving the strength of Yan country's former department? However, cultivating subordinates requires a large amount of resources. Right now, all he had on hand was a single heavenly bloody spiritual stone. Purchasing pills would require a considerable number of spiritual stones. So, instead of using spiritual stones to buy them, it would be better to refine them himself. After obtaining the small world in the treasured mirror, he discovered that the small world could not only be used for cultivation but also for nurturing panacea. With the speed of time flow, panacea and universal treasures would mature faster. Through these days of exploration, he had already discovered the correct usage of the ancestral weapon, the treasured mirror. The treasured mirror would automatically absorb the spiritual chi between heaven and earth, replenishing its power. This process was extremely slow. He could only feel that the treasured mirror was charging, but he still couldn't enter it. However, there is another method to open the small world in the treasured mirror, which is to feed it with enough spiritual stones. Spiritual chi is like an energy source. Providing a large amount of spiritual stones can keep the small world operating continuously. But the consumption of spiritual stones is enormous. He roughly calculated that feeding 100 spiritual stones could allow the small world to operate for an hour. It would take 2,400 spiritual stones for a day. In a month, it would be 72,000 pieces. In a year, it could reach more than 800,000. Freb Novo. This terrifying number would make even the capitalists blush. Zhao Huai's entire fortune combined would definitely not exceed 100,000 pieces. Maintaining half a month might be possible, but if more is needed, even more spiritual stones would be required. He also found out that other creatures cannot enter this small world besides himself. He abandoned the idea of using the small world to cultivate his subordinates. If he wanted to cultivate subordinates, he would need a large amount of elixirs and an alchemist worth his salt. Learning alchemy is not an easy thing, otherwise, there wouldn't be so few alchemists in the immortal cultivation world. Even an alchemist in the 9th grade, when placed in large aristocratic families, would be treated like a treasure. Moreover, learning alchemy requires a master, and alchemists won't easily accept apprentices, and they rarely accept apprentices because they are mostly busy and have no time. If he wanted to learn alchemy, studying the contents of the books would not be enough. Most of alchemy is related to practice, so it is best to find a teacher. Suddenly, Zhao Huai thought of Yan Jing. Wasn't he an alchemist? Moreover, he was a disciple of one of the 5 immortal sects, Medicine Pill Valley, and this identity carried great value. There were many alchemists in Medicine Pill Valley. When Yan Jing left, he had given him a token, which might be useful, right? Medicine Pill Valley was responsible for overseeing most alchemists, including those in the mortal world. He could use this token to establish a connection with Medicine Pill Valley. In this way, wouldn't the matter of alchemists have a way out? Zhao Huai made up his mind and decided to go out. He would go to the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association branch in Nanya Prefecture first and see what he could find. Outside the wall of the Xia's imperial city, as far as the eye could see, there was a dense army with wolf cavalry neatly arranged. The black wolves under the soldiers bared their teeth and snarled, their eyes blood red. The northern wolf army had already encroached upon the territory, coming to Xia's capital's door. Every northern wolf soldier who came here had a distinctly different appearance from the people of Xia country, with deep eye sockets and dark skin. Nevertheless, without exception, their morale was extremely high. The Northern Wolf Empire's army steadily marched southward along the border, breaking through 10 states, capturing cities and looting resources, causing a wasteland and a deadly silence in 1,000 miles radius. But this also reflected the unstoppable momentum of the Northern Wolf Army. They were like bulldozers, pushing everything in front of them with hardly any substantial resistance. 1 year ago, this would have been nearly impossible. Although Crown Prince Yu Shiwang wasn't very smart, he was very serious about military affairs. With him around, the Northern Wolf Empire would not have been able to invade them. Your Majesty, this is the capital of Xia country. To the south, we can secure the central plains, and to the west, we can reach the western countries. This is a geomantic treasure land. Capturing it would be extremely beneficial to us. In the commanding tent, the generals of the Northern Wolf Empire sat down in order. A man with eagle eyes and wolf-like features, wearing a barbaric beast bracer in his arms, a black emperor's robe adorned with demonic bones and black jade, listened to the reports of the people in front of him. Imperial teacher, what do you think? The wolf emperor's sharp eagle eyes turned to an elder beside him. The elder was short in stature, wearing a grey robe with a very strange pattern on it, and his face was covered with intricate tattoos. This man was none other than the imperial teacher of the Northern Wolf Empire at present. The imperial reacher said calmly, "As long as we capture this city, the demise of Xia country will not be far away. I have already communicated with the divine tree, and the presence of the divine dragon in the south indicates that the remnants of Yan are also exerting their efforts. Now is the best time to destroy Xia country. And the new emperor of Xia has died, now Xia is nothing more than a toothless sick tiger." Chapter 211, Zhao Huai breaks through, Qin. Fight Golden Corps, troops at the city wall, the fame of Yuk Jinghan III. However, soon after, a soldier entered the tent to report, his expression solemn. "Your Majesty, a woman has appeared ahead." "Just a woman, what's there to be afraid of?" the Wolf Emperor said discontentedly. "The woman is quite formidable, with a big bow, she has already killed several of our scout teams." "What?" The Wolf Emperor was somewhat surprised, then narrowed his eyes, his tone gloomy, "Let me go and see." He came to the center of the army, standing on a wooden watchtower, using his divine insight to look into the distance, and found a woman in armor standing on the city wall. Silver armor and long hair, tied into a high ponytail, valiant, holding a big bow. "It's that girl from the Yu family." Recognizing her appearance, the Wolf Emperor was both shocked and furious. In his memory, Udao King has 3 children. The eldest son he is most familiar with, as he meets him every day. The second son he seldom sees, knowing only that he inherited the throne. There was also a daughter, whose name he had long heard about. 3 years ago, during the internal strife in Yan country, he learned of the news and wanted to take advantage of the situation to consolidate some territories. But soon after, he encountered a well-trained army. He swore he had never seen such an elite and passionate army. Undoubtedly, he was defeated in that battle. Defeated miserably. That day, looking from afar, he vaguely remembered the silver-armored, long-haired woman. The senior general of Xia country. Didn't she die? The Wolf Emperor's face turned pale green. As far as he knew, that girl from the Yu family had gone missing 3 years ago and had long since stopped commanding the army. Seeing her again right now meant that this battle was not as easy as he had imagined. This battle is unpredictable. The imperial teacher's aged face also showed a frown. Your Majesty, we have already come this far, how can we give up halfway? A nearby general who was not aware of the full situation saw the hesitation in the faces of the imperial teacher and the Wolf Emperor and spoke up to persuade them. In his opinion, the Northern Wolf Empire was now invincible, and Xia country would soon become a part of the Northern Wolf. A shadow flashed in the eyes of the Wolf Emperor, as he murmured. That's right, this emperor has traveled across rolling yellow sand, thousands of miles, and finally arrived here. How can I give up halfway? My strength is not what it was 3 years ago. With that thought, the Wolf Emperor's confidence returned. It is said that one should look at others differently after a mere 3 days apart. How could it not be the case after 3 years? Send the message to the formation, I would like to see how much this girl weighs. The Wolf Emperor stood up and snorted coldly. Atop the city walls of Xia's capital, a group of commanders and generals in armor lowered their heads, staring straight at the woman in front of them. Now, the entire Xia country's military power was in the hands of this woman in front of them. The senior general had the final say. They had to obey military discipline. They're coming out. Yu Qinghan saw that the Northern Wolf army had deliberately separated a gap and said faintly. Are they trying to negotiate? The gate commander next to her saw this scene and was puzzled. Negotiate? I think they came to threaten and boost morale. Yu Qinghan said coldly, as she was very familiar with the intentions of her enemies. Senior General, should we respond? The commander asked. Yes, and we must respond beautifully. Yu Qinghan turned around and walked towards the city gate below. Rubnve.c. The surrounding generals were puzzled and asked, Senior General, aren't you bringing anyone with you? I alone am enough. The voice came, and she had already left the city gate, and the generals finally realized. There was a sigh in their hearts. Chapter 212, The Glorious Future of the Great Flame. Between the two armies. Clatter. Yu Qinghan holds a long halberd, rides a horse, and faces thousands of soldiers without panicking. The Wolf Emperor sits on a black chariot, surrounded by his generals. Seeing Yu Qinghan, he says coldly. You family girl, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You haven't died, how could I have died? Yu Qinghan replies indifferently. Humph, let me see how much progress you've made. Or if it's just your empty words. The Wolf Emperor's face darkens. Whoever can decapitate her will receive a promotion in rank and rise to the 3rd grade. Several generals under his command hear this and eagerly volunteer, beating their chests. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will make this woman suffer. That's right. Leave it to me. Yu Qinghan grips her long halberd, glances at the opposing soldiers with her indifferent phoenix eyes, and says. Come at me together, and let's settle this quickly. They're all cultivators at the 9th stage of refining qi, not worth fearing. However, her words only serve to enrage the generals. They draw their weapons and charge at her. In a blink of an eye, a dark figure flashes past. Yu Qinghan's figure soars into the air, above their heads. Sturdy, azure-colored magical power swirls around her and converges on her halberd. A piercing sound breaks through the air. A sharp halberd chi shoots out immediately. Overbearing vigorous chi slashes down directly. Whoosh! Blood splatters everywhere. In just an instant, several soldiers fall off their horses. Both men and horses are cleaved in half. Who could survive beneath this halberd? What? The Wolf Emperor on the black chariot can't help but jump at this sight. Generals of the Northern Wolf Empire exchange glances, revealing a hint of shock in their eyes. Officials and commanders of Xia's army, watching from the city walls, show equally astonished expressions. How strong! This is magical power. Senior General has broken through to the initiation stage. Great! With the Senior General here, the city has no worries. Stop your arrogance! Several initiation stage generals of the Northern Wolf disdainfully snort and leap into action, their magical powers surging, as they attack Yu Qinghan. Bang! Bang! The sounds of magical weapons clashing echo through the air. But soon, a jaw-dropping scene unfolds. Yu Qinghan's halberd moves like a swimming dragon, its strikes too quick to predict. Dominating magical power bursts forth from her meridians. A red phoenix rises, wailing to the heavens. What? What is this phenomenon? She can gather a phenomenon at the initiation stage. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Yu Qinghan shows no mercy, waving her hand. Rich magical power transforms into a soaring phoenix that quickly sweeps over the ground, killing the initiation stage Northern Wolf generals and knocking them off their horses in the blink of an eye. The phoenix doesn't stop but continues to sweep towards the Northern Wolf army. Protect the Emperor! The Wolf Emperor frantically shouts. With secret orders given, the front army springs into action, surrounding the Wolf Emperor. However, the phoenix's momentum remains unstoppable, charging its way. At this time, a faint shadow rises from the Wolf Emperor's body. A humanoid figure with a wolf's head and disdain in its eyes. Wolf Country's national destiny protection. The phoenix crashes into the shadowy wolf, and the two forces cancel each other out. Even Yu Qinghan can't break the Wolf Emperor's national destiny. The Northern Wolf Empire is now in its prime, with unstoppable momentum. After an unsuccessful attack, the Wolf Emperor gathers his cultivator warriors, who wield ruthless and relentless blades and swords. Yu Qinghan's body is enveloped in swirling magical power, emitting a powerful chi burst, rendering all attacks useless. She leaps back onto her horse, her phoenix eyes filled with a hint of regret. She has withdrawn unscathed. Yet, it seems impossible for her to kill the Wolf Emperor. With an air of invincibility, Yu Qinghan slays several generals, aiming for the divine might of the Wolf Emperor. Her posture seems unrivaled and doesn't waver in the slightest. It's a pity she encountered national destiny protection in the end, ultimately falling short. Seeing their emperor almost killed, their faces become pale, from the higher-ranking officials to the soldiers, in the entire Northern Wolf army. The Northern Wolf soldiers' fighting spirits become crushed. In contrast, the spirits of Xia's soldiers are boosted enormously. Heavenly Treasures Trade Association of Nanya Prefecture. Mortal world cultivators choose to come here for trade, exchanging goods for money or other valuables. Zhao Huai looks at the various panacea before him, carefully examining each one. He mainly selects seeds for planting panacea to be grown in his small world, which will quickly bear fruit. Along with the seeds, he receives a planting guide, so there's no worry about technique. He soon selects several seeds, mainly those for refining the body and the soul. After choosing, he moves to the front desk, intending to inquire about alchemists here. How may I help you? Seeing Zhao Huai approaching, a girl in a green skirt smiles and speaks. She's responsible for attending to the cultivators and works at the front desk reception. His appearance and demeanor immediately catches her attention. Do you have any alchemists here? Zhao Huai asks. The girl in green nods. Alchemist? Of course, we do. What grade of alchemist does the young master need? An alchemist capable of refining initiation pills. Zhao Huai replies indifferently. The girl's smile freezes momentarily before readjusting and returning to normal. She smiles apologetically and explains. Chapter 213, The Glorious Future of the Great Flame 2. Her words were within Zhao Huai's expectations. Alchemists were always a reclusive bunch, without sufficient chips, they couldn't be bothered. It's fine, just give me their information. Zhao Huai waved his hand, not minding the issue at all. All right, the third floor of the attic is an area designated for alchemists. You should be able to find the alchemist you're looking for there. Upon receiving the address, Zhao Huai went up the stairs and arrived at the third floor. When he arrived at the specified room, he knocked on the door. But there was no response. He had no choice but to push the door open. As soon as the door was pushed open, Zhao Huai smelled a strong fragrance of medicine in the air. It smelled so good that he deliberately took a deeper breath. But for some reason, he began to feel a bit dizzy. It's poisonous, don't breathe it in. A desperate cry came from inside the room, sounding quite helpless. But it was already too late. Zhao Huai's body had collapsed, and he passed out. What the hell, such a fragrant scent is actually poison. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Huai regained consciousness in a daze and muttered quietly, completely speechless. When he opened his eyes, he saw a disheveled, dirty old face in front of him. It startled him awake. Looking at the surroundings, this was an alchemy room. Things were scattered all around, and the room temperature was hotter than the outside. An alchemy furnace was placed in the center, and the shelves at the edges of the room were filled with various panaceas and white porcelain bottles. He didn't know what kind of pills they were. I'm sorry. I was refining a poison pill today, and it accidentally exploded. The old man with the dirty face apologized awkwardly with a smile. Zhao Huai's mouth twitched, and then he took out the token given by the host and looked at the name on it. He asked, "You are Master Gu?" The sloppy elder slowly nodded, and then turned back to fiddle with the alchemy furnace. That's right, what do you need? If it's about pill refining, forget it. I haven't even finished refining my own stuff yet. After hearing the other party's words, Zhao Huai fell silent for a moment. According to the token, this person was a 6th grade alchemist, a high rank. In the immortal cultivation world, alchemists above the 6th grade could be called alchemy masters. Those above the 3rd grade were considered grand masters. 6th grade alchemists, whether in the mortal world or the immortal cultivation world, were in high demand. Zhao Huai looked at the back of the sloppy elder and spoke seriously, "Senior Gu, I'm here to learn the alchemy technique." Alchemy technique? I see that you're already in the initiation stage and have the protection of sword intention. Isn't cultivating sword skills good enough? What do you need to learn alchemy technique for? The sloppy elder turned his head, squinting his old eyes, and chuckled, "Only those whose cultivation has not progressed will delve into alchemy. And besides, aren't you from an immortal sect? Your identity, background, and strength aren't bad, so why bother learning alchemy? I've long stopped taking disciples. No matter how you plead with me, I won't take you as a disciple." The sloppy elder pouted, clearly unwilling to teach. "Why does Senior Gu think I'm from an immortal sect?" Zhao Huai asked out of curiosity. "What's so difficult to guess? You have a faint immortal spiritual qi about you. This spiritual qi should only exist in the spiritual mountains, which were once the Ascension lands. Senior Gu is really amazing." Zhao Huai smiled. It seemed that the other party had mistaken the immortal spiritual qi from the ancestral weapon for the qi from the spiritual mountains. The sloppy elder shook his head, not accepting Zhao Huai's compliments, and calmly said, "No need to flatter me. Recognizing qi is just the most basic skill for an alchemist to make a living. Does Senior Gu recognize this item? Zhao Huai saw that the other party was so ungracious and just took out the token that Yan Jing had given him. Upon seeing the token, the sloppy elder was surprised. The Medicine King's order? How do you have this? Only the true disciples of the Medicine Pill Valley have this. I heard that with this token, you can get help from the Medicine Pill Valley and even enter the valley to seek the pills you want. That place is the holy land for alchemists all over the world. Countless lost pill prescriptions and various rare pills are there, and so many people want to enter but can't. FATED. Where did you get it from? Seeing the excitement in the elder's eyes, Zhao Huai suddenly understood. He had underestimated the value of this item. Yan Jing's identity must be extraordinary. Come to think of it, there's no way his cultivation wouldn't improve at all in 3 years. Looking at the hopeful expression in the sloppy elder's eyes, Zhao Huai smiled and said, Senior Gu, how about we make a deal? Ahem, go on. The sloppy elder coughed lightly. This token was originally given to me by a friend from the immortal sect. I have a close relationship with him, and the token is just a symbol. For me, it's not very useful. As long as you teach me the alchemy technique and help me refine pills, I'll give you this token. Zhao Huai smiled. No problem. Follow me, Gu Daizai, and I'll teach you not just some ordinary alchemy technique, but the top-notch ancient alchemy art. The sloppy elder agreed without any hesitation. There was no trace of the previous disdain in his tone. You have to know, this was the Medicine King's order. With it, he could go to the Medicine Pill Valley for further study. For him, there were countless benefits, even the possibility of advancing to 5th or 4th grade. After leaving the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association, Zhao Huai was very satisfied. He had gained the help of an alchemist, so he could slowly learn pill refining in the future. He aimed to be self-sufficient in pill production and sales in the future. Not only could he earn money, but he could also cultivate his subordinates. It was a win-win situation. Chapter 214, The Glorious Future of the Great Flame _3. Eventually, he found a group of people already waiting for him. Among them were Song Heking, Song Zishu, Yin Nanyu, and other think tank members, as well as General Hu Yunjiao, Wang Meng, and other high-ranking Yan military officials. What's the matter? Zhao Huai asked. Song Zishu stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. The armies of the Yan country have been mobilized, and the preliminary count is about 150,000. Among them, nearly 100,000 are troops belonging to local aristocratic families and government offices. General Hutt's progress in recapturing the southern territories has reached a point where most states and counties have surrendered, and the entire south is basically unified. It is time to shift our focus to the north. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai understood immediately. Everyone was planning to march northward. The northern offensive will not be as easy as in the south. Are you all prepared? Zhao Huai questioned. Despite the blood on their uniforms, the Yan soldiers before him were incredibly excited and enthused, looking at Zhao Huai with admiring eyes. Seeking vengeance for their ancestors and friends, standing once again in the light was something that the old members of the Yan country couldn't even dream of. Only the royal crown prince had such cohesion and charisma. He stood like an anchor, steadfast at the forefront, making the timid courageous and inspiring those common people suffering under Xia's rule to rise up against it. The Yan country needed such a person. Even if Zhao Huai did nothing more, the power of the Yan country would gradually strengthen. Because the people now had a backbone, their fighting spirit was at an all-time high. Your Highness, we have been preparing day and night for the past 3 years, so we are ready to fight at any time. Hu Yunjiao approached Zhao Huai and said this. Indeed, just leave the logistics of the army to me. The aristocratic families, officials, and merchants have all contributed a lot of army provisions, so we should have enough food. Song Hecking also chimed in. Sensing the strong desire of the group, Zhao Huai thought to himself. Now the Xia country in the north was still struggling. If Yan rose up from the south, it would be like stabbing them in the back, playing right into the hands of the Northern Wolf Empire and allowing them to seize vast territories. But war was cruel, with no room for luck. All the sacrifices made by the common people were just part of the larger picture under the iron hoof. Seeing Zhao Huai deep in thought, Yin Nanyu couldn't help but ask. Young master, what's the matter? Nothing. Zhao Huai shook his head, staring intently into Yin Nanyu's gemstone-like eyes, asking earnestly, Xiao Nan, what do you think the outcome of the northern offensive will be? Or, rather, what do you think we can achieve from? With a calm gaze, Yin Nanyu explained, if there are no unexpected incidents, victory is assured. To avenge the people of the former Yan country, even just an assault on the north would be a great morale boost, and that alone would be the most significant incentive. Letting out a sigh, Song Hecking said, yes, your highness may not know, but after the fall of the Yan country 3 years ago, the royal family suffered terribly. Many were killed, and many officials' daughters and consorts were sold to brothels. Men were sent to mines as slaves or were branded on their faces and exiled to the borderlands as soldiers. That year, the voice of the Yan country gradually faded. General Hu agreed, many soldiers lost their wives and children, and this hatred has been accumulating for 4 years. If we could destroy Xia, even if the northern people suffer under the alien tribe's iron cavalry, the ends would justify the means. War cannot be won without casualties, but we can minimize the number of people sacrificed. After hearing their words, Zhao Huai remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly, it's not wrong to seek revenge and retribution. However, it shouldn't be one's ultimate goal in life. Living means striving for a better life, not plunging oneself into the abyss. Even if you all were Yan, I hope that you can emerge from the dark cloud of hatred and not live in darkness forever. Do you understand? Without experiencing another's pain, don't urge them to be good. Although it's right to say that, Zhao Huai did not want the faith of the remnants of the Yan country to be limited to this. Because the aim of Yan wasn't just to annihilate Xia. For the days to come, there was still light and hope, and Zhao Huai hoped they would realize that. He hoped to see an even more glorious Yan. Upon hearing Zhao Huai's words, Yin Nanyu was lost in thought. Welcoming a better life. What an interesting perspective. However, to her, spreading the faith of the Raven sect throughout both Yan and Xia was what she intended to do. Sitting in her current position, she constantly moved toward that goal. Now the time for her to act had nearly come. The crown prince should immediately become the emperor. Here in Nanya Prefecture, we should rebuild the glorious Yan Empire, and oppose Xia to the end. I am willing to swear fealty to the death. General Hu spoke loud and clear, with utmost respect. Song Hecking nodded in agreement. That's right, holding a heaven-worshipping ceremony and an ascension ceremony is necessary for the current situation. Everyone present agreed. He was about to ascend to the throne. Chapter 215, Husband and wife gaze across the river at a distance. Zhao Huai, following the will of the people, held the coronation ceremony. Now he came to the ancestral hall to worship his ancestors. The ancestral hall is located at the deepest part of the Yantang Manor, which is not only the gathering place of the old Yan country, but also the spiritual tokens of the Yan royal family across generations. When the Yan country was left with only its ministers, the only things they could take away were the spiritual tokens. Money and treasures were all plundered, and only the spiritual tokens of the royal ancestral hall were left untouched. Thus, they set up the spiritual tokens in the Yan hall, burning incense and offering worship to them. Always remembering the past glory of Yan country. The area of the royal ancestral hall was not small, but it was still crowded. Zhao Huai also came to this place for the first time. If not for the necessary ancestor worship before his enthronement, he would not have visited it. Did he have any attachment to the so-called Yan ancestors? Not really, only a sense of destiny. But without ancestor worship, how could he emphasize the legitimacy of upholding the will of the ancestors and winning the hearts of the common people? Zhao Huai listened to Song Heking's words. In Yan's traditions, the emphasis is not on the traditional thoughts of the Middle Ancient Immortal Dynasty, where people gained the heavenly mandate and ruled over the people. Instead, they valued the new concept of the people being the most important, the nation second, and the ruler being the least important. Since ancestor Yan Ziu ascended, he broke the heavenly mandate, and he was a once-in-a-thousand-year extraordinary figure. Isn't the heavenly mandate just a decoration to him? In his eyes, ancestor Yan Ziu was indeed a remarkable person. According to the rituals, when entering the royal ancestral hall, one should bow with both hands clasped for every step taken to show respect to the ancestors. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhao Huai walked step by step into the ancestral hall, bowing for each step taken. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, he finally saw the emperor's spiritual tokens. Regardless of anything else, he was still the crown prince of Yan, with the bloodline of Yan Zia flowing in his veins. When meeting his ancestors, it was only right for him to worship them. Zhao Huai knelt on the cushion and respectfully bowed, saying, "The 164th generation of Zhao's descendants, Zhao Huai, came to worship our ancestors." A small bow required only a slight stoop, while a big bow required prostrating oneself to the ground. Zhao Huai made a big bow. Just at the moment when he finished bowing and was getting up, Zhao Huai felt a mysterious force emerging from the spirit tokens and entering his body as if a divine insight was probing him. He knew that this should be the residual thoughts of his ancestors centuries ago. The earliest group of people who followed ancestor Yan Ziu had cultivation levels that were unfathomable, all of them were ancestors above the metamorphosis stage. Their wills were immortal and could often be preserved for thousands of years. Subsequently, the powerful cultivators in both the mortal world and the immortal cultivation world of Yan country became increasingly scarce. The spiritual tokens in this ancestral hall were made of special materials that could store the thoughts of the ancestors. Under the baptism of the ancestors' wills, the scene in Zhao Huai's eyes changed. A golden sacred mountain seemed to appear in his mind, towering and majestic, with a bottomless glow. A series of illusory golden shadows floated up, each representing a powerful cultivator in the Yan lineage. Looking around, there were more than a dozen of them. The national fortune of the heavenly dragon country roared in his mind as if greeting the ancestors. But to be honest, this number was not large. Yan country had been established for hundreds of years, and the number of royal family members was enormous. This indicated that there had been few powerful cultivators in the Yan royal family in later times. Staring at the sacred ancestral vision in his mind, Zhao Huai was filled with emotions. You should know that every ancestor's cultivation level was above the rebirth realm, and they would definitely cause quite a stir in the immortal cultivation world. Perhaps not even the great immortal cultivation sects possessed such a profound heritage. This meant that during the years when ancestor Yan Ziu ruled, the human race had a very glorious golden age. Zhao Huai couldn't help but wonder. What on earth happened 800 years ago, and why did the immortal path perish? Ancestor Yan Ziu ended the chaos, and after he ascended, his lifespan should have been close to immortality. So was he still alive? If he were alive, shouldn't he come home and have a look? Yan country was destroyed, and he never appeared. Could it be that he had perished? As for the specific answer, Zhao Huai felt that thinking about it now was still too far away. Perhaps, when his own strength improved, it would naturally surface. Suddenly, his black ring sparkled with golden light, apparently sensing something from the white jade imperial dragon seal. He took out the white jade imperial dragon seal. With a surge of brilliance, the imperial dragon seal instantly transformed into a treasured mirror. In the ancestral hall, strands of golden sacred light emitted dazzling rays, and then all of them were absorbed by the treasured mirror. Golden sacred light flowed through Zhao Huai's body and poured into the ancestral weapon, the treasured mirror. 3 golden characters emerged on the mirror and quickly disappeared. Reincarnation treasured mirror. Zhao Huai took a glance and memorized it, murmuring to himself. Golden light gathered in the treasured mirror, and then overflowed. Transforming into a pillar of light, it roared and shot straight into the sky. Zhao Huai's Qi operated on its own, stirring up the magic power in his whole body, and a golden phantom slowly rose. The appearance of the phantom was identical to Zhao Huai's. This caused quite a stir, catching the attention of the people outside the ancestral hall. Have the ancestors of Yan country revealed their divine presence? What a divine aura! Is this the power of Yan country's ancestors? The royal crown prince really is the one chosen by the heavenly mandate of Yan country. Both the soldiers of Yan country and the common people of the south looked in the direction of the golden light pillar. As if activated, the national fortune of the White Kylan immortal dragon of Yan country once again emerged, appearing like a neatly arranged star map, with the shining points activated in the blink of an eye. Chapter 216, Husband and wife gazing at each other across the river too. People could see a towering, illusory figure resembling Zhao Huai standing between heaven and earth. At this incredible sight, Hu Yunjiao would not miss this opportunity. He immediately stepped forward and loudly addressed the soldiers below. The will of our ancestors in Yan Empire has awakened, and the Yan Empire will usher in a new glory. The Xia country will eventually be overthrown by us. Destroy Xia country! Long live the Crown Prince! The people below responded in unison, their expressions excited. Still in the ancestral hall, Zhao Huai held the reincarnation treasured mirror, looking at the illusion above his head. He never expected that the will of the late emperor in the ancestral hall would actually allow him to conjure such a vision again. This illusion looked just like him. Could it really be the divine intervention of his ancestors? He looked at the reincarnation treasured mirror in his hand, deep in thought. At this time, Hu Yunjiao bowed his fist at the door and said, "Your Highness, the ancestor worshipping ceremony has been completed, and we can head north." In his view, this ancestor worshipping ceremony was very successful, and it was originally set up for the preparations of their northern expedition. Right now, with the high morale, it was the best time to attack. After a while, the illusion slowly dissipated, and Zhao Huai walked out of the ancestral hall and looked at the people below. He calmly said, "Let's go." After the order was issued, the Yan Empire's army moved as one. Exiting Nanya Prefecture in a mighty procession, they advanced towards the north. On the march, the Yan Empire's flag flew high. The golden dragon carriage was in the center of the army, floating in the air. The elite dragon riders of the Yan Empire acted as vanguards, scouting the way ahead. Inside the dragon carriage, Zhao Huai lifted a corner of the curtain and gazed at the rushing river visible in the distance, seemingly preoccupied. His expression was not as excited as one would imagine, but rather extremely calm. Yin Nanyu sat next to him, understanding what was on his mind. She asked, "Young master, are you still thinking about her?" With his eyes still focused on the view outside the curtain, Zhao Huai sighed, "Yes, our people have turned Jinzhou city upside down but found no trace of her. It's as if she disappeared from the face of the earth." Yin Nanyu's eyes flickered as she tried to persuade him. "But I don't think she's worth your consideration. Right now, you are the lord of the Yan Empire. In the future, if you conquer the north, you will be the emperor, and there will be no woman beyond your reach." Hearing her words, Zhao Huai's face showed little emotion, and he remained calm. "You have done a lot for the Yan Empire this time, and the rewards will naturally be plentiful. However, I hope you will not interfere in my personal matters." He felt that Yin Nanyu's tone and appearance didn't seem like someone who was content with just being a subordinate. Yin Nanyu's eyes darkened, and she turned her head away, saying indifferently, "In your eyes, can I only be a servant? You should know exactly what I want. If you can give it to me, I can do anything. You're just like Chu Yuking, both of you have ulterior motives, right?" Zhao Huai was no fool. Ever since Yan Nanyu got close to him, she had been scheming and diligent in pursuit. This woman was too clever, so clever that he had to be on guard. He didn't believe that she would go to such lengths just because of the life-saving grace. There must be something more to it. Young master, it hurts me to hear you say that. Yan Nanyu put on a sad face. Zhao Huai calmly said, no matter what your purpose is, as long as the Yan Empire unifies the human world, I will not treat you unfairly. High-ranking officials and generous rewards, as well as meritorious titles, are not a problem. In some ways, you are not my subordinate but rather an equal, more like a friend. Actually, you don't need to kneel or bow to me if you don't want to. As a free person, you don't have so many constraints. It's just that the current affairs of the Yan Empire need your attention. What I want is, Yan Nanyu clenched her teeth secretly, feeling unhappy deep down. But after a pause, she looked into Zhao Huai's eyes, knowing that it wasn't the time to reveal her cards. Her gaze softened and she sighed, is your heart made of iron, young master? It might be too cold. She couldn't afford to turn against him just yet. Otherwise, everything she had done so far would be in vain. To replace that woman in his heart, she had to make Zhao Huai realize her value and that he couldn't get by without her. With that in mind, how far could the national fortune of the Yan Empire be from her? What of that woman in his heart, the exquisite fairy? How could she be a match for Yan Nanyu? I hope the young master will give me a commitment, Yan Nanyu said. Go ahead. If I help the Yan Empire successfully unify, I want to become a member of the royal family. You should know what that means. Yan Nanyu's beautiful eyes gazed closely at Zhao Huai's face, speaking earnestly. By that time, the Yan Empire will owe you part of its success. It's not an unreasonable request, and I can agree to it, Zhao Huai responded, acknowledging her hidden intentions with a serious tone. Receiving his promise, Yan Nanyu's face showed a satisfied expression. Your Highness, there is a large army ahead that doesn't appear to be from the Xia. At this time, Hu Yunjiao's voice rang out. Hearing the sound, Zhao Huai breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping out of the dragon carriage, he looked at the vast expanse before him, feeling the rumbling vibrations. An army appeared through the yellow sand. The black armored wolf cavalry wore impenetrable iron helmets and were fully wrapped in armor. Even the black wolves they rode were armored. It's the iron slaughter of the Northern Wolf Empire. Having recognized the appearance of the army ahead, Hu Yunjiao was astonished. He had also guarded the northern border before and witnessed the power of the iron slaughter of the Northern Wolf Empire. Chapter 217, Husband and Wife Gazing at Each Other Across the River _3. Yan Nanyu observed the army of the iron slaughter, which seemed somewhat disheveled. The oncoming army doesn't seem to be attacking us, rather, it seems to be fleeing, he questioned skeptically. No matter what, let's get into formation for battle first. Hu Yunjiao, the leader of the army, was clearly highly experienced. Under his command, the dragon riders of the Yan began to deploy to their flanks. They took the form of a knife's edge, defending the sides of the army, their arrows ready on their crossbows, prepared to fire. The core of the army was upheld by soldiers holding shields, connected layer by layer. Through the openings between the shields, spears were in place ready to cut the legs of the enemy's cavalry. In front, rows of caltrops were laid. This was the first time Zhao Huai had been at the scene of a battle. An aura of solemnity hit him instantly. The Yan army was perfectly disciplined, with no superfluous movements, displaying their training with every action. Soon, another flag appeared in sight. The words Chongning were inscribed on it. Silver-armored soldiers emerged before them. Horses of fire charged forward, their riders carrying sharp black blades that flickered like obsidian. With smooth swipes, the blades cut through the iron slaughter's black armor, spilling a great deal of hot blood everywhere. The numbers of silver-armored soldiers were multiplying. They outnumbered the iron slaughter by several times. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sky was filled with the sound of cutting air, as a heavy rain of arrows descended. Even if the arrows didn't pierce through the iron slaughter's armor, they slowed them down significantly. It's the divine arm crossbow of the Xia. Almost instantly, Hu Yunjiao recognized the material of the arrowheads on the ground in the distance. With this, Zhao Huai understood that the Xia army was chasing the northern wolf, and that's why the iron slaughter were all running away. Didn't the Xia's new emperor die? How can they still have the power to chase and attack the Northern Wolf Empire's army? Zhao Huai asked, unable to suppress his doubt. Theoretically, with the new emperor's death, the Xia should have barely managed to defend their city gates against the overwhelming and unstoppable Northern Wolf army. How could they manage to chase after the Northern Wolf and attack? It seemed like they had won the battle, considering their high spirits. Looking at the chaotic scene, Hu Yunjiao's eyes flashed with killing intent and he shouted forcefully, "Attack!" The flag-bearer beside him immediately waved the command flag, issuing orders. Knowing that the iron slaughter were not after the Yan, there was no need for hesitation. Regardless of whether they were northern wolves or the Xia, all were enemies of the Yan. The dragon riders of the Yan on both sides charged at the enemy ahead. Under the sunlight, the Yan's blood-scale jade armor shone brilliantly. Their spears were capable of directly piercing through humans. In just a short while, they annihilated the iron slaughter before them. They then faced the silver-armored army waving the Chongning flag. Just when Hu Yunjiao planned to take advantage of the situation and continue attacking relentlessly. Badump! A dull horn noise came from the other side of the river bank, echoing over the plain. The silver-armored soldiers immediately halted their charge, turned their horses, and left without looking back. They were extremely decisive, with no one left behind, or any sign of hesitation. This was comparable to the discipline of the dragon riders of the Yan. Seeing this, Hu Yunjiao ordered his army to stop progressing as well. He also sensed the unusual atmosphere, and he mused, who is commanding this army? They are impressively sharp, definitely not to be underestimated. So many people, is that the Xia's army? At the same time, Zhao Huai's golden dragon carriage had arrived at the front of the army. He squinted at the opposite bank, then asked. They were covered in silver armor, reflecting the light, and were rather dazzling. A figure was seen riding a horse, standing with great dignity, was also watching them. Looking at the silhouette, it seemed to be a woman. Unfortunately, a large river separated them, and the distance was too far. Even using divine insight it was impossible to probe, and they could only see a silhouette. On the other side of the river, Yu Qinghan was sat on horseback, surrounded by silver-armored guards. "Sister, there's still an army over there." Pei Xianjian squinted into the distance with her hand shielding her eyes, but still couldn't see clearly. All she could observe was a massive crowd of people. That's the Yan's army, Yu Qinghan said indifferently. With her personal courage, she boosted the morale of the army. And in advance she made plans. Before entering the capital, she borrowed the imperial edict from His Majesty, making the garrison army in Guangzhou and the border defense army from the western edge diverge from their original route and set up an encirclement for the 100,000-strong Northern Wolf army. But the trap she laid was indeed a little hasty. She still allowed the Wolf Emperor to escape. She had been pursuing the surviving remnants of his defeated army all the way to the riverside. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, she ran into the army from Yan country. "Sister, I think I see a carriage up there. Could it be the Crown Prince of Yan who has been much talked about lately? Should we fight them? Or maybe have a meet-up, at least make ourselves known to them?" Pei Xianjian's almond eyes sparked of excitement. Xia had just given the invading army of the Northern Wolf Empire a severe beating. She believed that no one could be her sister's match, including the Crown Prince of Yan. Yu Qinghan shook her head. "No need, there's nothing good to see. Right now, the soldiers of Chongning have pursued them this far and are already weary, and the soldiers of Yan are well rested and full of energy. We have no advantage in this, let's retreat. But, it looks like they want to attack us. Pei Xianjian said. Yu Qinghan said casually, that was before, now, they wouldn't dare. She took another look at the Yangtze River and seemed quite thoughtful. Royal Crown Prince, the situation has changed. Xia's situation does not seem as harsh as we thought. They have revealed their tracks and it seems difficult for them to fight again. Hu Yunjiao reported to Zhao Huai, his expression extremely serious. This expedition to the north was meant to take advantage of the situation. We were hoping to recover some lost territories while the northern wolf was invading. If we were to confront Xia's main army head-on, that would certainly be unwise. Zhao Huai understood this too. Yan had just regained its nation, its army was small in comparison to Xia, which had an army of nearly 1 million men, it was far weaker. His assets were not plentiful, whatever was spent was gone. But having set out, we must not return without any gain at all, right? General Hu, didn't you say there were still quite a number of tribes and clans in the southwest mountain ridges that have not yet surrendered? Why not take this opportunity to quell them? Hu Yunjiao nodded his head, understanding the intention of the crown prince, and gently bowed his hand, saying, yes indeed. He found that the crown prince was still observing the other side of the river, and he couldn't help but to ask curiously, Your Highness, what are you watching? Zhao Huai shook his head, smiling faintly. Nothing, it just felt that the woman standing on the other side of the river looked a little familiar, must be my overthinking. Yin Nanya watched, analyzed, I suspect that someone has steadied the situation, killed the Queen Dowager and the young monarch, and controlled the imperial court situation. Otherwise, Xia could not possibly cope with this overwhelming attack from Northern Wolf. My guess, it is the Xia princess, who is notoriously murderous and known as the female demon. Zhao Huai's brows slightly wrinkled, he said, if it is so, the princess's heart is really too ruthless. Human heart is unpredictable, there's nothing that is impossible. At the time when the armies of both Xia and Yan were simultaneously withdrawing, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Soon, it turned into a heavy snowstorm. Your Highness, it's snowing. Unconsciously a year has passed. It's almost New Year, time really goes by quickly. Sister, it's snowing, why are you fantasizing again? Are you thinking about brother-in-law? I'm just wondering, my husband, he should be able to see this snow too. This volume ended here. There is not much to say about the human world, the new chapter in the immortal cultivation world begins. Chapter 218, The Empress Ascends the Throne. That night, Xia's capital city gate. Heavy snow fell, and the cold evening wind cut like a knife, causing a stinging pain on the face. The army entering the city left a mottled trail in the snow. The general on the city wall, with a smile on his face, watched as the Chongning Imperial Army returned victorious. Yu Qinghan, her black hair scattered over her shoulders, walked at the forefront. The common people in the capital city streets were delighted to see this scene and discussed it excitedly. Senior General has won. Yes, she has driven away all those alien tribesmen. Great, we don't have to move now. I've seen a lot of people heading south these past few days. Now there's no need to worry. With Senior General here, this is the safest place. Listening to the conversations on the streets, Yu Qinghan's body, tired from the past several days, couldn't help but relax a little. She focused her gaze on the common people on both sides of the road, her conviction in her heart grew even stronger. As long as she lived, war and chaos must not befall the common people. She must end this mess in the world, just like she did 3 years ago. With these thoughts, they soon arrived at the imperial palace. Except for the guards who followed Yu Qinghan, the rest of the Chongning Imperial Army returned to the barracks in the capital city for rest and repairs. Yu Qinghan returned to the imperial palace. But inside the palace, there was a deathly silence, and the once brightly lit palace corridors were now incredibly dark. Yu Qinghan's intuition told her that something was wrong, and with a frown, she seemed to think of something. "Follow me!" She gave an order, striding towards the inner palace. The guards around her quickened their pace and followed closely. On the way, Yu Qinghan's heart was filled with anxiety. Now, the impregnable momentum of the Northern Wolf's army had been broken by her. Even if the 10 states of the north were still in their hands, the capital city was temporarily free of crisis. In other words, her prestige had been established, and no one could stop her from ascending the throne. No minister or clan elder could resist the general trend. So for the Queen Dowager and the young lord, she intended to spare their lives. At this critical juncture, the last thing she wanted to see was more sacrifices. Yu Qinghan came to the Palace of Compassion and Tranquility. The lantern at the entrance of the palace was still lit, but its blood-red color against the tall, red walls was inexplicably disturbing. Yu Qinghan looked carefully. At the entrance, the palace guard lay in a pool of blood, strewn haphazardly all around. There was no doubt that a tragedy had occurred. Bang! She kicked open the door, and the figures of black-clothed men appeared in her divine insight. Seeing the door being opened, the black-clothed men all looked towards the entrance to see who had intruded. As soon as Yu Qinghan entered, she saw an elegantly dressed woman lying in a pool of blood. A 5-year-old child was motionless, his breath already gone, held tightly in the hands of a black-clothed man like a little chick. Her pupils contracted, and a nameless fury surged in Yu Qinghan's heart. Her magic power gathered quickly, and she struck a palm through the air. The sound was intense, and the attack was fierce. The terrifying force sent several black-clothed men flying and crashing into the palace walls, lifeless. Yu Qinghan's figure moved, instantly catching the child's body. At the same time, holding the slightest hope, she checked the woman's breath on the ground. Unfortunately, the person on the ground had long been turned into a cold corpse. "Qinghan, what are you doing?" A magnetic middle-aged man's voice came from inside the hall. Chongning King Peiming walked out of the main hall, his face full of displeasure at this point. Yu Qinghan's expression was icy cold, and she asked, "Why did you kill the Queen Dowager and the young lord?" "Why? They are obstacles in your future path. As long as the new emperor's loyalists are still alive, there will be ill intentions. If you don't eliminate them now, when will you?" Peiming said indifferently. "But I've already promised them a way out. Are you going against my orders?" Yu Qinghan's tone was calm, but it was filled with a terrifying momentum. The calmer she was, the more it meant that her inner anger had reached its peak. "Qinghan, I hope you remember who supported you and brought you to where you are today. Are you going to turn against me for the enemy?" Peiming said coldly. From his perspective, he was just doing a simple task. Leaving the Queen Dowager and the young lord alive could lead to disaster in the future. It's better to kill them now to prevent them from being used as pawns by others with ulterior motives. But in Yu Qinghan's eyes, this was undoubtedly crossing her bottom line. Peiming ignored her orders and acted on his own. This in itself revealed some issues. What if similar situations happened again in the future? How should she handle them? Would she just let them slide? If she didn't resolve this ticking time bomb, her authority in the imperial court in the future would surely be held back. But no matter what, Peiming was still her uncle. Moreover, with the relationship between Pei Xianjian in the mix, she couldn't act against him. Thinking of this, Yu Qinghan's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing her like this, Peiming felt a sense of ominous foreboding in his heart. He had an indistinct feeling that Yu Qinghan was about to slip out of his control. Chongning Imperial Army went north to defend the capital, which was what he wanted to see. So he had not interfered too much. However, when he saw her granting mercy to the Queen Dowager and her son, he felt that it was inappropriate. Carefully considering the situation, she had already established her power. Chapter 219, The Empress Ascends the Throne 2. In the beginning, it was with the backing of monks King Long and Fu Hu that the other party agreed to the terms of becoming emperor. Now that monks King Long and Fu Hu have achieved their goals, they have left him. Clearly, little Ling Yan Temple valued Yu King Han, not him. Had he, himself, been played by the people of the immortal sect? I hope that next time, something like this won't happen again. Yu King Han cast a deep, warning glance at Pei Ming. Then she turned and left. Pei Ming watched her retreating figure, and his face couldn't help but darken. Your Highness, the princess's tone is so aggressive, it seems she is already unhappy with you. A subordinate said cautiously. Do I need you to tell me that? But there's no other way. The throne must be held by my good niece. We can only think of other ways later. On the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, at Zhao Han, the heavy snow that had fallen for several days finally stopped, leaving the entire Xia's imperial city covered in a silver blanket. Under the eaves of every household in the capital city, there was a long row of ice spikes as thick as one's forearm, sharp as fangs, and transparent as crystal. With the new year approaching, many families were busily preparing their New Year's supplies. No matter how you looked at it, it had been almost 4 years since the founding of the Xia country, which was just a dozen days or so ago. In fact, during the reign of the first emperor, the Xia country had already been established for 3 to 4 years, but at that time, the territory was not as vast as it is now. Yan country and Xia country were still in a stalemate for several years. Eventually, Xia country emerged victorious and took over the throne. But now, for some reason, the tables had turned. The once invincible Xia country had, in just 4 years since its founding, lost 2 emperors in succession. It could be said that the divine continent was in turmoil, and the common people were terrified. However, the people in the city heard that the Xia country was about to welcome its 3rd emperor. Today was the day of the ascension ceremony. In the imperial palace, the halls were magnificent, closely spaced, with high attics piled up, reaching the sky, and supported by golden pillars with winding dragons, looking extremely imposing. The palace grounds cover hundreds of miles around. The soaring red walls seemed like an insurmountable chasm, preventing the world from peering into the secrets of the imperial palace. 500 years ago, Xia's capital had already been the capital of Yan country, with a history of 500 years. 500 years ago, ancestor Yan Xia conquered the east and the west, first eliminating the demons, then exterminating the evil way, and finally establishing the first-ranked position in the immortal sect. In the end, he swept across the 4 seas and unified the world. The reason why Yan Xia chose this place at the beginning was that this was a place of shining stars, with the sky relying on Ziwei, the earth connecting to the spiritual mountains, and excellent feng shui. The so-called Ziwei represents the Lord of the Stars, the Emperor, and the meaning of sitting and holding the world. The land here is close to the spiritual mountains, so there are very few demons rampaging, and the water in the imperial city is taken from the spiritual mountains, with clear blue water flowing slowly through the mountains and then into Xia's capital. The center of the imperial palace is the Yangzhen Palace, which is where the emperor's everyday life takes place. At this moment, in front of the bronze mirror stood a woman. The rising sun was gradually brightening, hanging in the sky above the capital city, making the mirror shine. Yu Qinghan shed her clothes, revealing her snow-white back and long legs, appearing tall and slender overall. She stretched out her jade-white fingers and touched the scar under her collarbone, lost in thought. 8 palace maids were waiting on her, putting on her newly made clothes. A wide red phoenix-patterned imperial robe with intricate gold patterns, its length covering her bare feet. As Xia country was affiliated with the fire element, the main color of the imperial robe was red. Yu Qinghan finally put on the imperial robe, but she looked at herself in the mirror with no expression. Afterward, the maids took out various cosmetics such as eyebrow ink, floral clips, rouge boxes, and face powder, preparing to dress her up to attend the ascension ceremony later. Grinding the eyebrow ink for her eyebrows to accentuate Yu Qinghan's willow leaf eyebrows and slanted eyes, while applying rouge to her lips made them as vivid as fire. Her black long hair was coiled up on top of her head, held in place by a jade hairpin with a phoenix spreading its wings, and adorned with a heavy imperial crown, making her look more dignified. Soon, her makeup was completed. Yu Qinghan looked noble and cold, like a towering iceberg. Her phoenix eyes contained an air of majesty, like the aloof and inviolable emperor. After spending a long time, the maids who had finished their work bowed down and said, "Princess, it's time for the coronation." "I know." Yu Qinghan spoke in a faint voice, pleasant to the ears but with a hint of coldness and hoarseness. The throne she had fought for but never obtained 3 years ago was now handed to her on a silver platter. Yet she couldn't bring herself to be happy about it. Along the way, the palace maids dragged the long imperial robe until they reached the entrance of the Tianyu Temple. Tianyu Temple is the sacrificial site of the Xia country, extremely vast, occupying an area of nearly 1,000 kilometers, and all that could be seen were neatly arranged, symmetrical palace buildings. Even with its vastness, at the moment of the ascension ceremony, it was crowded with people. The Xia country put together the ceremonies of succession, ascension, and worshipping heaven and earth. With her exquisite and solemn face, Yu Qinghan stood on the high platform of Tianyu Temple, overlooking the crowd. Everyone had already arrived, waiting for the official of the Ministry of Rites to recite the prepared documents. Since the founding of the Xia country by the first emperor, there have been 8 desolate lands, the emperors and their virtuous subjects, but now there are barbarians and wolves. After the lengthy ceremony, the officials finally announced the new emperor's enthronement, general amnesty for the world, and the beginning of the long prosperity era. As soon as the words were spoken, deafening cheers erupted from below. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The ministers prostrated themselves in reverence. The Xia Empire welcomed its true ruler. At the end of the ceremony, chirp! A clear and melodious phoenix cry sounded. Yu Qinghan seemed to sense something, and she raised her pretty face. Above the capital city, the incessant flames gathered together, forming a phoenix rising from the ashes. 9 flame lotuses bloomed, revealing the divine bird's face. 9 tailed feathers, 3 crowned phoenix head. The movement of the national fortune spectacle was huge, causing astonishment among the officials at the scene. This was an ancient phoenix. It's said that in ancient times, it was the supreme existence in mythology, and they were ranked as well. Red phoenix, yellow parrot, green loon, purple crow, white swan, all 5 are phoenixes, with the red one being the most respected, the king of phoenixes. This was the new national fortune of the Xia, the 9-feathered red phoenix. The red phoenix raised its head and let out a long cry, spreading its wings and flying. A warm power enveloped the entire capital city of the Xia, causing the common people to look up at the sky and continuously cast sidelong glances. An auspicious sign. It's an auspicious sign. Heaven bless Xia. Heaven bless Xia. With this divine bird, it means that our Xia will soon usher in a golden age. Many old ministers of the Xia, upon seeing this scene, the vicissitudes on their faces were replaced by tears of excitement. Whether it was the young newcomers or the old officials who had served 3 emperors, everyone looked at the phoenix in the sky with full of hope. Nowadays, as soon as the empress is enthroned, the national fortune is greatly established, and the red dragon's transformation into a phoenix is undoubtedly an astonishing omen. Splash! After the red phoenix soared, it transformed into a river of fire and headed towards Yu Qinghan. All the flames of the fire river entered her body. Not long after, the sky returned to its tranquility. A flame-like pattern appeared on her forehead. Yu Qinghan felt the strong power pouring into her body, and she was also extremely puzzled. Her cultivation had actually increased significantly. It had directly broken through the middle stage and reached the late initiation stage, and it was expected to break through again soon. The perfect immortal spiritual route allowed her to cultivate at a rapid pace. There was no bottleneck to speak of at all. As long as she had enough time, she had confidence that cultivating to the metamorphosis stage would not be a problem, and she could even go higher. Yu Qinghan soon regained her composure and, looking at the ministers below with a solemn expression, issued her first imperial edict. Spread my decree, recruit soldiers, reduce taxes, recuperate our people, repair our weapons, and fight the Northern Wolf again next year. Secondly, promote Jianzhou to Jianzhou Prefecture and return it to the direct jurisdiction of the imperial court. Thirdly, within the 4 seas, it is necessary to find a man who will be of great use to me. His appearance will be drawn by the Imperial College soon. Upon hearing the decree, the ministers looked at each other in confusion. She had just ascended the throne, and 3 decrees were issued one after another. The first one was understandable, but what about the other 2? Did you hear that? Yu Qinghan's majestic voice filled with unquestionable authority rang out. The ministers shuddered in their hearts and hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After laying down the decree, Yu Qinghan returned to the palace to rest. On the way, she looked at the resplendent palace but couldn't muster any interest. Ugh! Suddenly, Yu Qinghan felt nauseous, but she couldn't manage to vomit. What's going on? She frowned and couldn't help but wonder in secret. She hurriedly examined her body. Her meridians, qi and mind were clearly fine. So where was the problem? Suddenly, she froze in place. Chapter 220, Be prepared for danger in times of safety, abundant year with fortunate snow. With the 3rd emperor of the Xia seizing power and ascending the throne, the news immediately spread from the capital city to all directions. People from the world were all amazed, as there had never been a female ruler before. In Nanya Prefecture, a cold wind chilled to the bone. Compared to the heavy snow in the north, this place was even colder, and the only way to keep warm was to burn coal stoves. As the new year approached, whether cultivators or ordinary people, all returned to their hometowns to spend time with their families and relatives. Cultivators naturally also had families, and those who were alone at an old age were, after all, a minority. Most of them were young sect disciples. The sects were quite humane, allowing disciples to return to their parents' homes during the new year. In a pavilion of the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association branch, the fragrance of medicine overflowed. "That's right, control the heat like this," said an unkempt elder with a slightly open eye, patiently guiding with a leisurely tone. "Innate fire is the Dao fire condensed within cultivators in the initiation stage. It can be used for alchemy and refining tools. Don't underestimate it. It is said that mastering innate fire to the extreme can even be used for magic to resist enemies. Ancient classics even record that with an immortal's samadhi fire, all living beings in the world can be burned to nothingness. Of course, don't be anxious right now. It's already quite difficult to refine the pill well." Zhao Huai closed his eyes, his forehead sweating, and his fingers formed seals. He concentrated his spiritual power on the alchemy furnace in front of him, with the orange flames jumping around and the magic power on his body surging from time to time. Puff puff puff. The hot air bubbled, the lid of the alchemy furnace flipped open and closed, making a loud sound like boiling water. A rich aroma could already be smelled. Soon, Zhao Huai stopped exerting his efforts, and the movements of the alchemy furnace quickly ceased. He opened his eyes, ready to see the results. Opening the furnace lid, a mist of pill fragrance rose and blew onto his face. Several glossy pills were lying quietly in the furnace. The unkempt elder took a look and gave his evaluation. "Not bad, 7 pills have been produced, which can be considered top-notch. You've only been learning for a few days, and you can already refine high-quality qi-gathering pills. Tisk tisk, your aptitude and memory are quite astonishing. When I was learning this thick stack of summary of pill scriptures, it took me a full 3 months. You finished reading it in 3 days and even memorized it completely. Have you fully grasped it? Zhao Huai, having received praise, only smiled slightly without being arrogant, but humbly said, "It's all thanks to the good teaching of my senior." Gu Daizai's reputation is indeed well deserved. It was still the effect of the heavenly heart wisdom I's destiny that was too real. He had finished reading the so-called summary of pill scriptures in half a day. If it weren't for other matters, it wouldn't have taken 3 days. Gu Daizai smoothed his white beard in frustration, not believing Zhao Huai's lies, and sighed. "Ah, you were doing well with sword cultivation. Why do you insist on competing with me for my job? Is it because your sect doesn't give you pills?" "Actually, I am not a sect disciple." Zhao Huai didn't intend to hide it and spoke directly. "You're not a disciple of the spiritual mountains?" Gu Daizai asked in surprise. "Yes, I entered the immortal cultivation on my own, just like a loose cultivator." Having a good relationship with Gu Daizai after several days, and considering their future cooperation, Zhao Huai decided to tell the truth. "Being a loose cultivator and having achieved your current cultivation level is quite difficult. Take this, these are the initiation pills you asked for." Gu Daizai handed a porcelain bottle to Zhao Huai as he spoke. "Thank you, senior." Zhao Huai didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the porcelain bottle. A 6th grade alchemist can completely refine initiation pills, and many of his Yan country subordinates who are stuck at refining qi are just lacking qi gathering pills and initiation pills. In less than a year, he would be able to cultivate a large number of cultivators in the initiation stage. It sounded as if reaching the initiation realm had become quite simple. In reality, it wasn't like that. How could ordinary people afford a single qi gathering pill? Even an inferior qi gathering pill on the market was worth 1,000 taels of silver, let alone the hard-to-obtain initiation pill. Like Zhao Huai, who could make friends with a 6th grade alchemist, was after all a minority. In the end, it was all thanks to that Medicine King's order. Zhao Huai didn't know what kind of identity Yanjing had in Medicine Pill Valley. One thing was certain, he still had hidden talents. The two had agreed to meet again on the immortal path, but they didn't know when they would see each other again. After bidding farewell to Gu Daizai, Zhao Huai soon returned to Yantang Manor. As soon as he entered the door, Song Zishu, dressed in a scholar's robe, hurriedly ran over, as if there was an urgent matter. "Your Highness, the latest news. The new emperor of the Xia has ascended the throne." Song Zishu made a courteous bow and reported. Zhao Huai nodded and asked, "Have you found out who it is yet?" "Your Highness, it is the once famous princess of the Xia. A female emperor." Zhao Huai looked somewhat surprised. As expected, Yin Nanyu's words had become reality. Those who could become empresses were not simple, and they were by no means ordinary people. Was she really like the rumors said, a human slaughtering demoness? If that was the case, it might be a disaster for the Xia, and this empress could be a tyrant. Song Zishu said, "Yes, with her in power, the Xia's territory has basically stabilized, while the Northern Wolf Empire remains entrenched in the north, holding its forces in check." Chapter 221, Be prepared for danger in times of safety, abundant year with fortunate snow _2. This is to be distributed to the soldiers and contributing ministers according to their needs. Zhao Huai took out several bottles of pills from the black ring and handed them to the other party. "Understood." Song Zishu nodded solemnly, taking the porcelain bottle with both hands. Given the cultivation talent of the Crown Prince, it is certain that he will be aiming for the Golden Core realm in his next seclusion. For Yan country, this is undoubtedly a great boon. Then, this subordinate will take his leave. After watching him go, Zhao Huai looked at the plum blossom slowly blossoming in the courtyard. Seeing an object and thinking of a person, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Everyone in Yan country considered him the Lord of Yan, showing him utmost respect. The new year was approaching and yet, he had not a single close friend here. Was this what it felt like to be lonely at the top? The road to immortal cultivation is long and destined to be lonely. Using 8 times the time acceleration of the ancestral artifact, the reincarnation treasured mirror, he needed to break through to the Golden Core realm as quickly as possible. Thousands of miles away, the limitless immortal sect. The spiritual mountains shrouded in immortality were also covered by pure white snow. However, the sky occasionally resonated with the rumble of thunder. An elder clad in a plain robe, his aura unfathomably profound, looked towards the snowy peak of the mountain, coughing from time to time. "Hierarch, your time is running short." An elder in a white robe sighed next to him. No matter what, the elder of the limitless immortal sect had at least reached the rebirth realm. But looking at him, there was a lot of worry in his demeanor. The hierarch of the limitless immortal sect waved his hand, indicating that he was unharmed. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't be too pessimistic. I have lived for thousands of years and have seen all the sights I wanted to see. There's nothing I really regret leaving behind. Regarding the affairs of the human world, there's no need to worry too much." The red dragon transforms into Phoenix, the national fortune of the Xia is stabilizing. I have calculated what comes next. There are no significant issues. 2 people with the same fate, but from different origins. They are both rare individuals, and they know their limits. Hierarch, if you get involved with karma like this, your impending thunder tribulation might be. The elder in a white robe understood clearly, the hierarch's cultivation had long broken through to the metamorphosis stage and had reached the newest level, but he had suppressed it all this while. Above the metamorphosis stage was the refining emptiness phase. Above the refining emptiness was the superior realm, also known as the semi-immortal. But refining emptiness is merely a transitional phase, and cultivators will not linger in it for too long. Refining emptiness is a realm that requires crossing a tribulation. Thunder tribulation, mind tribulation, Taoist tribulation. The type of tribulation the cultivator fears most is the one to appear. This tribulation is not just a single thunderbolt that dissipates once it strikes, but a period in which the cultivator must survive the tribulation. Surviving it would make one mighty, failing to survive it would mean the dissolution of their Tao and death, all their centuries of hard work destroyed in an instant. The realm after breaking through was the superior realm. The superior realm was also known as the semi-immortal, capable of bodily renewal, forming immortal bones and exhaling and inhaling immortal qi. They were capable of direct ascension. They can also choose to face the immortal tribulation after their ascension. However, only after surviving the immortal tribulation can one claim to have proven themselves as an immortal and succeeded on the path of immortality. Only after the immortal tribulation, you can be considered a true immortal. But ever since the immortal path collapsed 800 years ago, no one has been able to ascend. The superior realm, being a semi-immortal, if one does not ascend for a long time and remains in the earth realm without nourishment from immortal qi, the vitality within them starts to decay, and their realm will regress. So, in the centuries following the collapse of the immortal path, many mighty beings have knocked on death's door. Simultaneously, spiritual qi gradually dwindled, and the strength of each generation of cultivators started to wane. Thus, even the mighty beings in the metamorphosis realm dared not break through. Because, essentially, it was akin to entering the realm of death. As cultivators, they had to bear the risk of the breakthrough, and even if they broke through to the refining emptiness or superior realm, their lifespan would not extend, rather, the risk would only have increased. After breaking through to the metamorphosis stage, cultivators have an unspoken understanding not to cultivate further and to live in seclusion in forests and mountains, staying out of sight and out of trouble, in order to avoid a tribulation and entanglement in karma. Since the collapse of the immortal path, this rule has been unbroken except by ancestor Yan Xiu. And so, everyone in the immortal cultivation world believed that Yan Xiu descended as an immortal, rather than ascended. Now, the hierarch of the limitless immortal sect was facing this predicament. His cultivation had been suppressed for too long. He had broken through to the metamorphosis stage a long time ago but had not crossed the tribulation. He had merely used a secret method to suppress it, maintaining a delicate balance. However, he had meddled in too much karma recently, and this balance could no longer be maintained. He was still embroiled in the heavenly such that fate had still locked onto him. Hierarch, without you, I'm afraid the devil sect will cause chaos again. The disciples traveling in the northern state have not yet returned. I fear the odds are against them. The elder in a white robe voiced his worries. The world of immortal cultivation is not as calm as it seems on the surface. The current peace is maintained by the immortal sect, or rather, it is maintained through the suppression by Yan Ziyu 500 years ago. Now that Yan Ziyu has been gone for a long time, some things can no longer be suppressed. The hierarch's strength was the strongest among all the elders of the immortal sect. Only he was capable of holding down the fort in the spiritual mountains. The hierarch of the limitless immortal sect said, the Devil Lord was seriously injured by Yan Ziyu. He won't be re-emerging within the next 100 years at least. Let the sect's geniuses grow quickly. That is the best way to deal with the Devil sect. Elder Hai has been stationed in the illusory southern sea, fishing for spiritual objects for 500 years. If I'm no longer here, let him take over my position. The Xia's capital. On the imperial court, civil and military officials were arrayed on both sides, contrasting the decadent demeanor of the young lord who was presently reigning. Many of the young ministers were full of vigor, looking at the empress on the dragon chair with longing. Of course, there were also ministers with hidden malice who thought a woman wielding imperial power was inappropriate. But due to the empress's prestige, they did not dare to voice these thoughts. The old ministers have returned to court, and the issue of military reforms has been decided. If we don't make radical changes, we could very well face extinction. Chapter 222, Be prepared for dangers in times of peace, auspicious snow and a year of abundance _3. Indeed, besides, since we've retired as former ministers, how can we return to the imperial court? A few elders stepped forward and loudly advised. Yu Qinghan's phoenix eyes swept over them indifferently and said, the northern wolf has already reached our door. Do you want me to recommence the civil service examinations? Let the former ministers fill the vacant positions. Since ancient times, monarchs who have been entrusted with the responsibility to rejuvenate their nations have always ruled the world side by side with virtuous men. What's wrong with old age for the wise? As long as they are capable, they shall be promoted on their merits. I will employ them all. As for you all, you constantly make things difficult, ignoring my orders and rebutting them. Is it truly for the nation and the people, or do you have ulterior motives? Being questioned and scolded by Yu Qinghan, several elders were suddenly speechless, unable to respond. Naturally, they didn't want their positions to be threatened. Especially those founding ministers like Fan Yan and his group. Watching the newly enthroned empress making such dominating and decisive decisions, many young officials looked at each other with admiration in their eyes. What wise words! A wise man is not necessarily old and meritocracy. In their eyes, Yu Qinghan combined all the strengths of the previous two emperors, excelling in both martial arts and civil administration, making her a ruler worth serving. Undoubtedly, this is good news for these young scholars. Suddenly, Yu Qinghan covered her mouth with her jade hand, and her eyebrows furrowed. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? A minister voiced his concern. Yu Qinghan quickly recovered and shook her head, saying indifferently. It's nothing, I just didn't get enough rest last night. Your Majesty, please take care of your dragon body. Yu Qinghan swept her eyes over the ministers and calmly said, the heavy snow indicates a prosperous year, next spring will surely be a bountiful harvest. The impact of the great drought should also come to an end after the new year. I will issue an edict for the government office to distribute farming tools, cattle, and seeds, properly resettling the common people, ensuring a bountiful harvest next year. Yes. Many officials nodded in agreement, finding her words reasonable. Now that there is nothing else, let's adjourn the court. Yes. All the ministers bowed. But the whole scene caught the attention of an official with sinister eyes, who then walked towards Chongning royal mansion. Having finished the court session, Yu Qinghan changed out of her blazing red emperor's robe and put on plain clothes, donning a veil. She visited a medical clinic in the capital city alone, seeking consultation. The doctor was an experienced man over 60 years old. After checking Yu Qinghan's pulse, he smiled and said, "Madam, you are with child." Yu Qinghan's eyes lit up with happiness at first, but then she smiled helplessly, her eyes showing inexplicable entanglement. Biting her lip, she asked, "How far along am I?" 2 months, the doctor held up 2 fingers. By this time, you should normally experience nausea and vomiting. Madam, do you have any symptoms? Yes. Then it's certain. Your stomach will start to bulge, and it's normal. Madam, you can ask your husband to prepare for prenatal care. I can prescribe some fetus-protecting medicine to help alleviate the symptoms. Hold on. Yu Qinghan stopped the doctor who was writing with his wolf hair brush. The doctor paused and looked at her with a frown, saying, "Is it that Madam doesn't want the baby or doesn't want this child?" He had seen many similar cases before. They were all good women, deceived by rogues, who then hid from their homes and came to him secretly to abort the baby. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghan hesitated, biting her silver teeth. She came to the clinic to keep her secret away from the imperial physicians in the palace. If the ministers found out, where would her dignity lie? Of course, the best option would be to use medicine to abort the baby. But this baby belonged to her husband, perhaps the only one. She was alone, her elder brother and father gone, and her husband missing. In other words, at the moment, only this child could accompany her in life. For a long time, the air was silent. Yu Qinghan pondered quietly, while the doctor waited for her answer. Eventually, after a long struggle within, she looked up at the doctor, took a deep breath, and said, "Please prescribe me some fetus-protecting medicine." Chapter 223 1 year later. Since ancient times, the Central State continent has been the center of the world's flowing qi for the human race. The northern state is a distance away from Central State, separated by a wasteland of yellow sand. The landscape is peculiar, with dense primordial jungles populated by many strange creatures and devil creatures. The northern state is unlike the bewitched demon sect in the western state, as it is a territory occupied by numerous demons and monsters. The demons and monsters are generally divided into 3 categories: demonic creatures, ghosts and monsters, and devil creatures. 800 years ago, this place was the battleground of a massive war between the immortal and devil. Countless cultivators perished here, leaving corpses scattered across the fields. Now, the northern state continues to be a dwelling place for devil creatures, with the territories occupied by the Northern Wolf Empire being only a small part of it. Devil creatures are similar to ghosts, some are formed after human death, whereas others are naturally formed, born from an unknown netherworld. The people of Northern Wolf have always suffered from the invasion of devil creatures, which tend to break out every few years. This is why the Northern Wolf Empire has always been eyeing southern expansion. Central State has the protection of the immortal sect, while the northern state has nothing, and the strength of its cultivators is also much inferior to that of the sects in Central State. Within the boundaries of the northern state, half of the landscape consists of towering sturdy city walls, and the other half is the pitch-black primal jungle, sparsely populated and appearing very dangerous. Only cultivators are qualified to explore it. At the border where the 2 regions meet, a glistening yellow river flows. At the end of the river, the water accumulates into a placid expanse that appears like a lakeside. This river is known as the Netherworld. Legend has it that the Netherworld originated from the 18th layer of Hell, transformed into a river, and gave birth to a myriad of demons and monsters, leading to an ever-increasing number of these creatures in this area. At this moment, bubbles are rising from the surface of the river, and a pale hand stretches out from the water. Then a whole body follows, and with a splash, a shadow quickly emerges. A man, stark naked, stands suspended in mid-air. Suddenly, a wind rises filled with demonic energy, stirring up all the leaves in the surrounding jungle. The purple demonic chi gathers into a shiny purple robe and covers his body. The man has a stalwart figure and appears quite young, handsome, and debonair. He exudes a powerful aura, but his eyes express an inexplicable depth and vicissitude that contradicts his apparent age. The young man slowly lands with an angry expression on his face and says in a low voice, "Damn you, limitless immortal sect, wait for me. Sooner or later, I will eradicate your lineage." Limitless immortal sect hierarch, so what if your cultivation is high? My life's limit has already come, isn't yours the same? I am eager to see who falls first, you or me, Chu Yuming. The identity of the young man is none other than the old fiend of Netherworld, whose flesh body was annihilated in a single blow by the sect hierarch of the limitless immortal sect. His flesh body died, but his rebirth realm and the soul remained intact. Thanks to non-phase demon skill, he has multiple substitutes. If not all his substitutes are found, he can't die. Ever since he was suppressed by the hierarch of the limitless immortal sect, his substitute body has awakened. However, it takes quite some time to adapt to a new flesh body, which is when his strength is at its weakest. He has been in hiding until the moment his power recovers. People would never expect that the old fiend of Netherworld would place his substitute in Netherworld land, the most dangerous place in the northern state. This is one of his few places of refuge. After he seized the body of the beloved disciple of an immortal sect ancestor, he escaped from the relentless pursuit of the 5 great ancestors by hiding here. This body was originally of heavenly spiritual root, I forgot how many hundreds of years ago I took it. The body has been gnawed by corpse-eating insects. The old fiend of Netherworld glanced at the gnaw marks on his arm, shook his head, and chose not to dwell on it. Oh well, I will just have to make do with it. When the time comes, I'll just change it again. Zhao Huai, your body is as good as mine. The face of Zhao Huai surfaced in his mind, spurring a surge of resentment. He had been lying low for thousands of years, rarely failing. Zhao Huai was among the few who managed to best him. He even had a substitute. He managed to escape due to a moment of negligence on his part and absolute humiliation. The old fiend of Netherworld became angrier the more he thought about it. At this moment, noises came from the jungle. Green fire flickered in the eyes of a troop, trembling in the darkness. Freoval.cm. Soon, a pale skeleton head emerged. Its body was made of bone, and spiky bone protrusions overran its arms. This was actually a moving skeleton. Moreover, there were not only 1 or 2 of them, but nearly 100. Large quantities of green fire flickered in the forest. These nuisances again! The old fiend of Netherworld snorted coldly, seemingly accustomed to this, and didn't take these skeletons seriously. With a wave of his big hand, a gust of demonic wind swept all before it. The 100 or so skeletons shattered immediately and their bones scattered all over the ground. But it wasn't over. A pair of red fire eyes appeared, much stronger than the previous ones. It was enveloped in darkness, with a towering figure that reached 10 meters high. At the same time, a large amount of evil chi gathered from all directions. Ding ding! The clear ringing of bells echoed throughout the pitch-black forest. They've come again, these ghosts and monster are really bothersome. The old fiend of Netherworld grumbled. Skeleton giants, ghost sedan hanging in the air and darting shadows one after another appeared within view. Ghost King. Upon sight of the ghost sedan, even the old fiend of Netherworld had to become serious. Ghosts can be divided into 5 categories: little ghost, fierce ghost in red clothes, green-faced evil ghosts, purple-bodied cruel ghosts, and black-eyed ghost king. They correspond to the 6 realms of the cultivators. This ghost king is comparable to the metamorphosis realm. If his strength hadn't been damaged, the old fiend of Netherworld wouldn't have been afraid. He could suppress it easily. But after seizing the body, his power only recovered half of what it was before. He could fight, but it wasn't necessary. Chapter 224 1 year later _2. The old fiend of Netherworld did not linger, transformed into a purple demonic smoke, and escaped directly. The ghost sedan and the giant skeleton below did not show any intention of chasing, instead, they were heading straight into the depths of the Netherworld. In the sky, the old fiend of Netherworld looked down at the demonic creatures and devil creatures in the forest, wondering, why do these ghostly things gather together every once in a while? Although he was a devil cultivator, he had nothing to do with demons, nor did he understand or have any connection with them. If he killed someone, the demons would ignore him, and if the demons ate people, he wouldn't care. Well, water never offends river water. But soon he shook his head. What the demons did was none of his business. He flew at a high speed, across the sky, arriving in the territory of the Northern Wolf Empire. In front of him appeared a mountain range with several people on it, including many women. It must be a sect. However, being able to set up in such a place should not be a regular sect, but a devil sect. But the old fiend of Netherworld did not care, his pale and handsome face immediately showed a wicked smile. He adjusted his expression, trying to make himself look more suave and debonair. On the ground, several beautiful women flew in the mountain. When they saw the old fiend of Netherworld, they all showed surprised expressions. But they did not run away. Greetings to all the ladies. The old fiend of Netherworld greeted them with a grin. Presumptuous. This is the territory of Heavenly Devil Palace, anyone who enters would be guilty and should leave immediately. The woman in the purple dress at the front couldn't feel the aura of the young man in front of her, her face changed and she coldly reminded him. The old fiend of Netherworld raised his eyebrows. Heavenly Devil Palace? You mean the first devil sect with an extremely strict hierarchy? I have been wandering around, whether it's people from the immortal sect or the devil sect, as long as I want to kill them, I won't miss them. Besides, this is just a branch palace of the Heavenly Devil Palace. He had just left his closed-door cultivation, and needed a large number of supplements to recover his strength. Spiritual objects from the universe were hard to find, but women were everywhere, and they were a good choice too. Finishing speaking, he immediately prepared to take action. Just at this moment, a faint voice rang out, "Chu Yuming, it's been so many years and you're still the same, vile and shameless." The discordant voice made the old fiend of Netherworld's face turn gloomy, and he spread his divine insight only to find that on top of the spiritual peak, there was a mist-covered secret mansion, and in front of it was a bloody pool. "What praise, since you are the one guarding here, I will let them go for the time being." The figure of a blood-red creature appeared in the old fiend of Netherworld's mind, and with a playful laugh, he turned and fled. Before, he might have been able to fight, but now, he should forget about it. "Aren't you going to sit down for a while when old friends meet?" the indifferent voice in the secret mansion said. "Forget it, I know you're that blood-sucking creature." The old fiend of Netherworld turned into a stream of light, trying to leave. But a blood-red skull sprang from a secret mansion, and with a sharp howling sound, it shot over. The blood-red skull drew countless red threads, covering the sky and pressing down on the old fiend of Netherworld. "Great! The 10th Palace Master has taken action!" The purple-dressed girl in the sky exclaimed in surprise. People should know that there are a total of 36 palaces in Heavenly Devil Palace, but not every branch palace has a palace master in charge. A branch palace with a palace master in charge is absolutely unshakable since every palace master is a mighty figure of that era with unfathomable cultivation. The old fiend of Netherworld saw the red threads behind him, about to trap him. His eyes narrowed, taking something from the void, and a purple gourd appeared in his hand. He opened the bottle, and a group of strange purple mist gushed out. The purple mist turned into a giant hand, grabbing the sky full of threads, trying to break free. Swoosh! At this moment, the blood-red skull, like a meteor, rushed directly towards the old fiend of Netherworld and hit his body. Puff! He spat out a big mouthful of blood. The old fiend of Netherworld looked weak, gritted his teeth and yelled, "Blood slaughter, what the hell do you want to do?" In the secret mansion, a figure shrouded in blood mist appeared in front of the old fiend of Netherworld, looking cold and indifferent. "The master wants to see you." "Master?" The old fiend of Netherworld was stunned for a moment. The master of Heavenly Devil Palace would be the Devil Lord? The Devil Lord wanted to see him? Run! That was the first reaction of the old fiend of Netherworld. Whatever the Devil Lord wanted, it certainly wasn't a good thing. He turned into a puff of purple smoke, trying to disperse. The figure in the blood mist moved his fingers, and the purple smoke immediately gathered again. "You can't escape, the game today was set up specifically for you." The figure in the blood mist spoke coldly, and then crushed the teleportation talisman. After a dizzying spin, the old fiend of Netherworld found himself in a dark space. Here, the sky was blood-red, a red moon hung high, and countless majestic palaces were arranged between the mountains. One couldn't help but wonder if such a place existed in the world. The old fiend of Netherworld couldn't help but skip a beat in his heart. It was said that no one knew where the headquarters of Heavenly Devil Palace was located. Now, he had come here himself. The figure in the blood mist dragged the old fiend of Netherworld to a black-roofed main hall. As soon as they entered, they saw 2 rows of statues on the left and right. They were tall and majestic, tens of meters high, with different shapes and poses. Heavenly Wolf Howling statue, a lute-playing person covering the ears statue, a man-eating evil demon statue. Finally, they arrived in front of a complex and intricate formation in the Devil Mountain. "Master, the person has been brought." The figure in the blood mist came to the Devil Mountain's gate and bowed. Crack! The old fiend of Netherworld heard the sound of chains being pulled. Chapter 225 1 year later. Where is the descendant of ancestor Yan Xiu? There was no beating around the bush, no pleasantries, just straight to the point. The old fiend of Netherworld glanced at the bloody mist beside him, his eyes filled with questions, as if there were so many things he wanted to ask. "Answer quickly." The figure in the bloody mist spoke coldly, with no intention of explaining. "I don't know either." The old fiend of Netherworld grumbled unwillingly. He really had terrible luck, didn't check any auspices, and everything just went wrong. Usually, it was him interrogating others. Where was the situation when someone compelled him? "Oh? You don't know? If you don't know, let's feed him to the demonic serpent." The cold voice in Devil Mountain spoke. "Yes." The figure in the bloody mist grabbed the old fiend of Netherworld and headed out. Scared, the old fiend's back was covered with cold sweat as he hurriedly said, "I was played by that brat too. I don't know what means he used to hide the chi, but give me time, and I will definitely find him. I'm in this state all because of him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been injured by an ancestor of the limitless immortal sect. You don't have much time. Blood slaughter, keep a close eye on him and find the ancestral weapon no matter what." The icy voice in Devil Mountain went silent after it finished speaking, as if it had fallen back asleep. Receiving the orders, the figure in the bloody mist turned to the old fiend of Netherworld, saying, "This descendant of Yan country is different from the rest. He has awakened ancestor Yan Xiu's bloodline in his body, so the ancestral weapon in his hand can have a significant effect. Heavenly Devil Palace will help you, but I hope you won't mess up by finding the wrong person." Understood. The old fiend of Netherworld secretly sighed in relief upon hearing that. It turned out they wanted his help. The situation made it seem that his life was in danger. In the end, the people of Heavenly Devil Palace were after the ancestral weapon. It didn't hinder him from getting the ancestral weapon when they got involved. The benefits outweighed the cost in this deal. However, what he was curious about was, What cultivation level was the Devil Lord at, and why was he always asleep? Could it be that the Devil Lord was sealed here? Or was there some kind of grudge between ancestor Yan Xiu and the Devil Lord? He thought about it but couldn't come up with a conclusion, so he gave up. The 100-year-old grudges were too complicated to unravel. Time flew, and a year passed. In the south, Yan country, and the north, Xia country and the northern wolves formed a precarious power balance. There was no all-out war, only small skirmishes at best. For a whole year, the three sides maintained a delicate balance. The Xia's empress was wise and valiant, restoring the production in the north within half a year, gradually reclaiming lost territories and bringing peace and prosperity again. However, the 10 states of the north were still temporarily out of reach, facing the constant risk of a southern wolf invasion. At the same time, for 8 months, the empress announced she would no longer attend morning court sessions. All major decisions would be made solely by her, and matters could be sent directly to the palace. This left many ministers puzzled, unsure of the reason behind the change. Meanwhile, the internal strife in Yan country escalated, as they aimed to reclaim lost territories. Of note, immortal sect disciples frequently appeared in the mortal world, heading northward. Most cultivators were clueless about what happened. The peaceful times in Central State caused many demons to conceal themselves and no longer show themselves. As for the Raven sect, they once again rose from the ashes, appearing prominently in both north and south. Strangely, there was no news of the Crown Prince of Yan country, who had emerged a year ago and led the country's revival, carrying its national fortune. Many cultivators paid attention to this matter. The name of the Crown Prince of Yan country not only spread throughout the mortal world, but it was also well known within the immortal sect. From the rumors, the current Crown Prince differed significantly from his predecessors. He had the genuine bloodline of ancestor Yan Xiu and was extraordinarily talented, comparable to the true inheritors of the immortal sect. But there was no news about the renowned Crown Prince of Yan country during this year. He kept an extremely low profile, no one knowing what he was up to. Nanya Prefecture. Yantang Manor. At first glance, the manor was quite large, with artificial hills and waterfalls, tall and straight bamboo, the sound of gurgling streams beside one's ear, and every flower, grass, brick, and stone here was expertly crafted. Inside the house were walls adorned with famous paintings, overflowing with elegance, and the floor was polished black stone, incredibly shiny. A treasured mirror floated in the air. Suddenly, it flashed with light. A man in white robes appeared inside the room, smiling. Finally finished my retreat. Zhao Huai stretched his muscles, making a crackling sound. During this year, he spent most of his time cultivating. Frihobian. Refining pills, cultivating, resting. Round and round it went. All of Yan country's affairs were handed over to others. As a result, his cultivation improved quickly. He reached the peak of the initiation realm. His refining now reached the 7th stage. Forming core with the 7th stage. His meridians, bones, and internal organs turned golden. A vague image of a golden core appeared in his qi. Now, if he wanted to, he could break through to the golden core realm at any time. On the surface, he had cultivated for a year, but in reality, he had cultivated for more than 2 years. If it weren't for the limited amount of spiritual stones, he could stay in the small world to cultivate all day long. He could only cultivate for a few hours each day. Now, at the initiation realm, he was an invincible existence. No low-grade golden core cultivator could match him. Apart from not possessing a true golden core, there was little difference between him and a golden core cultivator. However, he was stuck at the 7th stage for 3 months, unable to advance further. It seemed he had reached his limit. The 8th stage was right in front of him. Once he reached the 8th stage, he would become a legend in the cultivation world. As far as he knew, there was no one in the cultivation world who had reached the 8th stage of the golden core yet. He wanted to be the first. Your Highness, you have finally finished your retreat. A gentle and elegant voice rang out. Zhao Huai looked up, realizing it was Song Zishu. After not seeing Song Zishu for a year, he had grown a lot more beard, looking a lot more mature. It seemed he could also hold his own now. Your Highness, during this time, we have finally received some clues about the woman you asked us to find. Song Zishu reported with a bow. Is there news of Madam? Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai's eyes lit up, and he asked breathlessly. Chapter 226, Zhao Ruyu and Zhao Ping'an. Seeing the joy on Zhao Huai's face, a touch of curiosity flashed through Song Zishu's heart. What kind of charm does this woman possess that makes the crown prince miss her so much? He only heard from Zhao Huai's mouth that this mysterious woman was born in a military family and had accompanied the crown prince for a while, and the two were already married. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to understand. With the crown prince's status and fame, there is no woman he can't find. Now, even sect rumors are circulating about the crown prince of Yan. The matter of Yan relying on the immortal sect isn't a secret anymore, so cultivators often come to join Yan just to catch a glimpse of the prince's esteemed presence. There must be countless exceptional ladies outside who want to get on the crown prince's bed. Why is she the only exception? Song Zishu reported, my subordinates have been searching for a full year, covering the entire south, including the Xia country's imperial court, but they have not found the declining military family that Your Highness mentioned. Most of the military families have a strong martial spirit, and their families are thriving, with no signs of decline. Your Highness mentioned internal strife in some military families. Indeed, there were several cases of insurrection, which were exterminated by the Emperor of the Xia, but after reviewing the archives, there were no records of female generals. So, I deduce that the woman's background that Your Highness mentioned is false. Song Zishu looked up, quite serious and decisive. He searched for an entire year, and according to Zhao Huai's requirements, he could not find the person in question. So, he tried to trace origins, starting with their background. He found that the information provided by His Highness completely didn't match up. He could say with great certainty that this identity was fabricated and non-existent. False. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai's gaze faltered, and he muttered, his eyes gradually losing focus. The image of that charming figure with a smile that warmed the heart like a gentle spring breeze resurfaced in his mind, thinking back to the first time they met. How could someone who had accompanied him for a year be fake? Song Zishu's gaze was solemn as he continued his speculation. According to Your Highness's description, this woman is highly skilled and has killed many people, but she hides in the mortal world. I believe she should be from the devil sect. What makes you say that? Zhao Huai frowned. Song Zishu explained carefully, it's normal for Your Highness not to know. In the year of Your Highness's retreat, the devil sect has been particularly rampant. The number of cultivators committing offenses with their martial prowess has increased. The Heavenly Devil Palace has re-emerged, issuing new Heavenly Devil orders. Many devil sect cultivators who were hidden in the mortal world have become active. As he spoke, Song Zishu's expression became more solemn. A month ago, a major incident occurred in Nanya Prefecture. A devil cultivator tried to sneak in, but he was spotted by the immortal sect's gatekeeper. Just as they were about to capture him, a fishmonger in the street secretly acted, killing the gatekeeper and escaping with their life. It caused an elder from the immortal sect to take action. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides, and they still let the devil cultivator escape. In the end, it was discovered that they were from the Heavenly Devil Palace and was even the Cold Night Devil from the 7 Palace Masters. So, the woman Your Highness mentioned is likely to be a witch from the devil sect. Listening to everything Song Zishu recounted, even if Zhao Huai didn't want to believe it, he couldn't help but think about it. Why? Zhao Huai's frown deepened. How could the woman with a gentle and kind demeanor, who cooked for him every day and couldn't bear to see the fish in the pawnshop go hungry, be a witch from the devil sect? He really couldn't accept this outcome. It felt like a dream, with all the experiences being illusory, and there seemed to be a lot of things he didn't know about the person beside him. Even her identity was fake, so what was real? Why? Zhao Huai couldn't figure it out, his voice holding a hint of helplessness. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't they return to Jianzhou and wait for him? Why is there no news from her? He stood in place for a long time, still unable to understand. Obviously, he was deceived by this layer of identity, but he didn't know why he was deceived. Upon thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Zhao Huai's face. Previously, his former madam said that some things were beyond their control. He didn't understand it before, but now it seems to make more sense. However, he didn't understand what his madam could gain from him. An identity can deceive people, but feelings cannot. Perhaps she had her difficulties too. Seeing Zhao Huai lost in thought, Song Zisha did not dare to disturb him and quietly closed the door and left. Zhao Huai looked at the now bare plum tree, reminiscing about the peaceful and comfortable Jianzhou city a year ago, and the leisurely Huai's pawnshop. Gradually, he understood a principle. People are always pushed forward by the tides of fate. No one knows what will happen in the future. Life is like a vast ocean, and people are like small boats, being blown by the wind. There is only one way to break this situation, which is to make oneself stronger. No matter what, I absolutely don't believe that Madam is a member of the devil sect. There must be some difficulties she faces. Seeing is believing. All the above are just speculations. To know the truth, I must find it myself. Zhao Huai muttered to himself. Xia's imperial city. After a year of development, it has become more lively. It was as if people had returned to the time when Xia had just been founded. The imperial palace today is still calm. The eunuchs on duty are bored and yawning from time to time. Palace maids pass by, holding lanterns. In the backyards of the imperial palace, petals fall everywhere amongst the vibrant trees and flowers. An older palace maid is feeding a baby girl cradled in her arms, while a baby boy lies on a small bed beside her, made of spiritual silk. The babies are no more than 2 months old, with faint rays of light emanating from their bodies, making them look quite peculiar. A woman dressed in a fiery red phoenix gown, with an authoritative air between her eyebrows, strides into the garden. However, when she sees the babies, the authority on her face instantly melts, revealing a smile as warm as a gentle spring breeze. Even though giving birth was painful, everything was worth it. Every time Yu Qinghan saw the child, she could think of Zhao Huai's face because they looked very similar. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The palace maids saw the visitor and saluted her one after another. "How is the child?" Yu Qinghan asked. "Eating well, very bright-eyed, looks very intelligent." The older palace maid praised with a smile. Yu Qinghan nodded. The moment she saw the child, the fatigue of her day was significantly reduced. 3 months ago, she had already given birth smoothly. Unexpectedly, it was twins, 1 boy and 1 girl. In preparation for the birth, she cancelled the morning court and handed all affairs to her father's old minister, who she trusted in their ability. Time flew by, and the news of the children's birth was blocked by her on the day they were born. Barely anyone in the palace knew about it. The midwife was a deaf-mute old palace maid from the cold palace. After the birth, Yu Qinghan gave her a sum of money and sent her out of the palace. The maids taking care of her and the babies were her trusted confidants, always by her side. She placed the 2 children under the maids' names and hid them. She would visit them from time to time. If the imperial court knew that she was pregnant, it would greatly damage her prestige and might cause unnecessary accidents in the good situation that had taken so much effort to build, especially with her uncle. By now, her worldly image had been shaped into an invincible war goddess. If the common people knew that the dignified Xia Empress was pregnant and her father had disappeared, what face would she have left? Yu Qinghan held the baby girl, gently rocking her, with a loving smile on her face. In the past year, the wise and martial Xia Empress had become an object of awe for the people. Who says women are inferior to men? Within a year of the Empress' ascension, she reversed the decline of the Xia country, stabilized the situation, deterred the Northern Wolf Empire from invading from the north, and gradually revitalized the national fortunes with an upward trend in this period of peace. However, this fearsome, iron-hearted empress was a doting mother in the backyard garden. If the world knew about this scene, they would probably be shocked. The baby girl's eyes were big and bright, like innocent, clear, and pure moons. So, Yu Qinghan named her Zhao Ruyu. Chu Ziyai has said, embrace the soft and tender Ru while wiping away tears. Ru refers to gentleness. Yu refers to purity and flawlessness. Yu Qinghan hoped that her daughter would grow up to be innocent and kind, not restrained by worldly conventions. She hoped that the tragedy of her own childhood would not happen to her daughter and that she would not repeat her own path. Yaa. At this moment, the baby boy on the small bed started to cry, as if complaining that his mother had neglected him. Ping'an, don't cry. Yu Qinghan softly comforted the baby boy, teasing him from time to time. It took a while for the boy to stop crying, quietly sucking on his fingers. He was the older brother, and the girl was his younger sister. The boy was named Zhao Ping'an. He had a nose and eyes very similar to Zhao Huai's. Yu Qinghan hoped that he could, like her husband, live his life in his own way. Peaceful and safe, year after year. May her son's future be peaceful and safe. She hopes even more that her son will be able to grow up smoothly. Although she knows that such a possibility is small. Because when the twins were born, accompanied by the flow of spiritual qi and the dazzling stars, they were destined to be extraordinary in the future. One cannot detect their spiritual roots until they are 4 years old. Right now, it is still growing and remains unknown. It is too dangerous for the 2 children to stay in the imperial palace. Although the situation is stable for now, the Xia country will face wars at any moment. She shoulders the great cause of unification and had no time to take care of the children, so she planned to send them to the Limitless Immortal Sect. Under the protection of the Limitless Immortal Sect hierarch, it will not only be safe there, but with the top immortal cultivation resources, it is definitely the best choice. It's just that growing up without seeing their parents could be harmful to the children's mental health, and that is her only concern. But at least in the sect, they won't be bullied, nor face any danger or other pressures. All she hopes for is that they grow up healthy and safe. Thinking of this, a touch of reluctance flashed in Yu Qinghan's eyes. These were her own flesh and blood, and it would soon be time to part with them. Her heart was still heavy and stifled. She gently reached out a hand, and the baby boy quickly grasped his mother's hand, his innocent eyes full of curiosity about the world. Yu Qinghan gazed at her children's faces, her face full of happiness, whispering, "How can there be such good children in the world, and happen to be my son and daughter? Your Majesty, have you really decided?" The palace maid beside her asked for confirmation once more. "I can't wait any longer." Chapter 227, Spiritual Mountains Thunder. Tribulation. Immortal Calendar 865. April 7th. A pitch-black thundercloud appeared above the spiritual mountains, and the rumbling sound of it brewing could be heard by all the immortal sect disciples around the spiritual mountains. It spanned thousands of li, an overwhelming force that drew the attention of all the immortal sects. Many ancestors opened their eyes and looked towards the summit of the limitless immortal sect. A third of the spiritual mountains was shrouded in thunderclouds, rendering people insignificant before the might of the tribulation. Who's making a breakthrough? Can anyone really survive such a terrifying tribulation? Among the 3,000 immortal peaks of the limitless immortal sect, countless disciples looked up at the thundercloud above the central immortal peak. That's the location of Limitless Peak, it's the sect hierarch. What? The sect hierarch made a breakthrough. Many disciples of the Limitless Immortal sect were shocked by the rapid progress of the Limitless Immortal sect's cultivation, which was unexpected. At the same time, they became anxious, fearing unexpected changes. The sect 1 Liararka's cultivation was the pinnacle of the Immortal sect, situated above the metamorphosis stage, hidden for 100 years, unconcerned with worldly affairs, and preserving the refining emptiness realm without crossing the thunder tribulation. If the immortal cultivation world has levels, then the Limitless Immortal sect hierarch belongs to the highest tier among them. If he could break through the thunder tribulation, then the Limitless Immortal sect hierarch could cross refining emptiness and be known as a half-immortal. But if he couldn't, they dared not think of the consequences. Such an outcome would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Limitless Immortal sect. The sect hierarch's cultivation is profound and immeasurable, having lived for thousands of years. His techniques are extraordinary and will surely be all right, whispered a disciple wearing a bagua-patterned Taoist robe. Not just him, but many disciples of the Limitless Immortal sect, whether inner or outer sect, as well as true disciples, were comforting themselves in their hearts. However, in the next second, an extremely horrifying scene appeared before their eyes. The originally pitch-black thundercloud turned crimson, and the rolling tribulation cloud spread out around it. The blood-red tribulation seemed to be choosing its victims, its breath even more terrifying than before. Boom! With a thunderous sound that shook heaven and earth, the terrifying tribulation finally descended like a dragon snake, extending from the ends of heaven and earth, shining brilliantly as it came into the world, with a power that seemed capable of destroying everything. The intense lightning and the oncoming aura of destruction forced many disciples to close their eyes. Only a few people could see the elder's silhouette on the immortal peak, illuminated by the lightning. Under the might of the heavens, it appeared lonely and desolate. However, the elder did not remain unmoved. Instead, he stretched out his hand towards the sky. In an instant, the spiritual chi in a 10,000 li radius was drained, forming a giant vortex that surged towards the elder. Suddenly, a majestic old man's figure emerged from Limitless Peak, towering between heaven and earth. This was the refining void primordial spirit, which could summon the power of heaven and earth when awakened. But even such an imposing immortal figure was shattered in a moment by the blood-red tribulation. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through heaven and earth as the tribulation pierced through the heavens and earth like a needle. It aimed straight for the elder at the summit of the mountain. Facing death, the elder greeted it with a smile, saying lightly, "The cause and effect that I owe is too great." In the end, the desolate figure still perished under the tribulation. Not a trace of his remains could be found. This lightning illuminated the spiritual mountains and also the mortal world. Su Muchen, the gatekeeper of the Limitless Immortal sect's mortal world, suddenly realized something and raised his head. His face and breath had not changed much compared to a year ago, but they had become sharper. He clearly saw the boundless formation on top of the spiritual mountains crack open, as the spiritual chi between heaven and earth was all drawn away. Su Muchen hurriedly stood up, looking in the direction of the spiritual mountains, and mournfully shouted, "Sect Hierarch! Farewell!" Beneath the 3,000 immortal peaks, many disciples cried out in grief toward the summit. Sect Hierarch! For a moment, the entire Limitless Immortal sect was engulfed in a heavy, grief-stricken atmosphere. In the end, the sect hierarch was defeated. Even the Limitless Immortal sect hierarch, the first amongst the immortal sect, couldn't break the shackles of the past 800 years. But no one had the qualifications to ridicule him. The thunder tribulation on the spiritual mountains was too massive, and the moment it happened, it was known by all the immortal sects. The news of the sect hierarch wanting to break the Maha stage, open the road to ascension, and perish in the tribulation immediately spread. In an instant, the entire immortal cultivation world was shaken. Under the ginseng fruit tree in the eternal Taoist temple, the master of the eternal Taoist temple, clad in a yellow Taoist robe, holding a white bearded duster, had a look of regret in his eyes. This is the fate of the immortal cultivation world. Master Lord, why do you say that? Asked a cute girl with a round bun hairstyle, puzzled. Master of the Eternal Taoist Temple shook his head, pinched his beard, and sighed. In these 800 years, no one except ancestor Yan Zihu could reopen the road to ascension, and isn't that fate? Call your senior brother back, there's no need to guard this door anymore. Yes. At the same time, atop the 1,000-year snow mountain in the Immortal Palace cluster, the master of the exquisite palace wore an elegant palace dress, looking at the location of the limitless immortal sect. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and she lamented. Limitless, you still went. All the karma you've accumulated has turned into heavenly tribulation. All debts will be paid, and the time has come. This threshold is too high, too big, and neither you nor I can cross it. Then, she ordered her female disciple. Gather the 800 swordsmen of the Immortal Palace and prepare for battle. At the little Lingyan temple, the worshippers at the temple were all informed to leave, and no more were accepted. In the spacious hall, many monks gathered. Chapter 228, Spiritual Mountains Thunder Tribulation 2. The white-browed elder _abbot held his Zen cane while clasping his hands together, saying, the whole immortal _sect is a whole, and now that disputes have arisen, who can stay out of it? The devil _sect will not give up easily, and we can no longer hide from the world. As compassionate Buddhists, how can we sit idly by while chaos reigns in the world? Do you mean to deploy the 72 golden monks within the temple? The elder _abbot nodded, continuing, we must ensure the safety of that person from the Xia country. Once the immortal _cultivation _world is in chaos, the mortal _world will inevitably suffer. I understand. At this moment, in the limitless immortal sect, while the disciples were still immersed in the sad atmosphere, an aged and strong voice rang in their minds. Cheer up, everyone! The voice resonated like a grand bell, echoing in their minds. In front of the limitless peak's spiritual pond, an old man with a fishing rod stood. Although his body was stooped, he bore an extraordinary aura. At this moment, an elder of the limitless immortal sect appeared in the air, transmitting a message. I know you are grieving, but there are more important matters at hand. Demon creatures in the northern state are running rampant, threatening the central state's territory. This year, the appearance of the devil _sect has greatly increased. As disciples of the immortal _sect, we cannot sit idly by. Starting today, all true disciples must go down the mountain for trials, and the inner and outer disciples must also accept the tasks assigned by the section. Furthermore, I announce a more important matter. In accordance with the sect leader's last will, the elders unanimously agree to have Elder Hai succeed the position of the limitless immortal sect hierarch. Yes. Upon hearing the new rules set by the sect and seeing the elders' reaction, many disciples felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they understood something. Apparently, the fall of the sect leader was not an unforeseen event but had been predicted long ago. The actions of the devil _sect had confirmed this. Where are the sword wielders? The old man asked indifferently. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying sword pillar rose from the central immortal peak. The powerful sword auras instantly enveloped the entire limitless immortal sect. In this journey, guard the 10 entrances of the human world's spiritual mountains without fail. The old man issued an order. With a swish sound, 10 streams of light dispersed in all directions. The sword auras came quickly and left quickly, vanishing into the sky in an instant. The scene left many sect disciples in awe. Did I see it wrong? There are people on the immeasurable immortal peak? I thought it was a forbidden area that no one was allowed to enter, a young disciple wondered. A patient senior brother explained, you joined the sect late, so it's normal not to know. It is said that there are 10 swordsmen on the immeasurable immortal peak, who have been taught the ancient sword art by the sect leader. They have raised their swords for 100 years and have been in seclusion, only to take action when the sect is in crisis. It seems that the situation of the limitless immortal sect is no longer promising. The devil_sect has been outrageous this year, and now with the sect leader's death, I'm afraid a war is about to break out. Somehow, the disciples of the limitless immortal sect sensed a crisis, but they remained fearless and resolute. Since they began cultivating, they had experienced many years of peace, and many disciples were eager for action. Cultivating for longevity, wielding swords to destroy demons, and entering the path of immortality were their two goals. What if it meant facing death? At this moment, in Nanya Prefecture, Zhao Huai, who was about to go out, sensed the fluctuations of spiritual qi within 10,000 li. He felt something was amiss and floated up into the air. He looked into the distance towards the source of the disturbance. He didn't know what had happened, but he had a bad feeling about it. After using a golden_bronze coin to divine his safety, he let down his guard. However, he didn't dare to go out through this door. Through song_issue, he learned that someone from the devil_sect was exposed in Nanya Prefecture. He could indirectly tell that people from the devil_sect had still been looking for him. It was just like when he faced the old_fiend_of_netherworld a year ago. With the ancestral_weapon by his side, he attracted a lot of trouble. The 10_devil_sects competed fiercely. Fortunately, people from the immortal_sect were clever and had set up many cultivators around Nanya Prefecture in the past year to protect him secretly, able to arrive at a moment's notice. However, going out would be difficult in the short term. After returning to the ground, Zhao_Huai found someone looking for him. "What's the matter?" Zhao_Huai asked. "Your Highness, Minister Song is looking for you, saving that someone has come to visit," a scholar reported. "Understood." Zhao Huai nodded, and to his surprise, he found that the golden qi smoke that had originally lingered on everyone's faces had dissipated. It had turned into an ordinary white color. Meaning nothing had changed. The scenes divined by the divination master's destiny must happen. This much is certain. It wasn't hard to deduce from the change in the color of the qi smoke. Yan country's overall luck was slowing down. Zhao Huai could understand this as well. For Yan country to advance to the north right now, time wasn't in their favor. Plus, he had heard that this year, the Xia's Empress had become quite famous, being well known for her wise and capable rule and winning over the hearts of the people. This was contrary to his expectations. Where was the promised human slaughtering demon? He had also heard that this empress was autocratic and tyrannical, being quite overbearing. She hadn't attended court for a year. She had specially set up a cabinet, leaving all matters to the cabinet to handle. With her only needing to review, the country was managed in an orderly manner under such circumstances. This ability was quite extraordinary. She was much better than the previous two emperors. It would be difficult to handle her. However, he wasn't in a hurry, he had plenty of time and wasn't eager for instant success. He was a cultivator, and therefore feared no passage of time. "You're wise and capable? 100 years later? You'll still be nothing but a heap of yellow soil. White qi smoke it is, which is quite normal." Zhao Huai followed the scholar into the living room. Just stepping inside, he saw Song Zishu and an old man and a young woman. His attention first focused on the elder. The elder had a circle of flesh-colored hair on his head, looking like a Buddhist practitioner. However, his appearance and clothing clearly didn't match. He had a dark face and was very skinny. He wore a treasure green monk's robe, revealing half of his shoulder and covered in dense incantations. "Your Highness, you're here," Song Zishu said with a smile when he saw Zhao Huai. "This must be the famous crown prince of Yan country that has risen to prominence in the past year," a woman's voice sounded from the side. Her voice was like that of a singing oriole, clear, melodious, soft, and gentle. Zhao Huai unconsciously looked up and couldn't help but pause for a moment. Such a beautiful woman! She was clad in a revealing outfit that exposed her navel, extremely sexy. A red silk scarf draped over her shoulders, her head wrapped with a long scarf. She appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, with an upturned nose and snow-white skin. She was extremely delicate and exceptionally beautiful, exuding an exotic charm. To be honest, Zhao Huai had seen so many beautiful women by now that he thought it impossible to rank the beauty of women in the world. It was because each of them had a unique temperament, like the gentle and considerate qualities in Madame, her noble and dignified aura, and sometimes the stubborn persistence and assertiveness beneath. There was also the natural-born naive and ethereal Chu Yuking, the wild and rude, petite younger sister-in-law Pei Xianjiun, and the cold, silver-haired beauty Yin Nanya with her dead fish expression every day. Each person had their own style. Right now, this woman before him had a hint of mischief in her eyes, yet her gaze still retained its crystal-clear quality. The slight smile tugging at her lips seemed to pull on one's heartstrings. But no matter how beautiful the other party was, it would be of no use. His heart could no longer accommodate any more beauty from the human world. The girl he loved was both his life's cinnabar and moonlight. Zhao Huai only glanced at her for a moment before quickly shifting his gaze to the old monk with the flesh bun on his head. A powerful cultivator in the rebirth realm. He made a decisive judgment. Through the observation of the divination master, he could see the thick qi smoke on the elder's face. Obviously, this was a very strong cultivator. The qi smoke of a cultivator in the golden core realm would never be this dense. The old monk's cultivation must definitely be above the rebirth realm. In the world of immortal cultivation, powerful cultivators of the rebirth realm were definitely not numerous, but they were already very strong cultivators who could serve as elders in major sects or establish their own sects, with the title of immortal. It was evident that the identity of the woman beside him was also extraordinary. At this moment, Song Zisha spoke up. "Your Highness, let me introduce you. This lady here is Princess Luoya of the Shenluogu Kingdom in Western State. And this one beside her is Wen Xiang Bodhisattva of the Sorceress Sacred Sect. Shenluogu Kingdom." Zhao Huai heard the name and immediately began searching his memory. In his impression, Western State had its origins in ancient times and was dominated by several old countries. There were 3 major kingdoms among them, Shenluo, Tianluo, and Dailuo. They were originally one large country, but with the evolution of history, they split into 3. At the same time, the religious culture of Western State flourished, and there were countless sects. In the eyes of people from Central State, they referred to these places as the land of demonic sects and bewitched countries. Chapter 229, As the mortal world resumes its strife, the mighty sword Qi fears not a single battle. In the living room, a few people took their seats. Zhao Huai and the princess of Shenluo sat facing each other, pondering each other's intentions. The other party was examining him. Is this the crown prince of Yan country? Younger than imagined, much more handsome. The steady quality he exudes outperforms many men she has met. Having seen Zhao Huai, Princess Luoya of Shenluo couldn't help thinking this. Then she smiled gracefully and spoke in barely passable Central Plains language, saying, "The reason Shenluo country came this time is to seek cooperation with Yan country. I see that Yan country has been in a standoff with Xia country in the north for a year, and neither can do anything to each other. Shenluo believes that Yan country is the legitimate successor of the Central State country. Tracing back, Shenluo benefited greatly from Yan country 100 years ago and regarded it as the sect master. Therefore, seeing the unkindness of Xia, we want to help Yan unify Central State." Zhao Huai raised his eyebrow curiously, saying, "Oh? How does Shenluo plan to assist Yan?" An honest man doesn't speak secretively, so he asked straightforwardly. Seeing that the prince did not resist, Princess Luoya of Shenluo knew that her mission had already half succeeded and started to explain with a smile. Ever since the Northern Wolf Empire occupied the 10 states of the north, Xia's western edge has always been very weak. If Yan and Xia go to war, Yan will take the front, and Shenluo will keep them in check from the side. With the help of our brave Shenluo soldiers, Xia will inevitably be defeated. At that time, we can join forces, and how can the Empress of Xia resist? After listening to the princess's words, Zhao Huai muttered to himself, as expected. His guess was indeed correct. The reason Shenluo is willing to ally with Yan is that they have set their sights on the territory of Xia's western edge. Clearly, there is no benefit to be gained from rising early. If there wasn't a tremendous advantage, Shenluo probably wouldn't send troops. They have very broad ambitions and undoubtedly aimed at Central State. They plan to intervene in Central State's territory through this war. The opponent's words sound pleasant, battling Xia together, and being able to divide the territory, but how can he guarantee that the opponent won't play tricks? If it becomes a situation where Yan is fighting head-on, and the Shenluo is profiting at the side, won't that be a huge injustice? This is indeed something worth considering. It's too soon to make a judgment. In his view, Shenluo's alliance is a minor matter, and seizing territory is the primary objective. They came prepared from a long distance and likely cannot be easily deterred. Thinking from another perspective, Yan indeed needs help, and the princess wasn't wrong about this. Because now, Yan cannot do anything to Xia, and Xia can't do anything to Yan as well. The two are in a delicate balance. Looking at the advanced cultivation of Wenxiang Bodhisattva, Zhao Huai also understands that the Western state must have sect forces comparable to the Central State. This sorceress sacred sect comes from the Western state. The rumored origin of the Holy Raven sect also comes from here. Maybe there is some connection between the two? If they could utilize the power of Shenluo country, that would be best, but if not, there is no need to insist. This matter is of great importance, Princess, allow me a few days to consider it. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Huai gave his answer. Okay, let me know when your highness has given it thorough consideration. Besides, this trip to Yan country will give us an opportunity to appreciate the culture and customs of Central State. Princess Luoya of Shenluo showed her pearly white teeth and smiled softly. Suddenly, a subordinate outside the living room came in and whispered something into Song Zishu's ear. Song Zishu immediately looked grave and came before Zhao Huai. Zhao Huai's eyebrows tightened as he heard Song Zishu's message. Your Highness, there has been an incident. What happened? There are two pieces of bad news. The first comes from the cultivator of the nearby sect. The sect hierarch of the Limitless Immortal Sect, Ancestor Limitless, nicknamed Limitless Taoist Priest, has fallen to the Thunder Tribulation. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Huai's pupils contracted, and he immediately turned his head to ask, is this true? The news is reliable. Most of the sects know by now, and the immortal cultivation world is in shock. Half an hour ago, the disturbance between heaven and earth was brought about by the Thunder Tribulation. Zhao Huai, recalling the spiritual chi fluctuation he had observed in the sky earlier, quickly came to a realization. He sighed, who would have thought that the shutdown brought about by the severed immortal path would be something even the mighty could not break through? Are we all supposed to stop here in the future? Even though he wasn't close with the hierarch of the Limitless Immortal Sect, it did not prevent him from understanding the significance of this matter. The hierarch of the Limitless Immortal Sect is the only one among the immortal sects who could battle the Devil Lord. If he is dead, won't the evil ones become even more rampant? The rule that the sects should not interfere with the mortal world is based on the premise of the prosperity of the immortal sects. If the strength of the immortal sects greatly diminishes, who would follow these rules in the future? It becomes a worthless edict. Now that the balance of the immortal cultivation world has been broken and the evil people are showing their fangs, they are likely to take advantage of this opportunity to fight the immortal sect. This is undoubtedly a challenge to the momentum and prestige of the immortal sects. It also deals a heavy blow to the peace of the mortal world maintained by the immortal sect for centuries. As early as a year ago, the people of the Devil sect had already noticed. Why else would people from the Devil sect appear so frequently in recent months? And the second thing? Zhao Huai asked. A spy from inside Xia's territory brought news. The various states and counties of Xia have begun to mobilize the army. The movement of army provisions has also become a little more frequent. It seems like they want to start a war. Song Zishu said seriously. Xia. Zhao Huai took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. He didn't go looking for trouble with Xia, but they took the initiative to come to. Chapter 230, as the worldly conflict begins. Again, why fear a battle with the magnificent sword, you too? Clearly, the Xia's empress has also realized that the more time Xia country gives to Yan country, the more disadvantageous it is for Xia country. She wants to make a swift decision, cutting the Gordian knot. But Yan country is not to be trifixed with either. Zhao Huai said gravely, prepare for war, focus on defense. After a year of development, although Yan country's national strength has somewhat recovered, it's mainly in other areas. When it comes to military power, it's still rather weak. A year's time doesn't produce much population. Wars have always been a battle for population. Yan country wanting to actively attack a fully armed Xia country is still too difficult. They can only resort to passive defense. Off to the side, when Princess Luoya of Shenluo saw the changing expressions on Zhao Huai's face, she guessed what was happening, and suggested. The royal crown prince might as well give a specific timeline. I will come then. That is if your highness has really made up your mind. My Shenluo kingdom is sincere. After all, we're no longer the three kingdoms of a decade ago. Under the reign of the current king of Shenluo, Diluo country and Tianluo have already been declining, dying echoes. When Princess Luoya said this, it was as if she was making one last persuasion, laying out the situation in the western state. Could it be that the king of Shenluo has reclaimed and unified western state? Zhao Huai said, slightly astonished. Bear in mind, there are many small countries in western state. Any random mountain you pass could be another country. Although they are weak, they are not to be underestimated. Although a unifying war is simple, correspondingly, conflicts are also large-scale. With numerous countries and rampant cults, differing beliefs are extremely difficult to reconcile. Even if the territory is taken, a few years later, it may secede again. Once secession occurs, it's a mass of countries. Furthermore, it's during the kingdom's weakest time. Anyone would be powerless in this situation. The princess of Shenluo shook her head slightly in response, not quite so. It's just that Shenluo kingdom has now absorbed Tianluo's territory, and expelled Diluo country from Brahma mountain. The whole of western state is now under the say of Shenluo kingdom. Therefore, I can tell your highness with certainty, cooperation with Shenluo will absolutely not put you at a disadvantage. After listening, Zhao Huai now had a clearer understanding of western state, but his decision hadn't changed. Thank you for the princess's good intentions. I will consider them carefully. In 7 days, I will definitely give the princess an answer. Song Zishu, you take the princess to her accommodations first. Zhao Huai looked at Song Zishu with a telling gaze. Yes. Upon receiving the command, Song Zishu bowed slightly, and said to Princess Luoya and Wenxiang Bodhisattva. Princess and Bodhisattva, please follow me. Seeing that Zhao Huai was unmoved, Princess Shenluo looked at him deeply, but she could do nothing. She could only follow behind Song Zishu and left the living room. Zhao Huai didn't linger in the living room, but went to the corridor and Nanrenlp Tien Hin Pfi Athil Ponmulsino. The present Xia country is completely different from what was envisioned. A dying centipede still wriggles. Facing Xia country that has lost half its territory, is storm-tossed and tilting dangerously, can the tide still be turned and resolved in just one fight? What is this empress really like? Thinking about it, his curiosity about this hidden woman who's known as the human butchering demoness grew. She bears such a magnificent aura. No wonder she can be an empress. Speaking of which, her temperament does bear some similarity to Madame's. In front of major matters, Madame is also very decisive, not dragging her feet. Upon closer consideration, there seems to be a link. But in other aspects, they are dissimilar. This Empress of Xia country seems to be a person who will stop at nothing. Although Madame usually wears a stern face, her bargaining power in the market makes even vendors back off. But in her heart, she's an extremely kind person. The two have fundamentally different natures. Ending his brainstorming, Zhao Huai decided to go for a stroll on the streets. He'd been in seclusion for a year and barely left Yantang Manor. Walking on the streets and experiencing the smoke of worldly life is also excellent, and beneficial to his cultivation. In this world, besides the dry cultivation, there's also a quiet life that's full of warmth and noise. After a round on the streets, Zhao Huai found that Nanya Prefecture was more prosperous than a year ago. If not for war, Nanya Prefecture might be a state so wealthy it could rival a country. This is not an exaggeration. Nanya Prefecture is located in the center of commercial trade, serving as the essential passageway connecting the inland and the East Sea. Just from the commercial tax collected each year can feed most states and prefectures. Suddenly, Zhao Huai, with his hands clasped behind his back, saw a whiff of red smoke curling up in front of him. He paused for a moment, stopped, and looked around. He saw that, on the faces of all people on the streets, there was a wisp of red smoke. Red, it represents the calamity of bloodshed. Following that, the rising red qi coalesced into a scene. There was rampant evil qi. Blood was flowing like a stream. Not good. Zhao Huai's gaze condensed, and he felt an intense coldness behind him. At that instant, a blue long sword appeared in Zhao Huai's palm. Amidst his side shift, he unleashed a stroke. This sword, its qi like a flood dragon, contained unparalleled sword edge, striking towards the figure behind him. Clang! The sound of a sword chimed, just as a purple feather collided with it. The purple feather was wreathed in vast evil qi. It was a demon feather. Boom! A huge wave of air exploded from the two parties and tossed a large number of dead leaves into the air. With his single hand wrapped around his sword, and the sword edge turning horizontally from a vertical position, Zhao Huai infused his nurturing sword qi into the long sword. In an instant, the white sword radiance flickered and disappeared. Wish. Chapter 231, As the secular conflict resurfaces, the mighty sword Qj fears not a single battle. 3. The Crown Prince of Yan country is truly exceptional. Despite only being at the initiation stage, he has already comprehended the sword intention in the third realm of sword skills. This level of talent shines brightly in the large immortal sex and the devil sex and can definitely be called top-notch. A man in a black martial arts robe said, revealing a slight smile. He stood on the handrail of an inn, gently waving his purple feather-treasured fan. A person from the devil sect. Zhao Huai discerned the man's presence within his divine insight, narrowed his eyes, and made a judgment. The magic power that the man had just used was undeniably evil qi. A legitimate devil cultivator. But no matter how strong his sword skills are, he is only at the initiation stage. In the eyes of the powerful in the Golden Core realm, it's still not enough. The man in the black martial arts robe sneered. You can give it a try. Zhao Huai wore a cold expression, he said indifferently. His aura ascended rapidly, with the sword intention condensing around his body, reaching the point where it was as dense as water. Years of spiritual power cultivation and nurturing the sword resulted in streaks of sword qi floating around Zhao Huai's body, like drops of water spreading over lily pads, spreading out and sinking into his meridians. His spirit and vitality were at their peak. He seemed like the reincarnation of a sword immortal. Such a strong aura, let me see how good the Crown Prince of Yan country really is. The moment he finished speaking, the man in the martial arts robe disappeared from sight. When he reappeared, he jumped high into the air, hovered for a moment, and then waved his hand. Hundreds of rays of light shot out from the purple feather treasured fan and charged towards Zhao Huai. Despite facing a golden core devil cultivator, Zhao Huai didn't show any fear. Instead, he was eager to try. He had secluded himself for a year. Now, it was finally time to test the results of his cultivation. He took a step into the air, levitating. He ignored the dazzling rays of light in front of him. With every step he took, he seemed to be ascending to the sky. He raised his long sword and slashed, sending out green sword chi. The rays of light hit him, causing ripples on the surface of his body, yet he remained uninjured. Solidification of sword chi, isn't that a technique of the Golden Core realm? The man in the martial arts robe's eyes contracted slightly. He was clearly taken aback by Zhao Huai's sword. The application of sword chi is different in each realm. Once they reach the Golden Core realm, sword cultivators can use the power of the Golden Core to solidify their sword chi, enabling it to protect their bodies. However, Zhao Huai already seemed to have this ability. The man in the martial arts robe had no intention of getting close to Zhao Huai. Sword cultivators have a huge advantage in close combat within a 10-meter radius. He had to use his agility to maintain his distance while not giving Zhao Huai any opportunity to attack. The evil chi infused into the treasured fan swung out once again. A gust of dark purple wind suddenly rose, blocking Zhao Huai's vision and obscuring his divine insight. Zhao Huai remained calm. Since he couldn't see, he simply closed his eyes. Turning into a white rainbow, he rushed out, heading towards the man in the martial arts robe. The figures of the two men were intertwined in the sky, with the sound of thunderous clashes echoing from time to time. This attracted the attention of the common people in Nanya Prefecture, causing many to look up. You could vaguely see a young man in white robes wielding a shining long sword, illuminating the mid-air. In the sky, Zhao Huai clenched his long sword tightly, his heart stirred slightly as he gazed at the figure across from him. It seemed that now, without invoking the destiny phenomenon or any tactics, effortlessly killing a powerful Golden Core realm cultivator would still be too difficult. Defeating one was the most he could do. Meanwhile, the devil cultivator's expression that at first seemed satisfied had now transformed into intense wariness, thinking to himself, "This young man must be eliminated." Being able to compete with a Golden Core realm cultivator while only at the perfect initiation stage, his talent is not as straightforward as it appears. As a Golden Core realm cultivator in the 4th stage, reaching the midterm cultivation level and being a powerful figure in the Golden Core realm, he is definitely not weak. He received the order of the Devil Sect and laid low in Nanya Prefecture, but he didn't expect that the Crown Prince of Yan country's strength had already reached such an extent. He looked at Zhao Huai, managed a smile, and mockingly said, "Do you think I came here alone? With the fall of the limitless Immortal Sect hierarch, your Immortal Sect has been in decline. Our Devil Sect has been suppressed for 100 years. It is time for a change in the world order." Zhao Huai was indifferent to these words. After all, he was not from the Immortal Sect, so he said indifferently, "Have you been reduced to boasting because you can't win the fight? You?" For a moment, the man in the martial arts robe was at a loss for words. "Don't get too full of yourself." But before he could finish speaking, the young man in white had already uttered 4 words from his mouth. Sword 1. Sun observing. In the next moment, the sky was engulfed in a dazzling sunlight and a vigorous wave of sword chi formed into a long river, rolling towards them. Chapter 232, Forging the Sword. After Zhao Huai's sword strike in the sky, at the end of the straight street, the man in the martial robe was already full of wounds, with numerous sword marks and blood oozing out of his body. On his chest, there was a golden core, which looked like a shattered porcelain, about to disintegrate in the next second. Crown Prince of Yan country truly lives up to his reputation. Both Immortal and Devil sects have underestimated you. The descendants of ancestor Yan Ziyu have truly risen in your generation. Maybe in 100 years, you can challenge the realm that no one has reached in the past 500 years. Even with blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, the man in the martial robe still wore a bitter smile on his face. You all came with such great force, it shouldn't be just for the ancestral weapon. Zhao Huai stood opposite him with his sword, speaking lightly. Although the rumors said that the ancestral weapon contained the mystery of becoming immortal, it was still a hypothesis and had not been truly confirmed. He had obtained the ancestral weapon but didn't get any so-called secret. So, he guessed that the devil sect's massive attack on the immortal sect's rule this time should have other purposes. You guess? In response to Zhao Huai's question, the man in the martial robe sneered. He seemed quite proud. Zhao Huai tried to ask a few more questions about the devil sect's movements. But the man in the martial robe made a surprising move. He raises his golden core in his hand, the surrounding spiritual chi twisted, and the rolling evil chi scattered, filling the entire street. It was as if a collapsing singularity. I won't give you a chance to grow. The man in martial robe laughed maniacally. Not good, he's going to detonate his golden core. Zhao Huai's eyes narrowed, realizing the opponent's intention and recalling the red plume of chi he had seen on the people's faces on the street earlier. He did not hesitate anymore with the sword in his hand. In an instant, the entire sword was pushed out, with a whoosh, the long sword was unsheathed. Like a green snake leaving its hole, the sword chi was thick. In just a moment, it pierced through the golden core in the opponent's hand. The explosion of the golden core was interrupted halfway, but the destructive aura still lingered in mid-air. No doubt, the power of a cultivator's chi exploding was astonishing, even more so for a cultivator in the fourth stage of the golden core realm. If this power were to burst forth, it would be enough to level a city. The martial robe man had been turned into a bloody mist by the explosion, and the unstable magic power from the golden core still overflowed. Boom! The residual shockwave spread out, lifting all the tiles on the surrounding attics. Zhao Huai glanced at the common people shivering in the house, and his body rushed toward the explosion center. The condensing sword intent surged like a tide on his body, and with a flick of his finger, the unsheathed flying sword in the sky turned around and returned. An extremely powerful sword chi burst out, stabbing into the center of the explosion. Boom! The two forces collided, causing a huge noise. No one knew how long it took before the commotion gradually subsided. Phew! Zhao Huai patted the dust that was floating and looked at the intact street, finally relieved. He didn't even know why he had done it. It was just an instinctive reaction. Hiss! Zhao Huai took a cold breath, looked at his trembling right hand holding the sword, with traces of blood on it. Fortunately, he had the innate dominating body destiny on him, and his wounds were constantly healing. At that critical moment, facing the residual power, he had summoned all his sword intention and pierced out a sword, which had perfectly neutralized the residual power of the golden core explosion. Even a trace of power could hurt him. Thankfully, the full force of the golden core didn't explode, or the whole Nanya prefecture would be doomed. He walked into the deep pit at the center of the explosion and picked up his sword. He found several cracks appearing on the body of the spiritual sword. Sigh. Zhao Huai stroked the green spiritual sword and sighed involuntarily. This sword had accompanied him for a long time. It was found in the Black Ring initially, and as the number and scale of battles increased, the spiritual sword had been damaged. The magical weapon could not be blamed for being too fragile as he faced powerful opponents. This spirit sword, suitable for a cultivator in the initiation stage, was no longer enough. In other words, he needed a stronger sword. For a sword cultivator, the sword in his hand was his second life. The damage of the spiritual sword was not good news for Zhao Huai. When a sword cultivator loses his sword, his combat power will undoubtedly drop a level. At that moment, Zhao Huai wondered if he should go to the Heavenly Treasures Trade Association to buy a spiritual sword. Several rays of light appeared in the sky and descended to the ground. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a beard, wearing a green robe and carrying a sword. The others were relatively young and looked like sect disciples. The middle-aged man saw the messy surroundings and was clearly surprised. Then he looked at Zhao Huai. He walked forward to Zhao Huai and said respectfully, "I am Lu Gongren, an elder of the spiritual elephant sect. I noticed the disturbance here and came to protect His Royal Highness. I didn't expect your Highness's cultivation to be so outstanding that you alone could defeat this evil one." Zhao Huai nodded, secretly thinking that his guess was correct. When the Heavenly Devil Palace cultivators appeared in Nanya Prefecture, security was heightened and garrisoned near the important states to prevent the devil cultivators from causing chaos. Nevertheless, remnants of the devil cultivators remained under the protection of various sects. He looked at the faint white chi floating on Elder Lu Gongren's face, which was Chapter 233, Sword Casting _2. However, compared to the previous man in a martial robe, there is still quite a gap. This shows that even if he had arrived earlier, he might not have been a match for that devil cultivator. Zhao Huai remained calm and said with a faint smile, "Elder, your intentions are appreciated, but I was barely victorious." The devil cultivator self-detonated his golden core, almost causing a great disaster. "You all arrived just in time, for I wouldn't have been able to defend against other devil cultivators if they came." Upon hearing this, Lu Gongren's expression became serious and he said earnestly, "Your Highness, there's no need to worry. My spiritual elephant sect is under the command of the Eternal Taoist Temple, and we will absolutely protect your safety with our lives." At this moment, maintaining the stability of the South was crucial for Yan country, and the Crown Prince was a core figure who must not die. This was not only their mission but also their responsibility. Zhao Huai took a look at the elder and thought, the situation is turbulent right now, and it's unclear what the immortal sects are going through. Why not ask this elder? He might know more about the inside story. He couldn't help but ask, "I've heard that the limitless immortal sects hierarch has fallen, which is a major event that cannot be ignored in the immortal cultivation world. Is the spiritual mountain still safe now?" Lu Gongren sighed and then explained. "Indeed, the passing of limitless Taoist priest is a pillar of the immortal cultivation world and a regretful event. However, your Highness does not need to be overly concerned. The limitless immortal sect has dispatched 10 swordsmen who have been cultivating for 100 years to garrison at 10 entrances of the spiritual mountains. Other immortal sects have also sent people down the mountain to reinforce the order. There won't be any accidents." "That's good." After hearing this, Zhao Huai finally felt relieved. It seems that the situation is not as critical as he expected, and the devil sect, which has been dormant for a long time, couldn't underestimate the major sects led by the spiritual mountains. In the silence, Lu Gongren noticed the broken spiritual sword that Zhao Huai was holding and asked, "Is this your walking sword?" Zhao Huai sighed. "Yes, this sword has been with me for quite a while, but it couldn't withstand the aftermath of the golden core self-detonation and was damaged." "This doesn't seem to be your life-bound magical treasure, it just looks like an ordinary magical weapon." Lu Gongren observed the broken spiritual sword and asked a question. "What's the difference between the two?" Zhao Huai inquired. "Of course there is a difference." Lu Gongren nodded and patiently explained, "In the beginning of the ancient age, the human and demon races were born. At that time, the human race was the food of the demons, having no power to resist until the emergence of magical weapons. The human race finally gained the capital to protect itself. However, the number of magical weapons was limited and insufficient for use. Therefore, the human race studied for thousands of years and learned to forge magical weapons. Immortal treasures are divided into 1 to 9 stars, which your Highness must be aware of. However, this just happens to be the grade of the forged magical weapons, not the grade of the spiritual treasures." "Magical weapons and spiritual treasures?" Zhao Huai asked with confusion. "Yes, magical weapons are forged by human cultivators, incorporating a large number of skills and the will of the human race itself. In contrast, spiritual treasures are born of heaven and earth, naturally formed magical items, so their value is very high and extremely precious. What is the difference between the two? Zhao Huai asked. Lu Gongren smiled. Human-crafted magical weapons have fixed grades. To improve the star level, one can only dissolve and recast them, or change to another. They are purely consumable items. However, spiritual treasures are different. They are the products of heaven and earth and can accompany cultivators to grow continually, becoming stronger when encountering stronger forces, being able to improve their grade on their own. The only drawback is that it's difficult to come across the suitable spiritual treasures. It's quite random, unlike magical weapons, which can be forged as needed. So that's how it is. It turns out that a cultivator only needs one spiritual treasure. Zhao Huai suddenly nodded, seemingly understanding the difference between the two. Not necessarily. Those with great opportunities can have multiple spiritual treasures to protect their bodies, something envied by others. Lu Gongren gave a wry smile, then continued, life-bound magical treasures are different again. They have both the advantages of magical weapons and the superiority of spiritual treasures. Life-bound magical treasures can continuously strengthen as a cultivator's cultivation increases, and since it is forged by the cultivator themselves, they can choose the style they need. Zhao Huai's eyes lit up. He undoubtedly needed a handy life-bound magical treasure at the moment, but after thinking about it, he laughed lightly. Such useful life-bound magical treasures must be difficult to obtain. There is balance in everything in the world. If something has advantages and disadvantages, excels in one area, there will certainly be a very high bottleneck in other areas. That's right. It takes a huge price to forge a life-bound magical treasure. The materials are expensive, and the forging difficulty is high. Having wealth is not enough, you also need luck. At the very least, one needs to sublime an innate spiritual treasure. This alone discourages many cultivators. Lu Gongren stroked his beard and smiled. Elder, have you said all this just to discourage me from trying? Zhao Huai gave a bitter smile. He he he. Lu Gongren laughed and said, of course not. Nowadays, the deeds of the Crown Prince of Yan are everywhere in the immortal cultivation world. Now that I see your Highness's strength, I realize that the spiritual mountain should invite you to come. Zhao Huai raised his eyebrows. Didn't the immortal sects always emphasize not interfering in the mortal world and not asking about the immortal sects? As your Highness can see now, the devil cultivator's interference in the mortal world is increasingly unstoppable, reaching the edge of collapse. If the immortal sects continue to sit idly by, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Chapter 234, Casting the Sword _3. Is this what you want, or Master wants to see you? Finally, Lu Gongren opened the skylight and spoke plainly. Eternal Taoist Temple. Yes. Zhao Huai searched his mind. The Eternal Taoist Temple was one of the 5 immortal sects and also the state religion of the Yan country. He obtained the 10,000 swords returned to sect magic and the 100-year ginseng fruit from the Eternal Taoist Temple. Your Highness, you can take this opportunity to create your own life-bound magical weapon. The spiritual mountains are not only the territory of the immortal sects, but also the domain of various great sects, immortals' caves, and blessed lands. There is no shortage of spiritual things from the universe, and with your Highness's identity, you will receive the highest reception. After listening to these words, Zhao Huai felt emotional. There was a time when his spiritual root was so poor that he was repeatedly rejected by the sects. But that time has passed. The him who couldn't even enter the sect's doors in the past was now invited by the immortal sects. Zhao Huai didn't rush to agree to the request. Instead, he returned to Yantang Manor, explained the preparations for the war to Songzishu, and repeatedly discussed each arrangement for the Yan country. After all this, he finally decided to make a trip to the spiritual mountains. Zhao Huai looked at Lu Gongren, who was smiling. Thinking that he was finally about to enter the land of the immortal spiritual mountains, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous and said, elder, lead the way. The imperial palace of the Xia country. Usually quiet and serene, the palace was bustling today. Imperial guards stood solemnly, stationed between the inner and outer gates. An extremely luxurious red sedan emerged from the palace. Yu Qinghan sat in the sedan, looking at the two sleeping siblings with a gentle smile on her face. She did not wear her empress's robes, but instead donned a deep blue fitted outfit, clearly intending to go on a long journey. Today was the day to send the children to the spiritual mountains. She didn't trust anyone else with this task, since she had the highest cultivation level in the palace anyway. Thus, she decided to go personally. With the help of the immortal spiritual root, her cultivation had no bottlenecks within 1 year. It had already broken through to the Golden Core realm, specifically the 7th stage in the Golden Core realm. If others knew about this, they would be shocked that she had gone from initiation stage to Golden Core realm in just 1 year. Suddenly, the swaying sedan stopped, causing Yu Qinghan's eyebrows to furrow. Who dared to stop the sedan of the current Emperor Kia? Your Majesty, where are you going? A magnetic male voice, tinged with amusement, echoed. Yu Qinghan lifted a corner of the bead curtain and saw the person's identity. It was her uncle, Chongning King Peiming. Facing him, Yu Qinghan didn't have a good mood, shielding the children behind her, and responded indifferently. Wherever I want to go. Uncle, are you trying to interfere? Peiming didn't get angry at her aggressive tone and just smiled, of course not. Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand. I just saw your procession and came over to say hello. Looking at his hypocritical appearance, Yu Qinghan felt nauseated and coldly responded, You've said hello now. Farewell. After that, she lowered the bead curtain, knocked on the wall of the sedan, and signaled to continue moving. As the sedan moved away, Peiming watched its back and narrowed his eyes, saying, There is indeed something fishy going on. Did you think I wouldn't know anything after a year? My dear niece, you have quite an attitude. Outside the capital city. You can go back. Yu Qinghan told the people from the palace and continued. After that, she secured the two children to her body and headed towards the Chapter 235, Spiritual Mountains and Blessed Land. A streak of flowing light shot straight across the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a beautifully carved, expansive spiritual ship. Zhao Huai and Elder Lu Gongren of Spiritual Elephant Sect stood side by side on the ship's deck, overlooking the flowing cloud and mountains. Elder Lu, people say that spiritual mountains are hard to find. Do they? Spiritual mountains have any methods to prevent themselves from being discovered? While gazing at the vast mountains, Zhao Huai couldn't help but ask the question. Lu Gongren nodded in agreement, saying, True. As common knowledge, the spiritual mountains were a place of ascension 800 years ago. Since then, they have become a famous blessed land in the world. The place has a large formation left from the ancient period, which is why the outside world can't detect it. It is almost cut off from the world. If we trace back even earlier, the spiritual mountains in ancient times were the deist practice ground of an immortal lord. The concept of the practice grounds was popular in the age of immortals. An immortal lived and dwelt in such a place, and even a regular book or a leaf here would be imbued with immortal essence. They are beneficial for ordinary cultivators. Not to mention the lord of these grounds was a top existence among immortals. Lu Gongren paused for a moment, then sighed. Unfortunately, according to the records, this lord perished in the great chaos of the ancient period, and the practice ground was also destroyed. After the great chaos, some influences tried to occupy this practice ground. Although only 1/10 of the things in the ground remained, it was still a treasure trove of an immortal and a holy place for cultivation. With more people residing here, it gradually became the ascension land chosen by numerous cultivators and the mighty. In just a few thousand years, the immortal path was severed, but there were still countless treasures left inside from the ancient period, even immortal medicines and some important inheritances. After hundreds of years of development, the place became the territory of all major immortal sects. So, there's such a complex background behind the spiritual mountains. It felt like listening to a story for Zhao Huai, who had just been informed by Elder Lu about the introduction of the spiritual mountains. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation, wanting to see for himself what this legendary ascension land looked like. The rest of the time, Zhao Huai had nothing to do on the spiritual ship but sit down to meditate and cultivate in silence. The spiritual ship passed through the clouds and entered a grand mountain range. 100,000 mountains shielded the sky, and the fairyland was shrouded in mist. Royal Crown Prince, we have arrived at the spiritual mountains, Lu Gongren reminded Zhao Huai from the side. Finally, Zhao Huai opened his eyes, stood up, and looked into the distance at the closely packed 100,000 mountains. At a glance, the mist-covered mountains appeared serene and silent, as if nothing was there at all. I don't see the immortal sect's presence, Zhao Huai said. What's ahead is Longchuan Gate, one of the mountain gates. After passing the gate and the formation, you will have entered the spiritual mountains. There are many entrances to the spiritual mountains, but only 10 are commonly used, Lu Gongren explained. Zhao Huai nodded. The spiritual ship passed through the immortal mist, and Lu Gongren took out a jade token and shined it ahead. In an instant, a boundless formation emerged, covering the 100,000 mountains like a colossal bowl. The formation opened a passage for the spiritual ship to enter smoothly. Only then did Zhao Huai catch a glimpse of the true appearance of the spiritual mountains. The first impression was vastness. The expanse was endless. Countless towering mountains pierced through the clouds and mists. Some of the peaks were covered with dazzling flowers emitting a strong spiritual qi, and people lived in many of the others, building numerous palaces. Some peaks were hidden in the mist, seemingly not wanting to be seen. Many mountains had waterfalls cascading from their peaks, forming countless 1,000-feet-high waterfalls that resembled numerous jade dragons. The sky was clear and blue, like blue crystal, always free of dark clouds, and under the gentle and bright sunlight, everything looked spotless. Some of the peaks were entwined with ancient trees, and their branches and leaves were twisted and entangled, revealing an ancient and mystical atmosphere. Moreover, at the deepest parts of the mountain, amidst the drifting mists, there were faintly visible hovering cities, like mirages floating in the air. It couldn't help but make one believe it was a fairyland on earth. Zhao Huai's divine insight spread, and he was instantly struck by the fairyland-like scene, dumbfounded. Is this the spiritual mountains? The ascension land of 800 years ago. Today, I have truly expanded my horizons. Yanwu. From time to time, the cries of fairy cranes echoed through the mountains. The fairy cranes were exceptionally elegant, with bright eyes and red heads. They were large enough to carry at least 3 people. The immortal sect disciples sat on the backs of the fairy cranes, looking curiously at Zhao Huai. Because Zhao Huai and his party had obviously just entered from the outside. Many immortal sect disciples had secluded themselves since childhood and seldom left the mountains, so they were curious about the outside world. As long as someone entered, it would catch their attention. After a while, a turquoise streak of light flew from the horizon, descending from the sky, and landed in front of Zhao Huai and Lu Gongren. Among the colorful clouds, 7 young and beautiful women, dressed in various colored clothes, walked out. They were not just for show, their auras were quite powerful, and none of them were weak. Zhao Huai glanced at the 7 women and noticed that a few of them had golden auras. Clearly, they were immortal sect disciples with immortal destiny. Additionally, their cultivation levels were not low, 2 golden cores and 5 at the peak of initiation stage. Zhao Huai couldn't help but sigh in admiration. In the mortal world, the initiation realm cultivators were extremely rare, and golden core realm cultivators were almost never seen. Chapter 236, Spiritual Mountains Blessed Land 2. The environment of the immortal sect is really great, nurturing so many powerful disciples with high cultivation levels. Zhao Huai thought to himself. We are the gatekeepers of Longchuan Gate, responsible for guarding the main gate today. Just show me your identification, said one of the beautiful women wearing a red dress. This woman was a cultivator in the Golden Core realm among the few people present. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, her figure slender, and a mini guqin hung around her snow-white neck, giving her an ethereal aura like a fairy. Comparing her to Chu Yuking, she didn't give her much of an edge. Here. Lu Gongren took out the jade token and handed it to the woman. The other party poured in her magic power, checked it, and then gave up. And this is... The eyes of the woman in the red dress looked at Zhao Huai beside her. This person has the invitation of the eternal Taoist temple master. He is an honored guest, fairy, please be lenient. Lu Gongren said with a smile. Without an identity token as a guarantee, what if a devil cultivator enters instead? The woman in the red dress frowned and looked very strict. Zhao Huai stroked his chin and looked at Elder Lu curiously. Since there was an invitation, how could there be no one to receive them? Otherwise, there would be a mix-up. Sorry, I'm late. At this moment, a loud voice came from a distance. The group looked towards the horizon to see a young man in a white crane Taoist robe riding a flying sword. Zhao Huai saw the person and smiled, a familiar face had arrived. The one who came by the flying sword was none other than the latecomer, the senior brother of the eternal Taoist temple, Gu Tianji. Gu Tianji, is this your sex person? The woman in the red dress turned her head and asked. Gu Tianji apologized, yes, I drank too much and master called me to receive the guest. I didn't expect him to arrive so soon. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Huai and said with a faint smile, Your Highness, didn't I give you a token? Do you remember it? Token. Zhao Huai suddenly remembered that Gu Tianji indeed gave him a token when they parted. He took out a jade token from the black ring. Gu Tianji took the token, threw it to the woman in the red dress, and said arrogantly. Fairy Cai, check it. The woman in the red dress, with an indifferent expression on her face, took the jade token and infused it with spiritual qi again, finding that there was indeed no problem. Can we go now? Gu Tianji asked with a smile. After checking the jade token, the woman in the red dress looked at Zhao Huai. Her gaze showed a slight surprise, as if she knew something and asked. You are the crown prince of Yan country. Zhao Huai did not know what information was hidden in the jade token, so he could only nod in admission. Yes, I am. Upon hearing Zhao Huai's identity, the gatekeeper female disciples couldn't help but take another look at Zhao Huai, examining him carefully. The woman in the red dress did not show any other reaction, but thought for a moment and said. It's the jade token from the eternal Taoist temple. You may go. Your Highness, please follow me. Gu Tianji took the lead, and after looking around, Zhao Huai followed him. After Zhao Huai left, the gatekeeper female disciples began to discuss. He's the crown prince, so handsome. So many messages are spreading out in the mortal world, saying that the world is divided into two factions. I have been curious, but I didn't expect him to be so young. With his root and bone quality, I guess he's not even 50 years old. Why did he come to the spiritual mountains? In the spiritual mountains, where cultivation was the focus and it was extremely dull, discussing gossip about the mortal world was something they loved to do. Compared to the curiosity of these people, the woman in the red dress was much more calm. She coldly shouted. All right, stop chatting and keep an eye on the gate. At this time, we can't be careless. The female disciples immediately behaved. Yes. Above the immortal peak, several people were riding swords. Gu Tianji was walking in front while introducing the customs and people of the spiritual mountains, smiling. It's a special time so the checks are stricter. Please understand. Zhao Huai nodded in understanding since he didn't really care about it in the first place. The gatekeeper just now is called Cai Yuxiang, a true disciple of the Heavenly Star Sacred Sect. She's very strict and serious, not indulging in laughter, and hard-working. Besides, it was her duty. If it were someone else, they would have let your highness in a long time ago. It's also my fault for being late because of drinking. Suddenly, Zhao Huai looked up at the sky and furrowed his brows. For some reason, he felt a strong divine insight had swept over his body. He had the three flowers gathering at the top and national destiny protection, making his senses particularly acute. What's wrong? Gu Tianji saw that something was off with him and asked concernedly. I feel someone. Oh, that's normal. Gu Tianji laughed and explained, these are the sword wielders of the limitless immortal sect. Your Highness doesn't need to be nervous. You also know about the disturbances in these days, that's why each of the sect's gates in the spiritual mountains is guarded. These devil cultivators are really worrisome. If it weren't for them, it wouldn't have turned out this way. What kind of person is this sword wielder? I've heard about them more than once. Zhao Huai asked with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Gu Tianji explained, the so-called sword wielder, they are the descendants of the 10 disciples under the limitless sword immortal. In the ancient period, there were constant wars, and the sword immortal fought and never returned. As a result, his 10 disciples stepped forward to take charge, guarding the sect and called themselves sword wielders. The former sword wielders have passed away, but this tradition has been preserved to this day, nurturing the 10 swordsmen. Sword immortal. Upon hearing this word, a trace of eagerness couldn't help but flash in Zhao Huai's eyes. Becoming a sword immortal was the ultimate pursuit of every sword cultivator. However, since ancient times, the number of people who could be called sword immortals had been very few. All of them were stunningly talented and outstanding figures in their own era. Chapter 237, Spiritual Mountains Blessed Land _3. The blessed land of Lingshan consists of 5 major caves and numerous treasure peaks. The 5 immortal sects occupy the caves, while the other treasure peaks are occupied by various sects. Our eternal Taoist temple occupies the Eternal Immortals Cave, which is why it is given this name. Blessed Land, Immortals Cave. It was the first time Zhao Huai heard such a detailed division within the Lingshan, and it sounded quite sophisticated. The opportunities in the treasure peaks are the least, ranking at the lowest level, while the immortal opportunities in the caves are much more abundant. The entire Lingshan can be regarded as a blessed land, comprising treasure peaks and caves. Tracing back, it was once the sanctuary of an immortal. Zhao Huai smiled, Elder Lu has already told me about the origin of Lingshan. Gu Tianji nodded, in that case, I won't say much. In short, Lingshan can cultivate so many cultivators, all thanks to its unique environment. Your Highness, you may feel fresh during your first visit, but you will get used to it in the future. As they talked, flying on their swords, they arrived at a majestic floating city that looked like a giant mountain from afar. Many disciples in Taoist robes walked on flying swords through the clouds and fog. Looking around, it was densely packed. For a moment, Zhao Huai felt like he had walked into a different world. It seemed that this was the world of immortal cultivation, and the outside world did not matter. Greetings to senior brother. Greetings to senior brother. Senior brother is back. Who is this? Every passing disciple would greet Gu Tianji with a respectful tone. Seeing this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but think that the other party did indeed have a high status in the eternal Taoist temple. Fellow disciples, there's no need for formalities. This person is an honored guest of my eternal Taoist temple. Gu Tianji introduced with a light smile. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Huai looked up. He noticed a giant ginseng fruit tree standing at the highest point of the floating city. On the 1,000-step stone stairs, an elusive Taoist temple stood tall. You go ahead, I'll handle things here. Gu Tianji instructed the disciples from the spiritual elephant sect and Elder Lu. Then, seeing Zhao Huai's expression, he smiled. This is the 1,000-year-old ginseng tree of the eternal Taoist temple. It matures once every 1,000 years. According to my Master Lord, there used to be an immortal ginseng tree in our sect 10,000 years ago, but it was taken away by an immortal ancestor during his ascension. What we see now is just a new sprout from that ginseng tree. Seeing it today is indeed astonishing. Lingshan is truly a place of immortals. Zhao Huai said earnestly. Gu Tianji said, each immortal sect in Lingshan has its ancient inheritances, more or less, such as the ancient sword pavilion of limitless immortal sect, the secret arts of the exquisite palace, the immortal medicine garden of the medicine pill valley, the 3,000 Buddhist scriptures of the little Lingyan temple, and so on. Zhao Huai thought for a while and said, actually, I came to Lingshan this time for another important matter, that is, to forge a life-bound magical treasure. To forge a sword? That's easy. I know Master Ruan Ban of the Southwest Heavenly Forge Mountain. He has forged tens of thousands of magical weapons, including hundreds of life-bound magical treasures. There won't be a problem with his help. Gu Tianji waved his hand, indicating that it was not a difficult matter. Limitless Immortal Sect disciple passing through, please forgive any offense. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the direction below the eternal Taoist temple. Then, turning into a streak of light, the figure dashed out and sent out a sound transmission. The surrounding disciples made way. Seeing this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but turn his head and ask, is the Limitless Immortal Sect close to the temple? Gu Tianji pondered for a moment and gave an answer. It's quite far, but there are teleportation arrays between the various immortal sects, so it's not too troublesome. It just consumes a lot of spiritual stones. Why, is there something wrong? Zhao Huai sighed. Nothing, I just thought of someone. She used to be in the Limitless Immortal Sect. Seeing his expression, Gu Tianji teased. A woman, right? Yes. Zhao Huai honestly admitted. Gu Tianji chuckled, men, I know them too well. Women are just like passing clouds. Zhao Huai said speechlessly, it's not like what you think, Gu Fan. She is a woman I truly love. Gu Tianji shook his head, not denying, and laughed wickedly. Your Highness, the path of cultivation should not be so narrow, and there should not be so few companions on the path. Do you understand this principle? Zhao Huai smiled bitterly and said, Gu Fan, indeed you are a romantic, but I am different. I was just wondering if I could get more information about her from the Limitless Immortal Sect. Oh, I see. Gu Tianji understood and stopped joking around. With his hand on his chin, he thought for a moment and said, it's not a big deal. If you want to go to the Limitless Immortal Sect, you can go anytime. After meeting my Master Lord, I can prepare the teleportation array for you first. Chapter 238, Immortal World, The Truth of 800. Years ago. On the steps of 10,000 feet, the tranquil square courtyard was devoid of any noise, only occasionally interrupted by the sound of birdsong. Perpetuate the Taoist temple with incense and chanting, and may it flourish for all eternity. These 10 characters were written on both sides of the Taoist temple gate, very conspicuous. Inside the room, there were 3 tall and lifelike divine statues, sacred and unrivaled. There was a huge ginseng tree behind the temple, 100 feet tall, with ginseng fruits shaped like children on its branches, crystal clear and full of spiritual power. Zhao Huai walked into the Taoist temple alone, while Gu Tianji accompanying him went to prepare the teleportation formation for him. As he stepped into the gate, he saw the towering Taoist statues and couldn't help but feel a sense of solemnity. With a respectful expression on his face, he clasped his hands together and offered a slight bow. He's here. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, carrying a hint of laughter and admiration. Zhao Huai hurriedly turned around and saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He wore a brown Taoist robe, held a white dust whisk, and had a black mustache on his lips. Zhao Huai was stunned for a moment, as if remembering something, and bowed. Junior Zhao Huai, a descendant of ancestor Yan Ziyu, pays his respects to senior master. This man had the demeanor of the master of the eternal Taoist temple. As one of the 5 immortal sect ancestors, the eternal Taoist temple master possessed the entire eternal immortals cave in the spiritual mountain blessed land. His cultivation was profound and unfathomable, even Zhao Huai's divination skill could only see a golden mist, mysterious and inscrutable. Between cultivators, seniority was based on cultivation level. It was not wrong for him to address the master as a senior. The eyes of the eternal Taoist temple master seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 years, with a depth that contained the vicissitudes of time. He looked at Zhao Huai for a long time before lamenting. He really is so similar. If ancestor Yan Ziyu were still here, the immortal cultivation world would never have been as chaotic as it is today, and it wouldn't have allowed the existence of the devastating netherworld sources from northern state, nor would it have allowed the western state demon sect to wreak such havoc in central state. Alas, they have all left, and the glorious era has passed. If one continues to focus on the past, time will never move forward. Zhao Huai, feeling like he was being seen through by the temple master's gaze, was not afraid. Instead, his eyes were clear and unabashed as he asked. The senior's words contain much information. I have many questions in my heart, would the senior be willing to answer them? The eternal Taoist temple master gently smiled and said, there are some things that you must know. Even if you don't ask, I will tell you. I am willing to listen to the details. Zhao Huai calmly responded. First, sit down. The master of the eternal Taoist temple led Zhao Huai into a quiet room, with antique furnishings. In the center of the room was a chessboard with black and white pieces showing the remnants of the game. After sitting down, the master turned his head, looked at Zhao Huai, and spoke with a solemn expression, Yan Ziyu is a great presence in the immortal cultivation world for the last 800 years. As his descendant, you carry a certain fate on your shoulders. Do you understand? Zhao Huai disagreed, and rebutted, although I am a descendant of Yan Ziyu, I am also a living person, with my own way of life. I do what I want, and need not believe in any fate. Upon hearing these stubborn words, the eternal Taoist temple master did not get angry. Instead, he revealed a contented smile and nodded inwardly. This child has a firm and decisive state of mind. No wonder he has come so far today. Zhao Huai took the initiative to ask, the senior asked me to come here, probably to let me know some truths, like about Yan Ziyu. Has the senior ever met Yan Ziyu personally? The eternal Taoist temple master chuckled meaningfully, not only have I met him, but we were also close friends. Back then, I was just an outer sect disciple of the Taoist temple. His help to me was immense. He then took a deep look at Zhao Huai and said. However, after Yan Ziyu ascended, his whereabouts are unknown. Moreover, the immortal path is severed, and while the immortal cultivation world is seemingly peaceful, it has actually been in a delicate balance for the past 500 years, with disaster potentially breaking out at any moment. Zhao Huai nodded and asked, may I ask senior, what is the devastating evil source of northern states' netherworld that was mentioned earlier? This netherworld, born even before the immortal path was severed, is a demonic thing from the Middle Ancient turmoil. It can continuously produce devil creatures, but it was suppressed by Yan Ziyu 500 years ago. However, recently, the immortal sect disciples discovered that more and more devil creatures are being born. Demons will eventually become a major catastrophe for the human race. The eternal Taoist temple master explained. Middle Ancient turmoil? Please explain. This was not the first time Zhao Huai had heard this term. The last time he had heard it was during the narrative of the sword wielder. The eternal Taoist temple master's eyes were deep as he asked, do you know about treasured peaks, immortals' caves, and blessed lands? Yes, Gu Tianji has already introduced them. The immortal sects occupy immortals' caves, while the spiritual mountains are a blessed land. Zhao Huai nodded quietly. FEBOL.cm. In fact, there is one more division of immortal opportunities above the blessed lands. The eternal Taoist temple master spoke lightly. Another one. Zhao Huai, upon learning this explanation, seemed to have realized something. His pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in surprise, could it be that Central State, Northern State, and Western State are all? The eternal Taoist temple master slowly said, you guessed correctly. Central State, Northern State, and Western State all belong to the same immortal land. This last division is called Heaven and Earth. This Heaven and Earth is called the immortal world. The words of the eternal Taoist temple master echoed in Zhao Huai's mind. He was momentarily stunned. The immortal world. Treasured peak, immortal's cave, blessed land, heaven and earth. Could there be other heavens and earths? Chapter 239, Immortal World, The Truth from 800 Years Ago _2. The eternal Taoist temple master nodded and continued explaining, indeed, the Northern State Netherworld, Western State Demon Sect, and even the Devil Sect are all invaders from other realms. Thousands of years ago, a fierce war broke out between the immortal world and multiple other realms, causing countless immortals to perish. This is what we call the Middle Ancient Turmoil. The end of the Netherworld leads to the Hell World, and the Master of the 10 Devil Sects ascended from the heavenly Devil World. He was gravely injured by ancestor Yan Zia 500 years ago and subsequently sealed in the extremely cold northern lands. This is why the Devil Sect has constantly been troubling you. You bear the bloodline of ancestor Yan Zia and are capable of breaking this seal. Thus, after the death of the limitless immortal sect hierarch, the Devil Sect was unable to resist coming for you in haste. That's also the main reason I called you to the mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai finally understood. No wonder the Devil Sect has been lurking around him. As he had suspected, they were not after the secrets of the ancestral weapon. It turns out that all of this was the Devil Lord's doing behind the scenes. He couldn't help but wonder. In this realm full of other realms, what does it mean to ascend to immortality? Zhao Huai asked again. Senior, is there a connection between these realms and ascension? If there is, why did the immortal path break off 800 years ago? Do you know why, Senior? Despite reading numerous classics, I found that this period of history is seldom recorded. He had been curious about this for a long time. The ancient books did not offer any answers. The history of the period before and after the breaking off of the immortal path was a complete blank. To this, the eternal Taoist temple master quickly provided an answer. This is a taboo topic, it can't be found in any historical records. The severance of the immortal path originated from an ascension. Before the immortal calendar, we referred to it as the Middle Ancient. During that time, the immortal cultivation world was much more prosperous than it is now, and there were far more human cultivators. These cultivators could ascend to immortality through the ascension path, but there was one unparalleled immortal who destroyed the ascension path at the time of his own ascension. You can only maneuver amongst different realms after ascending. With the ascension path destroyed, it also inevitably cut off the route to the different realms. Having said that, the eternal Taoist temple master stood up, picked up a black chess piece, and his chi started fluctuating as he held it over the chessboard. The current immortal world is like a prison. No one from the outside can enter, and no one on the inside can leave. It's a dead end. Zhao Huai looked at the chessboard in astonishment. He realized that his view of the chessboard had suddenly changed. In his eyes, the chessboard had transformed into a world, vast and intricate, with each and every mountain range, river, city, and person appearing before him. This was an immortal's divine skill. In other words, the higher a cultivator's level, the different the world appears to them. The world an immortal sees as an entire realm at the palm of their hand, every detail clear to them. They can even use power from the universe to alter the trajectory of the chess pieces. This was the legendary universal chess game. The northern part of the chessboard, representing the northern state, was filled with blood fog and killing intent. Black smoke was swirling around, obviously a dangerous place. On the chessboard, there were countless chess pieces arrayed together. Some were starry speckles, some pulsed with blinding light, and some contained a force akin to a celestial star, releasing explosive power fluctuations. The bright chess pieces represented powerful cultivators, the mighty. The other chess pieces, in the most abundance but dim in light, were so numerous they were hard to count, like dust. The eternal Taoist temple master furrowed his eyebrows slightly, declaring gravely, "The situation in the northern state is deteriorating. It's uncertain when trouble will strike. By then, the entire central state border of 10 million li will become a playground for demons." Zhao Huai asked solemnly, "Is there no way to resolve this? You, Master, can predict the path of heaven and earth and have such divine skills. Can't you defend against our enemies?" The eternal Taoist temple master sighed, "The solution lies in the roots. Whether it's the Devil Lord or the Netherworld, both are from other realms. With the immortal path destroyed, it's inevitable that this problem cannot be solved. Now, the lifespan of the immortal world is like a ticking time bomb. With each passing day, we lose a day. We have no idea what kind of disasters will befall us in the future. All we, the immortals, can do is to cultivate the next generation. This is what the immortal sect has been doing for the past 100 years. All of us are old bones now. We can wait for 100 years, but can we wait for 1,000? Can the tradition of the immortal families continue?" At this, Zhao Huai fell silent. Time is truly a poison, unknowingly slipping away. This is especially true during his seclusion. In the mirror world, when he indulges in cultivation for a moment only to snap back to reality and find all his spiritual stones exhausted, several months have already passed. A year in a mortal's life is every day, his year is over 2 years. Time truly flies. Lastly, the eternal Taoist temple master focused his gaze on Zhao Huai and said seriously, "The once prosperous Yan Empire had fallen, but in your generation, it was revived. The mission upon your shoulders is heavy and long. You not only represent the mortal world but may also come to represent the immortal sect. I hope you can rise like the original ancestor Yan Ziu, illuminate your family line, and shape the future of the immortal cultivation world." When Zhao Huai left the Taoist temple, his mood was still heavy. But the truth is often that heavy. "Your Highness, you're out? What did Master Lord say to you? You look awful." Gu Tianji, who had been waiting at the door the whole time, immediately greeted Zhao Huai with a smile when he emerged. Chapter 240, Immortal World, The Truth from 800 Years Ago 3. He had never been a pessimist. In his opinion, he should live each day as it comes, no need to worry too much about tomorrow. When trouble arises, just cut it off. Gu Tianji sensed what his master lord might say and tried to comfort him. These things may be heavy, but they are also timely encouragement. Time waits for no one. There's nothing a pot of wine can't solve. Your Highness, why not drink with me? Gu Fan said, "I don't drink, my madam doesn't like me drinking, I'm not used to it." Zhao Huai very much agreed, and then said seriously. Gu Tianji laughed, "Ah, you're truly a devoted man. Fine, suit yourself. Shall we go to the limitless immortal sect first or forge the sword? I suggest forging the sword, at least give a heads up, queue up. In the spiritual mountains, there are many people who look for Master Ruan Ban to create magical weapons every day. Alright, let's listen to Brother Gu." Zhao Huai thought of something and said seriously, "Brother Gu is doing me such a big favor, calling me Your Highness is too formal, let's address each other as brothers." "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Your Highness to be so open-hearted. Alright, I'll call you Brother Zhao, and I'm set on making you my friend." Gu Tianji seemed very happy, laughing so hard that his eyes squinted. Later, Zhao Huai followed Gu Tianji to a main hall. Underground spiritual veins run through it, with formation inscriptions carved around it, which can absorb spiritual qi and transmit it to any place in the spiritual mountains at any time. Swoosh! Accompanied by a dizzying spin, Zhao Huai arrived in front of a black mountain that appeared to be a garbage dump, messy and disorderly. However, the ground was not covered with garbage, but with various abandoned magical weapons, piled into various small colored mountains. Roar! At the top of the mountain, there's a burning fire seed that looks like a meridian, spreading to the surroundings of the Skyforge mountain. The flames transform into illusory images of various strange beasts. This is the beast's fire, the source of the Skyforge mountains casting fire and also the chance for this treasured peak. Any magical weapons forging cannot be done without it. Gu Tianji explained. The two soon entered a mansion, where many strong and tall men with bare upper bodies were coming in and out. Clang! Clang! Unending sounds of hammering iron could be heard from the manor. Zhao Huai saw many people on the road. They were apprentices who could also forge magical weapons. It's Gu Tianji. He's here to freeload from master again. Probably. Seeing Zhao Huai and Gu Tianji, many people whispered. Zhao Huai gave Gu Tianji a strange look. Gu Tianji coughed awkwardly and brushed it off. Passing through the front hall, the back was where everything was displayed. Various magical weapons, like swords, spears, axes, rings, necklaces, etc., were all shining with spiritual light and placed in display cases. You little bastard, you're here again. As they walked, a thick voice full of curse words came from a large hall. An elder with a big nose and half-meter-long beard walked out of the shop, his face green with anger, looking like he was cheated. You used the magical weapons I forged as gifts to pick up other sex female disciples, didn't you? Ayo, old stories, why mention them? Gu Tianji laughed awkwardly. Don't worry, it's not like that this time. The big-nosed elder sneered, humph. Gu Tianji, no matter what, I won't help you this time. It's not me who wants to forge a life-bound magical treasure this time, it's him. Can't you do him a favor? Gu Tianji pointed at Zhao Huai next to him. The big-nosed elder's cold gaze fell on Zhao Huai. After a careful look, he finally shook his head and said. All the same, not forging. Sigh. Don't do that, do you know who he is? Gu Tianji looked embarrassed, as he had promised to help Zhao Huai, he had to keep his word. One and the same. The big-nosed elder replied indifferently. Gu Tianji began to introduce. This is the Crown Prince of Yan country. He heard that you can forge the best magical weapons and came here. You can't let people return empty-handed. And this time I will pay, no, the Taoist temple will pay, absolutely no credit. The Crown Prince of Yan country, the one who's been the talk of the town lately? A descendant of ancestor Yan Ziu, Freb Novo. Hearing this name, the big-nosed elder's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he looked at Zhao Huai once again. To be fair, I do have some connections with ancestor Yan Ziu. The big-nosed elder began to ponder, muttering to himself. Seeing this, Gu Tianji shouted, I'll add 10 pots of 1000-year dragon fierce wine this time, I'm really putting everything on it. You're honest this time. Hearing this, the big-nosed elder snorted coldly at Gu Tianji, then turned to Zhao Huai, his face softened a bit, and said softly. Follow me inside. As the three walked, the big-nosed elder couldn't help but turn his head and ask. Young man, what kind of magical weapon do you want to forge? Zhao Huai contemplated for a moment, then replied. Chapter 241, Qinghan returns to spiritual mountains. Ever since the fall of the limitless immortal sect hierarch, and the elder in the spiritual pond issued the sect mission, the entire limitless immortal sect had become a war machine, with more and more disciples descending the mountain. On the road, one could see many disciples flying in and out on their flying swords. Compared to Longchuan Mountain Gate, there were many more people at Yujing sect, which was located in the bustling small town below. The common people in the small town were also quite astonished, not knowing why there were suddenly so many young people dressed in elegant and uniform attire. In the small town, Yu Qinghan, who had been on the move, finally arrived at the foot of the spiritual mountains, and she also let out a sigh of relief. The journey was not dangerous, which was a fortunate thing. She asked for some water at the inn and looked at the towering mountains in the distance, pondering to herself. Once I pass Yujing sect, the spiritual mountain is just a stone's throw away, but now that the limitless immortal sect hierarch has fallen, is it still worth going there? On her way, she had also learned of the news of the limitless immortal sect hierarch's death. She was still very shocked about this, as after all, her life had been saved by the limitless immortal sect hierarch. If it hadn't been for him coming in person and severely injuring the old fiend of Netherworld, she would have been dead by now. She originally thought that bringing her child to the spiritual mountain would allow her to receive the protection and training of the sect hierarch. But now, it can only be said that fate is playing tricks on people. Yu Qinghan carefully considered the situation and decided that the favorable environment of the spiritual mountain and the excellent resources it held would be stronger than the mortal world. So after a brief rest, she flew straight towards Yujing sect. Since breaking through to the Golden Core realm, she no longer needed external assistance to fly through the air. Yu Qinghan carried Zhao Ping'an and Zhao Ruyu on her back, moving through the air with the wind whistling beneath her feet. Her storage necklace shimmered, and a token appeared. The spiritual mountain formation soon opened. Since she was once a disciple of the limitless immortal sect, it wasn't surprising that she could open the formation. However, after entering the spiritual mountain, she saw a familiar figure. Su Muchen was quietly sitting on a floating island, slowly cultivating. As the gatekeeper of Yujing sect, he spent his days cultivating when he had nothing else to do. Suddenly, a woman appeared in his divine insight. Looking at her attire and aura, Su Muchen couldn't help but feel suspicious. He didn't claim to know every disciple of the limitless immortal sect. But whenever a cultivator in the Golden Core realm entered, he would have seen them one way or another. But the woman before him was completely unfamiliar. Her aura was not weak, and since that was the case, there should have been more of a standout impression. Could she be a devil cultivator in disguise? In the blink of an eye, he appeared before her and said indifferently, "Halt! Show your identification FEENV.com. Naturally, Yu Qinghan had already noticed him. He was the gatekeeper near the Xia's imperial city. Wasn't it because of the sword her husband had wielded that she had crossed swords with him? 2 years had passed, and she had already entered the Golden Core realm, the same as him. However, upon close examination, Yu Qinghan could determine that the gatekeeper before her was not her opponent. She was at the 7th stage of the Golden Core realm, while the gatekeeper was only at the 6th stage. Although he was in the late Golden Core realm, she was confident that she could defeat him within 10 moves. "Sir, where have you come from?" Su Muchen had his life-bound magical treasure, the flying sword, hanging at his waist and spoke indifferently. "From the Xia's imperial city, this is my identification token." Yu Qinghan appeared to know the rules and handed her token to Su Muchen with a calm expression. Su Muchen frowned as he took the token, infusing it with his magic power to investigate, and soon his expression turned to astonishment. "Yu Qinghan, you are the Empress of the Xia country." He quickly regained his composure, puzzled and asked, "Your Majesty, why are you leaving your prosperous country behind and coming to my limitless immortal sect?" Ignoring his question, Yu Qinghan replied emotionlessly, "Is this also within the duties of a gatekeeper? As far as I know, as long as the identification token is valid, one can pass, right? Indeed, you may enter." Su Muchen could not ask further and had no choice but to let her pass. Yu Qinghan didn't look at him again and directly entered the gate of the limitless immortal sect. Gazing at her departing figure, Su Muchen muttered to himself, "A ruler of a country, who has reached the Golden Core realm in the mortal world. I really wouldn't believe it if she didn't have the support of some national fortune and perpetuation. In a short while, Yu Qinghan arrived at a floating island surrounded by a purple mist. In front of her were the 3,000 immortal peaks, where she could see many disciples dressed in white. This was the Limitless Immortals Cave. The location of the Limitless Immortals Cave was in the trial area of the Blessed Land in the Spiritual Mountain, which was the place where the ancient immortals used to conduct Taoist rites and martial arts competitions. Under the seat of immortals were countless disciples, and this place used to be where these disciples held their competitions and cultivated. The magical weapons and artifacts needed for the competitions were all placed here. When the Limitless Immortal sect had not yet been established, each immortal peak had been filled with flying swords. They were viewed as sword tombs. Nowadays, all these flying swords had been placed in the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion was located on the Immeasurable Immortal Peak and, like the Immeasurable Immortal Peak, was also considered a forbidden area. The Sword Pavilion and Immeasurable Immortal Peak were the two most significant immortal opportunities for the Limitless Immortal sect. Inside the Immeasurable Immortal Peak were countless dangerous immortal skills, divine skills, and the residual sword chi fluctuations from 10,000 years ago. Without an elder's permission, one was absolutely not allowed to set foot there. This was the source of the deep foundation of the Limitless Immortal sect. The Sword Pavilion contained a large number of flying swords. Once a disciple of the Limitless Immortal sect reached the initiation stage, they could enter the Sword Pavilion to receive a flying sword. The process of claiming the swords relied on the swords themselves to recognize their masters. Now that she had returned to the Limitless Immortal sect, seeing the disciples practicing their swordsmanship below, Yu Qinghan felt a strange sense of traveling through time. There was a time when she, like them, had been a part of the Limitless. Chapter 242, Qjng Han returns to Spiritual Mountains 2. Now looking back, she felt a sense of time changing and people changing. The disciples of the Limitless Immortal sect saw Yu Qinghan standing alone in the sky, not knowing what she was carrying, and her appearance and clothing did not resemble those of disciples from other sects. Their gazes were filled with curiosity. You still came? At this moment, a voice echoed in Yu Qinghan's mind. Yu Qinghan looked up and gazed towards the location of the Limitless Immortal Peak. Her body transformed into a rainbow light and descended to the ground. An elder in a grey robe had been waiting for her here. Elder Bai, it's been a long time. Yu Qinghan's eyes flickered as she took the initiative to greet him. She recognized the person before her. Elder Bai Zijing, the seventh elder of the Limitless Immortal sect. 5 years ago, she became his disciple for a period and practiced at that time, with her willful personality. Having sealed her immortal spiritual root, few elders were willing to accept her as a disciple, but Elder Bai did not despise her. On the contrary, he discussed many great principles with her. He was, in a way, her mentor. From the bottom of her heart, she respected him. The sect had predicted before his death that you would come. Looking at his former disciple who had grown so much in just a few years, Elder Bai's eyes were filled with a gratified smile. Come with me, Elder Hai is waiting for you. Yu Qinghan followed behind Elder Bai and quickly thought of a person upon hearing this name. She had an impression of him. Among the many elders of that time, she hadn't met all of them, but she had heard of the famous ones. The most mysterious one in the Limitless Immortal sect was Elder Hai. With the appearance of an old angler, he was easy to recognize. He had been guarding by the edge of the spiritual pond and cliff mountain for many years, fishing for spiritual objects, sitting there for 100 years, with only the breeze to accompany him. Elder Bai glanced at Yu Qinghan and slowly said, in addition to the Xia's throne, you are also a disciple of the Limitless Immortal sect. Some things must be explained to you. Elder Hai has been suppressing his cultivation realm these years. Now that he has taken up the role of the sect head, he had to break through the barriers of his realm and has already reached the late metamorphosis stage. He has been stationed at the illusory Southern Sea, the place where a powerful demon perished. He usually can't leave, and now the entire limitless immortal sect can only rely on the 10 swordsmen. What brings you back this time? Elder Bai asked curiously. Although the sect had predicted this, he was still unclear about the specific circumstances. Yu Qinghan didn't say much and revealed the child wrapped in magic power in her arms. Seeing the faces of the 2 sleeping babies, Elder Bale's heart trembled, and his eyes widened. Are they your flesh and blood? Yes. Yu Qinghan nodded, her tone serious. The mortal world is too dangerous, and I would like to ask the sect to take care of them. Elder Bai calmed down and pondered, it's not a problem to take care of them, but why did you think of the limitless immortal sect? And who is the father of these children? He was still quite astonished. He knew Yu Qinghan's personality and thought she wasn't the type to fall in love with a man. The appearance of these 2 children undoubtedly slapped him in the face. The news of the Xia's Empress giving birth to 2 children would undoubtedly garner a lot of attention once it was leaked. I'm not sure yet. The Limitless Immortal Sect is a sacred immortal sect land, a place filled with outstanding people and extraordinary beings. Growing up here would be much safer for my children. As for the whereabouts of my husband, I have been searching for him. As she spoke, Yu Qinghan thought about the many mysteries surrounding Zhao Huai, and her thoughts began to drift. Coming back to her senses, she provided an answer. She truly didn't know, from her husband's various actions, he seemed to be a cultivator, with considerable strength. Could someone like that truly be a pawnshop shopkeeper? She wasn't sure. Fine, I wasn't supposed to interfere with your matter anyway, but what about the Crown Prince of Yan? The affairs between you two, the immortal sect cannot intervene in, it is up to you. Elder Bai spoke earnestly. Both the Yan and Xia nations have the backing of the immortal sect. If the limitless immortal sect intervenes, so will the Yan, inadvertently causing internal strife between the immortal sects. Such an event could not occur with the presence of a common enemy. There can only be one emperor in the world. Yu Qinghan provided an answer, her gaze sharp. The 2 of them flew through the air, and a silver spiritual pond appeared ahead. Go ahead, Elder Hai is waiting for you FENVO. Elder Bai led her here and stopped, not proceeding any further. Thank you, Master Lord. Yu Qinghan bowed slightly. Hearing her address him as Master Lord, Elder Bai's face revealed a pleased smile. Yu Qinghan turned around and headed towards the spiritual pond. An old man with a bamboo hat sat quietly by the shore, his aura as calm as water, unpretentious, and as ordinary as a regular person. Why did you think of coming back? An old voice sounded, and Yu Qinghan finally stood beside Elder Hai. Yu Qinghan faced the new sect hierarch and bowed, saying, Disciple Yu. Qinghan has returned to the spiritual mountains to entrust a matter. You don't have to say anything, I already know. Elder Hai's muddy eyes glanced at the child in Yu Qinghan's hands. With just one look, he clicked his tongue and said, It's just that these 2 children of yours are not ordinary. After speaking, he smg, Nanakudigan calculating. As ne Kanyunyi, ms expression simmertia slightly, revealing astonishment as he murmured, the heavenly fate is not to be leaked. The 3rd time, how is it possible? This time, he had learned his lesson and did not forcibly pry into fate. Hierarch Hai, what's going on? Yu Qinghan saw the other parties murmuring and couldn't help but ask. Elder Hai stared deeply at Yu Qinghan and said meaningfully. The father of your 2 children has quite an extraordinary background. What do you mean? Yu Qinghan's phoenix eyes were filled with confusion. Elder Hai recalled and said leisurely, 2 years ago, when the mortal world encountered changes, I divined twice, but each time I was met with a backlash from fate. I thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that it wasn't. Your husband is a person who carries a great flowing qi. Facing Elder Hai's answer, Yu Qinghan couldn't understand and tentatively asked. A person with a great flowing qi, do you mean he can't possibly be an unknown person? Exactly. Elder Huai nodded. Since ancient times, those who have received the protection of heavenly fate have transformed from ordinary fish into dragons. Once they possess flowing qi, they become unstoppable. He did not disappear, you just didn't pay attention. Yu Qinghan thought hard about the people she had encountered over the past year and couldn't pinpoint anyone particularly remarkable. Let alone someone with a great flowing qi, she hadn't even seen a capable minister. Elder Huai sat by the lakeside and said to himself. Before the supreme head of the sect fell, he had entrusted me that if you have any needs, they shall be met one by one. Your 2 children will be nurtured with all the resources of the immortal sect, so there's no need for you to worry. Thank you, Hierarch Huai. Yu Qinghan said solemnly. Elder Huai continued, now, the fortune of the Xia is flourishing, and the perpetuation of the limitless immortal sect is at its peak. Your contributions cannot be ignored, and the limitless immortal sect owes you. Adding to that the initial encounter with these 2 children, it is fate. So, I will give them a welcome gift. After speaking, Yu Qinghan hadn't even reacted yet. The old angler opened the white bowl next to him, filled with fish. Inside were several colorful loaches and a few golden fish swimming around, constantly hitting the bowl's walls. Let them choose one. Elder Huai pointed at the slowly waking male and female babies, with a smile on his face. What is this? Yu Qinghan looked at the fish and loaches in the bowl, her eyebrows furrowed. She thought he would give a top-notch magical weapon, a peerless sword technique, or even immortal medicine. But he ended up giving a few fish. Suddenly. Buzz! Yu Qinghan's mind trembled, and the surrounding scene changed amid dizziness. A vast expanse of whiteness, and beneath her feet, the endless rolling river. Was this a supernatural ability to change the world? May I ask Hierarch Huai, where is this place? Yu Qinghan asked curiously. Elder Huai smiled and said, this is the world inside the white bowl. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded, making the entire river tremble. Splash! A huge, ferocious head emerged from the river, its gigantic body towering like a mountain, a pair of eyes like snakes, with azure jade-like vertical pupils. Yu Qinghan saw such a monstrous creature, and she was shocked. This was a flood dragon. In front of the flood dragon, she was only the size of a few scales. Flood dragons belong to demonic creatures, and the pressure emanating from them is extremely terrifying. Yu Qinghan subconsciously wanted to take action but was stopped by Elder Huai. He chuckled and said, no need to panic, this is an azure flood dragon with green eyes. It has already been tamed by myself. Your 2 children need the protection of a road guardian. I think this rebirth realm flood dragon is more than suitable. Even for the late metamorphosis stage, it is not easy to contain it. It'll be the guardian for my daughter. Seeing the azure flood dragon with green eyes lower its body, Yu Qinghan's daughter, Zhao Huai, wasn't afraid and even laughed foolishly. She seemed to be excited when she saw the flood dragon. That's excellent. Chapter 243, Husband and Wife Reunited. Skyforge Mountain, an extremely hot environment. Zhao Huai followed Gu Tianji around the entire artifact forging mansion on the mountain, hearing about the early years of the blacksmith Master Ruan Ban. Master Ruan Ban was one of the older elders in the spiritual mountains. The fire of Skyforge Mountain had been burning for hundreds of years under his watch. In his early years, he was just a poor man seeking opportunities, unable to even join a sect, but he was taken in by someone from the spiritual mountains and stayed there, eventually finding his opportunity. Although Master Ruan Ban never mentioned this person, Gu Tianji speculated that it was probably ancestor Yan Ziu, who had practiced in the spiritual mountains 800 years ago. Ancestor Yan Ziu's deeds may not be known to the secular world, but which child who grew up in the spiritual mountains has not heard his story? His real name is already forgotten because the word ancestor was an honorary title given to him by the people after his ascension, and it is unknown what his real name was. However, the traces he left in the spiritual mountains are still vivid, and just like most other disciples, he once lived in this world. Drinking wine, cultivating, and gaining enlightenment. That's why he inspired so many immortal sect disciples to yearn for. So Brother Zhao, what is your opportunity in the spiritual mountains? Gu Tianji smiled cheekily and turned to Zhao Huai. Opportunity? I don't know either. Zhao Huai shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Gu Tianji looked at the lofty immortal mountains in the distance and slowly said, everyone who enters the spiritual mountains will find their own opportunities, which is the meaning of the existence of this blessed land. You might as well stay in the spiritual mountains for a while, look around, walk around, find your own opportunities, and then return to the mortal world. This place is beautiful with clear water and rich spiritual qi. It is indeed a good place for cultivation. But right now, Xia country is sharpening its knives, and I don't know how long I can stay. Zhao Huai thought for a moment and said. Gu Tianji nodded understandingly and seemed to remember something suddenly. He asked, I don't think you are a person who doesn't drink. I know a good place to drink here. The wine is fragrant and has great benefits for the body. It's only for acquaintances. Zhao Huai hesitated for a while and said, it may not be a good idea. Drinking could cause trouble, and besides. Gu Tianji grinned, I know you're going to bring up your sweetheart again. She's not here right now, so why not drink? A real man should not return until drunk. Zhao Huai couldn't argue with him and could only sigh, all right then. Gu Tianji's expression brightened, and he brought Zhao Huai to a tavern in the Skyforge villa. This was a resting place for the apprentices and disciples of the mansion. What could be more comfortable than drinking and eating, talking about women after a busy and tiring shift? So, there were still many people in the tavern, of various cultivation levels and attire. Gu Tianji smiled and patted Zhao Huai on the shoulder, saying, it would be a pity for you not to drink. The fire dragon wine of Skyforge Mountain is famous in the immortal cultivation world, brewed with dragon bones and refined by heavenly fire. It has great benefits for the flesh body. The whole spiritual mountains want to drink it. Once you leave this village, you won't find this shop again. Hearing this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but smile. Boss, bring us the wine. An old man at the counter saw Gu Tianji's figure and snorted coldly, it's you again, kid. When are you going to pay back the wine money from last time? I'll pay it all back this time. Gu Tianji laughed generously, slapped out a stack of spiritual stones, and they were superior spiritual stones. The old man took the spiritual stones satisfactorily, and shouted to a busy waiter on one side, Xiaoju, we have guests, bring the wine. Coming. A clever waiter at the counter responded and quickly brought a jar of wine, placing it on the table for the two of them, smiling, take your time and enjoy. Zhao Huai nodded his thanks, and he noticed carefully, even the waiter in the tavern had refining qi cultivation. Gu Tianji at his side saw this and smiled slightly, don't be surprised, all the waiters here are disciples of the outer sect from various sects. They all have part-time jobs to earn some spiritual stones. He opened the wine jar, sniffed, and looked intoxicated. He set out 2 wine bowls and said, drink, drink, let me tell you, this wine is divine. A Metamorphosis Realm old monk who was hidden in the mountains once traveled the 4 seas and passed by here, drinking the fire dragon wine and praising it non-stop, saying something like wine and meat pass through the intestines and Buddha stays in the heart, this wine is worth breaking a precept over. After pouring a bowl of wine for each of them, Gu Tianji drank it all in one go, making exaggerated swallowing sounds with an expression of enjoyment. Zhao Huai carefully picked up the wine, smelled it, and found that it had a rich aroma. Then he took a small sip. The taste was slightly sweet at first, but then it became mellow, and a strong spicy flavor rushed up. Soon, his entire qi seemed to be burning with fire. The dormant magic power throughout his body became active. With just one sip, his flesh body was constantly tempered by this qi fire. His magic power was also slowly increasing. This wine has a strong aftertaste and can actually temper the flesh body. It really lives up to being brewed from dragon bones. Zhao Huai thought to himself. So without thinking too much, Zhao Huai also drank all of the fire dragon wine in his bowl. After a while, the flames in his qi si burned even more vigorously. The wine's effect took hold, flushing his face, and Zhao Huai felt the surge of qi and blood in his body, a sign of a possible breakthrough. But he quickly suppressed it. He was going to challenge the 8th stage of the Golden Core realm, how could he give up halfway? However, this wine did have quite a few benefits. One bowl after another for the two of them. It wasn't long before they finished the jar of fire dragon wine. Chapter 244, Husband and Wife Reunited _2. Zhao Huai was also flushed from drinking, but his mind remained clear, and he wasn't drunk. He could feel this mildly tipsy state. After drinking, some words that were not meant to be spoken kept bubbling up in his mind. Gu Tianji and Zhao Huai chatted about trivial matters and their past experiences. Gu Tianji recounted how he embarked on the path of cultivation, his romantic affairs, and the interesting and fun things he encountered when he went down the mountain to the mortal world. Zhao Huai selectively talked about his daily life in Jianzhou for the past 3 years. By the way, where is the girl you like? Where is she now? I don't know. I'm looking for her too. Somehow, the two ended up talking about women. Gu Tianji poured a bowl of wine and glanced at Zhao Huai, murmuring, "Your story is quite complicated. Over these 20 years, you have traveled to many places, and this time you have come all the way to the spiritual mountains. You haven't found your beloved yet." Zhao Huai held the bowl, his eyes lost in thought. "No, but every time I search for her, I feel that I'm getting closer to her. That's the truth." Gu Tianji laughed mockingly, "Why do you think she ran away? Did she fall in love with someone else? In my opinion, a woman should be kept by your side, or else you never know when she'll run away. You're too naive." Zhao Huai didn't like what he heard and frowned, lowering his head. "Who says that liking someone means tying them to yourself? If you think I'm naive, that's your opinion, who cares?" Gu Tianji smiled, not taking it too seriously. He burped and said leisurely, "It's admirable that you have such a loving heart. I don't know if you've heard this saying before, sometimes meeting someone is destined, and reuniting is the best outcome. I'm giving you this saying now, hoping that you'll reunite soon." Zhao Huai drank a bowl of wine, his eyes blurry but clear. Happiness, warmth, sadness, regret, and bitterness flashed through his eyes one by one. In the end, he smiled with relief. Maybe Madame had some difficulties. Loving someone means making her happy. If she's happy, I don't mind. Who says that loving someone means being inseparable and tying them to yourself? Is that love? Like you said, perhaps parting is for a better reunion." When he said this, Zhao Huai couldn't continue. He took a deep breath, covered his head, and buried his face in the table, choking with sobs in a voice that nobody could hear. "I can only talk like this, but in fact, I'm heartbroken. I wish everyone in the entire mortal world and the whole world could help me find her and let them know that I like this girl. I just hope there's only one girl in the world who likes me." Toward the end, Zhao Huai's voice became smaller and smaller. He was really drunk, and he didn't know how many jars of fire dragon wine he had drunk. His head buried in the table, he mumbled incessantly. Between dreams and waking, Zhao Huai's golden core illusion within him underwent subtle changes. It shone brightly and became very solid. Relief came from unburdening the long-suppressed feelings in his heart, like a flood bursting out, crashing into the wall of the 8th stage. Accompanied by a boom, it seemed like something had shattered. In his drunken stupor, he had actually stepped into the 8th stage from the 7th stage in the Golden Core realm. At this moment, the strongest Golden Core in the world, the 8th stage golden core, had quietly emerged. Zhao Huai was completely unaware in his dream that his state of mind had risen a level. Nobody in the tavern paid attention to this change. Everyone was drinking and talking about recent events and the ferry from the neighboring sect. The shopkeeper old man appeared to be at ease, as if he was used to this. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Zhao Huai slowly woke up from lying on the table and looked around blankly. The bustling tavern was now nearly empty. Drinking really did mess things up, as this showed. Zhao Huai regretted it, as he had almost forgotten that he still had important matters to attend to. For some reason, he felt refreshed and invigorated, but there was a lingering sadness in his heart. Nonetheless, he felt more at ease now compared to before. Walking to the door, he gazed at the towering 10,000 feet tall mountains in the distance, exhaled, and suddenly felt a surge of heroic spirit in his chest. That kid, he had the time to sneak away and drink here. At this moment, a big-nosed elder walked in through the door and scolded the still sleeping Gu Tianji. Zhao Huai immediately recognized him as Master Ruan Ban from Skyforge. Mountain. He asked curiously, "Senior, what's going on?" Logically, Master Ruan Ban was supposed to be making a sword in the mansion, right? They had already agreed that Zhao Huai would pick up the sword 7 days later. Seeing Zhao Huai, Master Ruan Ban's expression softened slightly and said, "You want to forge an extremely powerful sword, right?" "Yes." Zhao Huai nodded gently. He initially requested a strong enough sword because his sword only killed powerful enemies. Naturally, the stronger the sword, the better, especially one that could withstand the continuous improvement of his sword technique and sword intention. However, the sword I'm making now uses the 1000-year unrefined jade sword essence, which is very incompatible with the sword itself. We must change to a stronger sword essence. Master Ruan Ban said solemnly. "Oh? What's special about this sword essence?" Zhao Huai didn't understand sword making and asked in confusion. Chapter 245, Husband and Wife Reunited _3. The strength of the 1000-year unrefined jade sword is already very high, as it is made from the golden core of a 1000-year white snake. However, it is not enough to neutralize the components of the other swords, making the whole sword a failure. Is there any solution? Zhao Huai also realized the importance of the issue and hurriedly asked. Yes. Master Ruan Ban nodded and said, "It is rumored that under one of the immortal peaks of the limitless immortal sect, there is a spiritual pond that connects to the illusory southern sea. Inside the pond, a group of 10,000-year powerful demons is suppressed, including flood dragons, emperor carps, and golden crows with red legs, among other spiritual objects. If we can find the dragon gall of a 10,000-year flood dragon to serve as the sword soul, then the sword should become successful. That's why I just called for Gu Tianji earlier. This kid has a wide network of connections in the spiritual mountains and is well acquainted with quite a few fairies and geniuses. He might be able to get it." In fact, Master Ruan Ban was also uncertain, as the relationship between the limitless immortal sect and the eternal Taoist temple was not as good as he had imagined. Limitless immortal sect. Zhao Huai was thinking about this name. He woke up Gu Tianji, who was still asleep. "Gu Fan, it's time to get to work." "What's the matter?" Gu Tianji raised his head, rubbed his eyes, and said in a daze. "Limitless immortal sect, 10,000-year flood dragon's dragon gall." Zhao Huai said lightly. "Hey? What stuff?" Gu Tianji hadn't reacted yet when he was dragged away. The two came near the transportation formation of Skyforge Mountain. Gu Tianji carefully explained to Zhao Huai. "After you go to the Limitless Immortal Sect, remember that the previous sect hierarch of the Limitless Immortal Sect had some disputes with my Taoist temple. Although they were just trivial old stories, we still need to be cautious. So, when we go there, you should try to speak as little as possible and leave everything to me." "Understood." Zhao Huai nodded. The transportation formation was activated, and the spiritual chi within 100 miles was drained, accompanied by a flash of white light. With the familiar feeling of spinning sky and earth, when Zhao Huai opened his eyes again, a whole new world lay before him. The scorching sensation from Skyforge Mountain was gone, replaced by 3,000 immortal peaks standing tall, reaching into the clouds. Moreover, in the highest part of the sky, there was a large hole that had not been completely repaired. It looked like a hole in a large formation. Many people were floating in the sky, seeming to be repairing the formation. Here, there were many more disciples who used sword control than in the eternal Taoist temple, as well as some other immortal sect disciples with different attire. They headed in large numbers toward a 9-story attic. This 9-story attic had a peculiar appearance, with the sword inserted at the top. Seeing Zhao Huai staring at the building, Gu Tianji explained, "There's nothing special, this is the sword pavilion of the limitless immortal sect, one of their great opportunities." Zhao Huai looked at the hole in the sky and pondered, it seems this is where the limitless immortal sect hierarch fell. "Elder Bai, long time no see." Soon, Gu Tianji saw a familiar face and greeted with a smile. "Gu Tianji, what are you doing in our limitless immortal sect? If you want to claim a flying sword, take someone to queue up first." Elder Bai had just come out of the spiritual pond, and when he saw Gu Tianji, his brow furrowed and said lightly, "Doesn't your sect have a spiritual pond?" Gu Tianji rubbed his hands and chuckled. Elder Bai's expression turned serious, and he immediately refused, "No, the spiritual pond is a forbidden area. Even I need the sect hierarch's approval to enter, let alone you. Come on, there's always a way. I can exchange it for a few ginseng fruits at most." While the two were arguing, Zhao Huai was observing every corner of the limitless immortal sect. Was this the place where Madame spent her childhood? As he looked, his heart inexplicably calmed down. "Master Lord, my mission is completed, and I must leave." At this moment, a figure suspended in mid-air approached Elder Bai. That figure was wearing a blue robe embroidered with plum blossoms, her slanted eyes held the air of the past, a cold, extraordinary expression on her face. Like a crescent moon on the rise, or a silver tree piled with snow, all the stunning beauties seen in life were not as attractive as the face before him. When this haunting, dreamy figure he had longed for finally appeared in front of him, Zhao Huai was completely stunned. The girl he loved was both a mole on his heart and the moonlight in his life. So much so that he didn't even hear Gu Tianji calling his name. "Brother Zhao, Brother Zhao. Stop looking and listen, I'm asking you a question. Does it have to be the 10,000-year flood dragon's dragon gall?" "Brother Zhao." Gu Tianji called several times without getting a response, feeling puzzled in his heart. Is this girl so beautiful? Can't even walk? Yu Qinghan also noticed a glaring gaze and was instantly unhappy. Her phoenix eyes glanced coldly, wanting to see which bold fellow dared to stare at her so brazenly. But as soon as she turned her head, a bang sounded in her mind. Yu Qinghan's mind went blank, feeling as if she had lost all her strength, standing still in the same spot. The face across from her seemed to have appeared countless times in her dreams. At this moment, it had truly appeared, but it still felt somewhat unreal. Heaven and earth seemed to quiet down at this moment. A gentle breeze blew, causing her hair to flutter beside her ear. Chapter 246, Husband, Long Time No See. Spiritual mountains, surrounded by mist. Disciples passing by in a hurry noticed the four people frozen in midair, baffled and looked over at them. As Zhao Huai looked at Yu Qinghan's face, he only felt dizzy and disoriented. She was really in the limitless immortal sect, really there. If he remembers correctly, the plum-embroidered gown she was wearing was the one he had bought for her in Jianzhou's Huachun room. Now that she was wearing it, it was perfect. Meanwhile, after the shock in Yu Qinghan's eyes passed, she came to her senses, her lips parted, trying to speak several times but couldn't say anything. After carefully observing, she confirmed that this was the real Zhao Huai, not an illusion or a dream. Her husband was not dead. He was still alive and well. It was this gentle face that looked somewhat foolish when he was serious. The two did not say a word, looking at each other for a long time, as if there were many things they wanted to say and many questions to ask, but when they opened their mouths, they didn't know where to start. It was truly in silence that everything was said. "Husband, long time no see. Madam, long time no see." The couple spoke at the same time, realizing it afterwards, their eyes filled with astonishment. Then they both looked at each other and laughed. It felt as if they were meeting for the first time. "Madam? Husband?" Gu Tianji and Elder Bai, standing off to the side, exchanged glances as they saw the strange behavior of the couple. They had both recognized the surprise in each other's eyes. Who is this woman? Could she really be the love of brother Zhao's life? No way, she was really found. She was the Empress of Yan country? Gu Tianji secretly marveled in his thoughts. Elder Bai also mumbled in his heart. Considering her personality, did she actually find her husband? He was a young cultivator at the perfect initiation stage, suitable to be the Empress's husband, mediocre, and his cultivation was barely sufficient. He didn't know which sect and background the disciple came from, but he was already incredibly lucky to have won her affection. Seeing the affectionate couple, Gu Tianji hurriedly pulled on Elder Bai's sleeve, flying toward the ground as he left a sentence behind. "You guys chat, we won't bother you anymore." Elder Bai didn't refuse, and being an understanding elder, he lightly laughed and followed Gu Tianji away. Only Zhao Huai and Yu Qinghan were left behind. Yu Qinghan couldn't help but reach out to touch the more mature-looking Zhao Huai, smiling and saying, "You seem to have lost weight." In her voice was a hint of heartache. Then she sniffed the scent on Zhao Huai's body, raising an eyebrow in curiosity and asking, "Husband, why did you drink?" Seemingly trying to lighten the mood, she teased, "Have you become a drunkard during the days I was gone?" "It was all Gu Tianji's doing, I didn't drink much." Zhao Huai also reached out and took his beloved's slender fingers in his hand, and said seriously, "Madam, where have you been these years?" "It's a long story, I'll tell you slowly." The two landed on an immortal peak and walked casually, the air somehow filled with silence. To be honest, Zhao Huai was very nervous. People always say that small separations are like honeymoon and long separations breed distance, right? They hadn't seen each other for so long. Was she still the same madam as before? Renov.com. He couldn't be sure. With this thought, Zhao Huai suddenly became a little scared. The two walked to the foot of a mountain, this corner covered in spiritual grass and ivy. Zhao Huai took the initiative to ask, "Madam, why did you leave and never come back after leaving a letter?" Yu Qinghan sighed softly and said, "I thought you were killed by the old fiend of Netherworld, so I've been practicing hard, hoping to avenge you." Yu Qinghan then raised her head and countered, "As for you, how did you escape the old fiend of Netherworld's pursuit and end up at the spiritual mountains? Weren't you in Jianzhou? I spent a long time looking for you, do you know that?" Zhao Huai muttered, "Jianzhou was invaded by the 10 devil sects, and the old fiend of Netherworld came to my doorstep. I sensed danger beforehand, and with Xiang Yun's reminder, I made a duplicate of myself and escaped. But I was worried about your safety, so I followed your trace from the inner city to the outer city. On the way, I was surrounded by a group of devil cultivators, including a rebirth realm cultivator. I was defeated in battle and fled to Nanya Prefecture. Later, I returned to Jianzhou but never saw your shadow again." Hearing this, Yu Qinghan caught his hand, appearing to be in the thick of the action. As she listened carefully, a hint of guilt and emotion welled up in her phoenix eyes. Her husband had really done a lot for her. Zhao Huai stopped and stood at the foot of the immortal peak, staring straight at Yu Qinghan and asked, "Madam, do you still like me?" Yu Qinghan was slightly taken aback when she heard this question, unsure why he would say something like that. Before she could answer the question, Zhao Huai continued, I can tell you that no matter who you are or what your identity is, I, Zhao Huai, have always liked you. Faced with such direct affection, Yu Qinghan's heart trembled. At the same time, she realized what he was thinking, chuckled lightly, and thought this fool was overthinking it. The sweetness and warmth that surged in her heart were genuine. It was as if the past year had all been worth it. This sentence was more touching than any praise from her subjects or any sweet words in the world. Yu Qinghan revealed a breathtaking smile on her face and asked in turn. Why do you like me? Chapter 247, Husband, Long Time No See _2. Seeing the other party's reaction, Zhao Huai breathed a sigh of relief. The madam was still the same madam. With his feelings out in the open, the smile on his face grew more radiant as he said, I have so much to tell you. I'll talk slowly, you listen slowly, and even if you're angry, don't interrupt me because I'm afraid I won't have this opportunity again. Madam, you are truly beautiful. The first time I saw you in that matchmaking agency's room, I felt as if heaven had blessed me. I was not a fan of arranged marriages, and I was worried that you wouldn't like me and only agreed to marry me because of your parents' coercion. However, when you later said you didn't care about my background and didn't mind our small house, I was really happy. I've always felt guilty about hiding my cultivation from you, causing you to worry about me, teaching me to cultivate, mak1ng nert jal meknk me roar me, Anna fighting the fox demon over and over again. Fortunately, you were fine later on. I forgot to tell you that I actually killed that fox demon. You didn't know, but that fox demon had the backing of Black Wind Cave and was not to be underestimated. I went there to eliminate the threat, so as not to endanger the safety of Jianzhou City. Who would have thought that I would be targeted by that old devil upon my return? I just told you about what happened recently. This separation has lasted almost 2 years. I had settled down in Nanya Prefecture, but without you, everything seems tasteless. Every time I see sugar-coated haws, I think of your face, every time I see lovely water, I think of your eyes. Over these years, I've seen many fairies and princesses, but when I see beautiful girls, I think of you, and then they don't seem beautiful anymore thanks to you. I've come this far. Zhao Huai said all these words in one breath, his throat dry, but his feelings vented and he felt much lighter and still had more to say. His eyes were crystal clear, like a clear spring, staring at Yu Qinghan with a firm gaze saying. So, madam, I'm so glad to see you again now. Yu Qinghan, dressed in a dark blue robe, leaned against the rock wall, her eyebrows curved. Her heart was touched, and she laughed. After all this time, you really haven't fallen for anyone else. Zhao Huai replied seriously, as I said, whenever I see them, I think of you, and then they don't seem beautiful anymore. Also, if I had fallen for someone else or married someone else, what would you think? I probably might never see you again, not to mention meeting you in the spiritual mountains. Am I that unreasonable? Yu Qinghan couldn't help rolling her eyes. Zhao Huai stammered, pausing for a moment. Right, I am that unreasonable. Yu Qinghan snorted. Then, she suddenly burst into laughter, her smile filled with happiness and triumph. Her slanted eyes narrowed, making them more like crescent moons and rendering her even more radiant. She took a step forward and hugged Zhao Huai in front of her and whispered in his ear. My husband, listen, I love you as well, not a bit less than you love me. The moment she saw Zhao Huai, she had the urge to embrace him. Now, she finally got her wish. The husband was the same husband, who had never changed. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Huai was momentarily stunned before breaking into a joyful smile. Yu Qinghan let go, her eyes slightly red. As she listened to all that Zhao Huai had to say, tears couldn't help but fall, full of regret, embarrassment and something she couldn't laugh about. Why are you so silly? How could I possibly not like you? Did you really think I was an evil witch who came to deceive your feelings? Yu Qinghan wiped her tears, regained her composure, and flashed the domineering look that belonged to the Xia's empress. She turned her body to the side and slowly said, I can't think of too many nice things to say, but I only know that who I, Yu Qinghan, like does not require any reason. Truth be told, deep down she did have reasons, but she was too embarrassed to say them like Zhao Huai did. Suddenly, Zhao Huai hugged her from behind. Feeling the heat from his chest at the back, Yu Qinghan's face turned red, but she pursed her lips and didn't struggle. Instead, she turned around, her jade-like chin raised slightly, and tiptoed so she could look straight into Zhao Huai's eyes. Her delicate red lips moved closer. Both of them could hear each other's rapid breathing. Smelling the enticing scent in front of his nose, Zhao Huai didn't hesitate and kissed her. In a quiet corner of an unknown immortal peak within the limitless immortal sect, a reunited pair of lovers embraced each other silently. Meanwhile, at the gate of the limitless immortal sect, Elder Bai and Gu Tianji sat across from one another. What do you want with the spiritual pond? Elder Bai asked. It's for forging a sword, I need a 10,000-year-old flood dragon's gall. Gu Tianji casually replied, his thoughts were evidently elsewhere. 10,000 years? Do you know how rare that is? Even though demons have long lifespans, reaching 10,000 years isn't easy, they need to be at least at the 5th realm, comparable to a human at the metamorphosis realm. Gu Tianji annoyed, what's the use of shouting at me? So what if your cultivation is high? It's just the metamorphosis stage. At most, give me 300 years, and I'll be able to reach it. Elder Bai scoffed, you really don't understand the depth of the world. The great demons in this illusory southern sea come from the wilderness demon world, and they were all sealed by ancestor Yanziu. Every single one of these demons is above the golden core stage, equivalent to demon kings. If it weren't for the seal, those forbidden creatures would have already escaped, and you wouldn't have any chance. Gu Tianji retorted, what's the difference between you and me? Isn't the limitless immortal sect getting a quota of spiritual objects every year to nurture the disciples? What right do you have, and who are we? Can we even be compared? Besides, the ritual is only held once every 10 years, you just come here and demand access, who do you think you are? Chatting with a notorious hooligan from the spiritual mountain, Elder Bai had to put his elder's dignity aside and respond to Gu Tianji's taunts line by line. Gu Tianji saw that the other party was beyond reason, and his connections were of no use. He sighed, waved his hand, and said, forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Just go and talk to the Crown Prince later. Wait. What did you say? Crown Prince? The Crown Prince of Yan country. At first, Elder Bai didn't think much of it, but soon realized something was wrong. What's wrong? Gu Tianji expressionlessly scratched his ear and asked nonchalantly. The limitless immortal sect, frightened by the identity of the Crown Prince of Yan country? Impossible. Elder Bai widened his eyes in shock, barely able to believe it, and muttered. The Crown Prince of Yan country, the Xia's empress, so. The father of these two children is actually him. What are you talking about? Gu Tianji frowned and asked, puzzled. Do you know who my disciple is? Elder Bai said solemnly. Who? The Xia's empress. Gu Tianji was also surprised and confirmed it again and again. Indeed. Elder Bai nodded heavily. Damn, that's explosive. Gu Tianji excitedly clapped his hands. The first reaction was not astonishment, but curiosity. One was the Lord of Yan, the other was the Xia's emperor. There must be a story between these two. Explosive? This is clearly a tragic fate. Elder Bai frowned and disagreed. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Gu Tianji shook his head repeatedly, speaking earnestly. Elder Bai, your vision is too narrow. Let me tell you, it's not a bad thing for them to be together. As a gatekeeper, I know that if the current situation in the mortal world continues to develop, it will undoubtedly lead to war. But now, if the two of them reconcile, there may be less chaos in the mortal world. In my opinion, the unification of the mortal world is just around the corner. You. Boom. Angrily, Elder Bai hadn't finished speaking when a sudden, massive tremor came from the whole spiritual mountain, causing the mountains of the limitless immortal sect to tremble. High above in the sky, dark clouds rolled in, and huge spiritual ships appeared, heading for the breach in the formation. It looked like dark clouds pressing down on mountains. Devil clouds and black tide, not good, the devil sect is attacking. Elder Bai saw the scene and shouted in alarm. In an instant, the endless devil clouds covered the immortal peak, where the sword pavilion was located. Many disciples of the limitless immortal sect looked at the 1,000-mile-long devil cloud in the sky in horror, focusing on the colossal black demon ship at the highest point. The elders had told them that there would be a great war soon and that everyone must practice hard. But who could have anticipated that the devil sect would come calling so soon? The speed had already exceeded their expectations. Call all law enforcement disciples of the sect to defend the mountain. Inform the other sects to prepare for battle. Chapter 248, Madam, aren't you from a General IS family? Seeking monthly tickets at the end of the month. The entrance to Ling Mountain. The originally clear sky became dark as black clouds rolled in, making it difficult for people to breathe. A cool breeze blew as Yujing Sect's gatekeeper Su Muchen stood at the top of the tree, gazing seriously at the giant ship on the devil cloud in the sky. Such terrifying power, the devil sect has finally come to our doorstep. They must he enrenard and with this formation. Do they intend to start a war with the immortal sect? I have to return to the sect first and inform the elders. Su Muchen pondered for a moment, then leaped and shot towards the direction of the limitless immortal sect. He was indeed a gatekeeping disciple, but he wouldn't risk his life. Considering the fierce appearance of the enemy invading Ling Mountain, there must be powerful cultivators of the rebirth metamorphosing realm present. Within the vast devil cloud, scattered ships, hundreds of meters long, each bearing a majestic palace, gradually approached from the other end of the sky. Many devil sect cultivators stood on the deck, looking down at the vast immortal peak below. Their dress and appearance varied, but without a doubt, they were all the elites of the 10 devil sects. Exhilaration and impatience filled their faces, eager for the upcoming battle. On the deck, an extraordinary handsome young man stood at the forefront. Dressed in a black robe adorned with sparkling stars, he stood out like a dazzling star. With every move, the spiritual chi from the universe seemed to gather around him. The youth was composed and had a handsome face, his long hair draped over his shoulders. Wearing a demon ring, his deep, star-like eyes gazed upon the limitless immortal sect disciples below. He was the number 1 demon bred of the current devil sect's heavenly devil palace Situ Huan. A natural-born demonic genius, Situ Huan was not only the first in the heavenly devil palace but also the direct heir of the great palace master of heavenly devil palace and a disciple of the devil lord himself. Situ Huan possessed a natural demonic constitution, his heavenly spiritual root was of lightning attribute, and under the tutelage of the devil lord, he acquired the ancient cultivation technique of heavenly devil 36 transformations. In less than 100 years, he achieved perfect golden core. His reputation spanned both the immortal and devil sects, and he was a leading figure among the devil geniuses, trained jointly by the heavenly devil palace and the devil lord in the last century. The rank of demon bred under other palace masters often changed, but Situ Huan remained the first demon bred, his position unwavering for over 100 years. On either side of him, several hundred cultivators in the initiation stage and more than 10 golden core realm cultivators stood firm alongside enchanting beauties and numerous rebirth realm devil palace deacons, their auras incredibly powerful. Among the most terrifying was an aged man with dried up skin and bones, who sat next to the young demon-bred Situ Huan. His tranquil eyes were closed as he cultivated his chi, his presence immensely oppressive. His smooth, baby-like hands stood out all the more. The devil boat was about to enter the limitless immortal sect when Zhao Huai looked up and sensed a surge of intense killing intent coming from atop the Yujing sect. "Senior Haunted, I'm afraid I have to trouble you to make a move this time." Zhao Huai laughed, his magnetic voice gentle and elegant as he addressed the elderly man. This man was the supreme elder of one of the 10 devil sects, the Haunted sect. His seniority was extremely high, and with his unparalleled divine skills in the Haunted Devil Fist, he had secured his sect's position in the Devil Sect. Everyone in the Devil Sect revered him as Elder Haunted. Elder Haunted slowly opened his eyes, showing no trace of emotion. With an icy tone, he said, "I've long wanted to test the skills of the sword wielder of the Limitless Immortal Sect. I want to see whether the sword of Limitless Immortal Sect is sharper or if my fists are harder." His words were filled with coldness, as if he held a hidden grudge against the Limitless Immortal Sect. Suddenly, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth changed abruptly, and 100-meter-long sword chi rainbow descended from the sky, slashing towards the giant devil boat. A Rebirth Realm Devil Sect deacon saw the situation and wanted to defend the rest, gathering all his magic power. However, the moment he launched his punch towards the sword chi, it was shattered. The fearsome sword chi showed no signs of retreating and stabbed straight at them. The Rebirth Realm Devil Sect deacon's face turned pale, as even his considerable cultivation level couldn't match a single sword strike from the opponent. "Let me handle it," Elder Haunted said indifferently, his body vanishing from the deck, his hand gradually raised unconcernedly. His single hand made contact with the sword chi, and with a flick of 2 fingers, it was lightly deflected. Boom! A low, hair-raising sound echoed through the sky. The sword chi shattered, and it looked as if a firework exploded across the horizon. However, it wasn't over yet. In an instant, surging sword chi filled the sky, charging towards the void in the grand formation, forming a magnificent magic power rainbow in the heavens. An elderly man in a Taoist robe appeared mid-air above the Limitless Immortal Sect. His expression was indifferent, as if he had been guarding this place for 100 years and said, "Forbidden spiritual mountain ahead, demons have no right to enter." At that instant, an ice-cold sharp aura filled the heaven and earth, an ancient long sword standing like a pillar of heaven, towering on top of Limitless Immortal Peak, emitting astonishing fluctuations. All cultivators in this world looked up at the sky, awestruck, staring at the elder in the Taoist robe above. Sword cultivator Gao Kui. This is the power of the sword wielder. In my entire life, I'd never thought I'd witness the sword wielder in action. Although it's not a good situation, it's still so incredible. The rumor is that the sword wielder nurtures his sword for hundreds of years for a single decisive moment, a height many people will never achieve in a lifetime. This awe-inspiring sword chi left everyone's hearts pounding. Chapter 249, Madam, aren't you from a General S family? Seeking monthly tickets at the end of the month. _2. Whoosh. In the gap between the thousands of sword chi, Elder Haunted shot out like a bolt of lightning and stood in front of the sword wielder in an instant. He clenched his 5 fingers together, and, with a faint demonic glow, he smashed a fist down. The elder sword wielder's eyes revealed a solemn expression as he controlled the sword using chi. The flying sword managed to block the punch, and counterattacked with flickering sword radiance, containing vast and boundless magic power. The heavy and mighty sword chi forced Elder Haunted to use both fists to defend. Bang! As the fists collided with the long sword, an explosion erupted with a terrifying sound, creating tornado-like gusts that shattered the surrounding immortal peak's rubble. The visible ripples in the air spread out, and the ground cracked under the dreadful pressure as the disciples scrambled to avoid the aftermath of the two's battle. Too terrifying. Both of them were powerful beings above the metamorphosis realm, and even from a distance, one could feel the oppressive aura emanating from them. In the crowd, Elder Bai watched anxiously. He knew that the 10 swordsmen of Limitless Immortal Sect were cultivated using secret methods, focusing on nurturing swords and sword skill realm, but their true cultivation level could not compete with real metamorphosis realm experts. A sword cultivated for 100 years would also eventually be used up. The more it was used, the more it dulled. However, a true metamorphosis realm mighty could absorb spiritual chi from the universe for their use, and in a long battle, would eventually gain the upper hand. Right now, the new sect hierarch could not leave the spiritual pond, and it was difficult for him to make a move. The other immortal sects were unaware of the situation, and judging from the lack of news, the remaining 9 spiritual mountain gates were likely dealing with the devil sect's invasion and couldn't spare any attention here. This crisis could only be handled by the limitless immortal sect itself. Hand over the crown prince of Yan country, and your death can be avoided. As Elder Bai pondered, a refined voice came from the sky. He looked up and saw that Situ Huan was leading the devil boat, which had finally arrived above the spiritual mountains. Now, Situ Huan looked down with a condescending gaze, an elegant temperament, and a faint smile on his face, saying, "Today is the day of my devil sect's turning point." With that, several Rebirth Realm Devil Palace deacons transformed into streaks of light and charged towards the Limitless Immortal Sect disciples. The elders of Limitless Immortal Sect had prepared earlier and charged forward too, engaging the opposing side. Situ Huan gave a slight smile, looking at the young disciples of the Limitless Immortal Sect. Whoosh! A sword radiance arrived in an instant. Situ Huan's expression remained unchanged as he stepped back, his long black hair fluttering in the wind. With one hand behind his back and the other forming a black whirlwind, he struck out. His offensive shot out like a thunderbolt. It landed on the ambushed disciple, causing the true disciple to fly backwards and spit out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Facing such a powerful enemy, the gatekeeper, Su Muchen, took a deep breath, his eyes blazing as his flying sword shot out from his sleeve and stabbed towards Situ Huan. Roar! A wolf's howl sounded, and a dark, ghostly wolf shadow emerged from Situ Huan's body, blocking the sword along with a pitch-black crescent moon. Su Muchen's attack failed, and he quickly retreated, his face solemn as he said, "Heavenly Devil First Transformation, Heavenly Wolf Moon Plucking." He had heard of this ancient cultivation technique before. FAWEBOLOM. The Heavenly Devil 36 transformations originated from the ancient devil gods of the Heavenly Devil world. Each ancient devil god was a terrifying existence in ancient times, with a long and ancient inheritance. The full 36 transformations grew increasingly powerful, and it was said that no one could withstand Situ Huan's 9th transformation. No one had ever fully performed the Heavenly Devil 36 transformations before. To win this battle was incredibly difficult. "Let me handle this." At this moment, a firm hand patted Su Muchen's shoulder. He turned his head and saw Gu Tianji wearing a white crane Taoist robe. The playful look on Gu Tianji's face had vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Looking at Gu Tianji in front of him, Situ Huan stroked the demon ring on his hand and said interestingly, "Gu Tianji, the number 1 person of the Taoist sect, first disciple of Eternal Taoist Temple, allow me to experience your skills and see if they are truly as amazing as the rumors say." In a corner of the spiritual mountain Immortal Peak, Yu Qinghan leaned on Zhao Huai's shoulder, enjoying the long-lost tranquility. For some reason, Zhao Huai suddenly blankly said, "Madam, you must be real, right?" Yu Qinghan, who was dozing off with her eyes closed, was directly amused by his words, and with a smile on her face, she pouted and asked, "Why are you asking like that again?" Seeing that she didn't reply, Zhao Huai reached out his hand, pinched Yu Qinghan's delicate cheek, and pulled it. "It feels pretty real." Slap! Yu Qinghan slapped away Zhao Huai's hand, then gave him a glance and said, "I'm so fake that I married you, fake that I had a child for you, fake that I searched for you for a year, worried about you for a year. Are you satisfied?" "A child? Madam, you're pregnant. When did this happen?" Zhao Huai immediately sat up straight, looking at Yu Qinghan with wide eyes. Yes, someone is about to become a father but hasn't even seen his child yet. Yu Qinghan sat up, arms crossed, humming. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Huai suddenly became at a loss, his eyes filled with astonishment, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was clearly beyond joyous. Did he hear wrong? He was actually going to be a father. How many months old is the baby? Where is the child? Where? Zhao Huai asked 3 questions in a row, his tone urgent, and his eyes filled with anticipation. A child, such a distant word, had now truly arrived in his life. Chapter 250, Madam, aren't you from a general's family? Seeking monthly tickets at the end of the month. _3. Yu Qinghan saw his tense, at a loss, appearance, covering her mouth with a light laugh, happy that her husband is also happy and reassured, she slowly explained. What are their names? Zhao Huai continued to ask, his eyes seemed to shine with light. The boy is called Zhao Ping'an, and the girl is named Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Huai murmured the 2 names, understanding Madam's intentions, and then burst into laughter, cupping Yu Qinghan's face, and kissed her vigorously. Moved, he said. Madam, you are so kind. Kind? I thought I was fake. Yu Qinghan mocked mercilessly, clearly still brooding over what had just happened. Boom! Suddenly, the long-lost intimate couple was disturbed by a huge commotion in the sky. Dong! Dong! The muffled alarm bells rang throughout the limitless immortal sect. Zhao Huai and Yu Qinghan both reacted. This is the alarm bell of the limitless immortal sect. The ringing of the bell means someone wants to harm the spiritual mountains. Yu Qinghan furrowed her brows and said. It might be someone from the devil sect. The limitless immortal sect. Hierarch has fallen, the formation is damaged, and even though the immortal sect is prepared for battle, this is bound to be a fierce battle. Zhao Huai guessed. Yu Qinghan nodded and pondered, it's very likely. We have to see what's going. Neither of them were indecisive people. Right now was clearly a crisis for the immortal sect, not a time for romance. Yu Qinghan was the first to hover in the air, and hurried toward the direction of the sect's main entrance, with Zhao Huai closely following. Madam, when did you break through to the golden core stage? Zhao Huai looked at her figure and asked in amazement. Very impressed. Yu Qinghan smiled lightly, slightly proud. Impressive. Zhao Huai didn't hesitate to compliment her. Even with the mirror world's cultivation enhancement, his cultivation speed couldn't surpass her. Madam was indeed a genius in cultivation. The 2 quickly arrived at Yujing sect. They saw a massive black demonic cloud that spanned thousands of miles, with a huge devil boat looming over the limitless immortal sect, and terrifying whirlwinds raging in the sky. Countless red chi smoke rose in the sky above the spiritual mountains. This is... Seeing the scene before him, Zhao Huai felt a sense of foreboding. What the divination master saw was clearly a sign of a great bloodshed. Could even the sword wielder be unable to resist the devil sect's invasion? Bang! A figure in a white robe flew out, breaking the suspended islands and crashing to the ground, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Zhao Huai saw the familiar face of the figure and cried out. Gu Fan! He immediately appeared by Gu Tianji's side and helped him up. You should leave quickly, you shouldn't be involved in this crisis. Gu Tianji coughed up a mouthful of blood, holding his life-bound flying sword and barely supporting his body, he still showed a sunny smile. Who hurt you? Zhao Huai asked through gritted teeth. He already considered Gu Tianji as a rare friend, so he couldn't just leave him be. Besides, the entire limitless immortal sect was under the control of the devil sect. If they wanted to leave, it wouldn't be so easy. Stop chattering, let's die together. A magnetic, indifferent voice sounded. A demonic figure appeared in midair. It was the first demon-bred Situ Huan with his flowing black hair. In the moment Situ Huan saw Zhao Huai, the demon ring in his hand suddenly lit up. His originally calm eyes suddenly brightened, and he revealed an excited smile. I knew it. How could an ordinary person have such a thick flowing qi? So you are the crown prince of Yan country. Whoosh! Gu Tianji slapped his life-bound flying sword, a white spiritual sword, outwards. The sword body emanated a brilliant light, the power of the life-bound magical weapon fully exploded. With just a slash in midair, the spiritual sword multiplied into hundreds, forming a 100-meter-long river of sword qi, tearing through the air. It was like a rolling river, sweeping in. Situ Huan remained calm, and a devil shadow appeared behind him, confronting the sky full of sword qi. In the emergency, Gu Tianji turned to Zhao Huai and Yu Qinghan and sent a voice transmission. Your Highness, quickly take the Xia's Empress and leave. Humph! Resisting, you really haven't made any progress in the past 10 years. I'm so disappointed. Situ Huan sneered. The devil shadow slowly rose, about to crush Gu Tianji. Suddenly, a phantom of a baby appeared in the sky. Elder Bai arrived in an instant and shattered the devil shadow. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Yu Qinghan. My disciple, take the royal crown prince and leave quickly. The limitless immortal sect is no longer safe. A rebirth deacon of the heavenly devil palace who was protecting Situ Huan sensed the voice transmission and immediately reported to the demon bread, this woman is the newly enthroned one from the mortal world. It seems there is an unexpected surprise. Xia's Empress, are you the one who ascended the throne a year ago? Situ Huan smiled indifferently, his eyes full of curiosity. Hearing everyone's words, Yu Qinghan and Zhao Huai's hearts trembled. The two looked at each other, staring eyes full of suspicion, shock, and